I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Short dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there?
Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's your buddy Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com. And I found some copyright-free music, so that's why I was playing that up to the top of the hour. Greetings and welcome to the top of the hour. Aloha from Bangkok, from the Big Mango, from the city that never sleeps but can't go outside. Looking forward to hanging out with you today. You'll see on the screen there, I have this little saying. Or it's not a saying, I'm sorry. It's a words. And on it is something that if you guys know anything about Thai vloggers, you probably heard of Kevin Thailand. You heard that the poor guy got, some bad luck, got some cancer, and sadly passed away recently. Well, in one of the videos that he showed, in one of the clips that Thailand Rob did to sort of honor him and have us think good thoughts was when Kev was in this park and he went to there was this plaque. Now, I believe, I'm not quite sure, I believe that Mother Teresa is credited for this, and I'm not quite sure. So anyway, it's up here. You can read it. I'm not going to read the slides. That's not how I do PowerPoint when I do my presentations. But nonetheless, I thought it was kind of cool to start off the day. Because if you do good, people will accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives, but do good anyway. Live the dream always, always. So that's just a little bit of how I live my life. So I want to thank the subs that we've added to LiveMyAssOff.com in the last 2 days. Did another broadcast about 2 days ago. So thank you, Dave, Scott, Steve, Frank, Ray, Jonathan, M.A. 96782, Andrew, and Frank B's Conscience. Now, those are the ones I know about. Why do I say it that way? Any of you that are YouTubers, you guys know that what happens is you get notified most of the time when stuff happens on your channel. And so I was made aware of most of the people, I think, but nonetheless, I think we're at 8:45 this morning, which I'm totally stoked for. I blame all you guys for my happiness, and I'm really excited about being able to do these live broadcasts still. I some of you may know, right, that my past, my life early on, my first job that didn't involve just sort of, doing something to make money. My first job was basically washing dishes at a restaurant. And while that was very cool, and I had a good time because, I was doing it with like my buddies, it still was not exactly as mentally stimulating as I might want. And so, I got my first job in radio. Well, technically, I got my first job in radio before I got my first job washing dishes. However, I've been doing the radio thing for a long time. So probably not 40 years yet. It hasn't been 40 years yet, but it's getting up there. But yeah, I started when I was like 14, 15 years old. And but my passion for it started a heck of a lot earlier than that. So it's kind of cool being over here because, I'm on a retirement visa, right? So I really can't work. So it's sort of like I have the ability to stay indoors. And a lot of us that come over here to stay indoors, we, get on our laptops and that sort of thing. So hello to everyone, all of the cool kids. Welcome to the cool kids table. Liza, how you doing? So I worked with Liza approximately, let's see, December, January, February, March. approximately 5 months ago, and 14 years prior. So you're awesome. Good to see you, lady. I hope you're great. It is, let's see, 7 p.m. there. So I assume that you've been working from home for a while. The guys tell me that, and when I say the guys, I mean the previous team that I had the honor of being a part of and, managing on the org chart. But at the end of the day, if you're a manager, I mean, you work for your employees, right? Or you don't get to stick around with praise. And I like praise. Father Wolf, good to see you, man. I saw you yesterday on Bill's channel on Philippines On Demand. So it's really cool. Thanks for coming on over. And no worries. Yeah, you stay for as long or as short as you want. I have no idea how long I'm going to go today. I had no idea I was going to do 7 hours the last time I sat down to do this. But I did. And obviously, if you replay that video in its entirety, which I'm sure many of you have done, then you'll realize that my bladder is enormous. Clearly, no, I just didn't drink a whole lot that last time. I got a couple of new things going on the screen here. With any luck, if anyone subs, we will be able to see them appear on the screen. Also, I'm going to do my absolute best to remember everyone that swung by, because I really, really like to thank everybody at the end of the live stream. Because, I mean, just so you know, like, I'd probably do this even if you weren't there. Because, that whole phrase, like, he loves listening to himself. Well, okay. You don't only say that to people that you hate. I've got the gift of gab, and I love listening to myself. So, but I love listening to you guys, and I love having chats too. So that's like really cool. Juan, great to see you stepping out. And here's what I really love. I absolutely adore the fact that you guys say hi to me. So Teresa, I love you, and thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who said hi. Liza as well. But it's really cool when I see people saying hi to everyone else. So that was really cool. Stepping Out Juan says that was his first job, washing dishes. I'll tell you what, man, it was pretty cool. In fact, when I first got that job, I don't believe I had a license. I believe my buddy Mark, who also got a job washing dishes, he too, but he has a license. He was like a little bit older. He was one of the big kids. So he got his license like about 6 to 8 months before all of us, right? Because all of your buddies, for the most part, you're around the same age, like 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Otherwise, they'd like shift you into the next grade, right? Based on your age. And he was one of those guys that was like kind of on the edge. And so he was older than a lot of us, I think, by, I don't know, something like 9 months or something like that. So anyway, Mark got his license. And the cool thing about that was that Mark's dad worked for Buick. Now, I'm not saying I love Buicks. And in fact, we gave him a hard time because his dad drove Buicks, because we didn't really like Buicks back then, or at least, my friends. But Mark's a great guy. And his dad worked for Buick. So his dad always had like these brand new cars. In fact, his dad would get cars so new and so like not on the market yet and test it out. I'll never forget. That was the first time I ever saw a car with like a touch screen on the dash. And I'm talking like late 80s. And so, that wasn't like an accessory you could just add, even if you were buying like a $90,000 Mercedes back then. Although I don't even know if Mercedes cost $90,000 back then in the late 80s, early 90s. But what's funny is, so the point is that he always had a car, right? And his dad, naturally would buy him, used Buicks, or probably they were given to him or whatever. One of the perks. Anyway, so Mark would always drive me and like my buddy Brian and Steve and, our group, right? Our posse. And he would always drive us around. And one of the things that Mark would do early on was pick me up, and we would go wash dishes at the Strawberry Fair restaurant, one I'm absolutely sure you guys have been to. The last time you were in Norwell, Mass. I'm sure you just swung by. Liza says, yes, I assume that means 5 months and working from home. So very good. That's good. It's funny. So I was in IT. I mean, I'm still in IT. I just don't do what I did, 6 months ago. I just do it differently now. And Father, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Number one, man. And you're pulling weeds. Like, is that a metaphor, or you're like literally outside right now blasting the stereo, bro? Listen to the big mics. That would help my ego. You guys know my ego is pretty darn fragile. So I appreciate you making me feel normal. I appreciate you treating me exceptionally just so I will feel normal. Have you ever heard that phrase? I think I probably fall into that category. Can you guys see the chats okay up there? I can't really. Oh, actually, no, hold on. I can actually see what's going on. I have technology. If you don't know, some of you, and to the point of like, say hello to the other people. It was my first job. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, washing dishes is interesting because when I first started working, this was such a mom and pop gig, right? That where we would wash dishes, it was basically like a sink. Like in the kitchen, there was a sink, and there was no like the regular faucet, right? And that is not exactly how most restaurants work. I'm going to dial up the transparency a little bit because I want you guys to be able to see all our buddies here. Okay, that should be a little bit better. And so it was, they had a decent stove, right? Because I'm going to sneeze. Oh my God, I've got the cove. Oh my Buddha. And if you know anything about Philippines on Demand, POD, Bill, and his channel, you know that he and I talked a little bit about the whole what's real and what's false about the COVID news. And one of the things we talked about is whether can it really go 8 meters? And I need to tell you that while I'm not wearing a mask, I actually am sitting on a couch, and that was basically the reason that my sneeze did not make it 8 meters. So fear not, ladies and gentlemen. You can come by my apartment door. You just can't come inside, and you still will be safe. I promise. We got this. If you're wondering what that picture is in the background, that is actually a picture of the beach that was right in front of the pool, in front of the house on Cagdanao Island. If you Google Cagdanao Island, Cagdanao, it is an island off the east side of the island of Palawan in the Philippines. You've heard of Puerto. If you've heard of Palawan, then you've probably heard of. You may have not heard of Palawan. You may have heard of Puerto Princesa. And so it's northeast of Puerto Princesa. It is southeast of El Nido. Those are sort of the popular places over on Palawan. And I think I told you the story about that before. Gracie and I rented an island in the Philippines, and the renting of the island cost us $0, but it did cost us 2,000 pesos to get there and back. So, but it was pretty darn fun, and I got some videos. In fact, I think I even have an entire playlist on my channel that talks about the Cagdanao Island experience. Anyway, so that was the front. And the reason that Boracay bag is there, and the reason it's called a Boracay bag, and it's not just one of those many generic waterproof bags that you guys will see if you're ever been on a beach or somewhere traditionally topical, traditionally very touristy, that has these bags, and they just say like 10L on it. They're like 10 liters, 5 liters, 20 liters, whatever. And none of them are branded. Like there is zero brand to any of those. They're all these very generic ones. And if you don't know, all you got to do is go onto Alibaba.com and type in waterproof bag, and you see exactly the items that these people buy. And if you know anything about Alibaba, it's basically the ability to buy anything from China effectively. Now, there are many other manufacturers on there from many other countries that do stuff, but it basically started as, China being the warehouse for the world, or not the production house for the world, and making the manufacture of everything for the world. They, Jack Ma, right, who is my hero, he started this company called Alibaba. And Alibaba, the goal behind that for him was to basically make it so anyone could do business anywhere in the world. Was his that was basically his mantra. That was his vision for the site. And it's come to be basically one of the best e-commerce sites out there for the various things that it provides. Now, you're not going to really have, if you live in the US, you're not going to have a whole lot of IO with the Alibaba group of websites. The two most popular ones, basically, or three really, is Taobao and Tmall. Taobao and Tmall are sort of the it's sort of the Amazon.com and the eBay.com of China. Let's just say that. And by that, I mean that there is a place where you can get, brand name goods, like actually like they're real Nike sneakers from Nike, and Nike will have like a store on Taobao. But then there's also, the place where you can like sell your own goods. You can have your own store. And and you can say, oh yeah, Mike, it's China, so obviously they sell fake stuff, right? No. They try and not do that, believe it or not, because obviously they realize that the credibility of the whole site would go down if you didn't trust like the stuff that they had on there. But sure, I mean, you can always buy fake stuff, right? Especially in Asia and especially at a market. But what they do is they have it sort of separated. So if you become a seller, then you kind of go from Taobao to Tmall. And historically, unlike eBay, and the reason that they just clobbered the market, if you know anything about the Alibaba story, is they had no fees. And if you've ever eBayed, and I know Eddie, I think, is watching on Facebook, Eddie is I don't know what you call like the top seller, but he is like the top seller, one of the top sellers, sells a ton, has like that gold badge thingy like next to his, handle and everything. But the fees it's not free to use eBay by any means. So yeah, that's kind of a drag. Father says, I can see Liza up there, but not down in the regular chat. Not down in the regular chat. You mean inside of YouTube? Yes, that's accurate. And the reason is because I stream on multiple platforms. Many of you will come by. Like right now, 7 people in total are watching. Okay, but I could go to another screen and find out. But I don't know if that's necessarily 7 on Facebook. Or like 5 on Facebook, or 5. Probably what it is it's probably 5 on YouTube and 2 on Facebook. Although I did see someone who came in from DLive. That's another platform that I stream on. So basically, I'm streaming on 3 places in Facebook: my own personal page, the Expats in Lockdown group. If you guys know anything about that, for those of us that are over here, there's about 200 of us in that group. Rike started that group. I'm also an admin in there. And it's basically where we chat and share news and stories and that sort of thing, and get to one of the questions that, if you saw my sort of advertising of this up and coming stream, which is what do you miss the most, right? So occasionally there'll be sort of questions in there like, hey, what do you guys, as you might guess, what are you going to do when this is all over, right? Rejoice is the short answer, right? YouTube says 7. Thank you, Jürgen. Appreciate it, man. Glad you're here. AliExpress is good too. That's absolutely accurate. And so I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a definite good place to like source things. But the reason I brought all that up is because of the bag that you see here, right there on the screen, which is a Boracay bag. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to try this like Alibaba thing. I'm going to try this like social. I'm going to have a company, and I'm going to make a logo, or I'm going to get a logo made, because I have no skills whatsoever when it comes to art, other than I think I will buy that. I don't think I will buy that. That is basically my binary ability that I have when it comes to art. Or kind of like, well, I really don't like this. And then of course the artist, if you will be like, okay, well, what do you like? Like, how can we make it better? I'm like, honestly, I don't know is the best answer. I don't know, but when I see something I like, I'll know it, which I know is a horrible way to try and describe stuff, but it's the best I can do. Nonetheless, I went on, I don't know whether it was Fiverr or Upwork, but it was one of those. And I got, and I basically just put a thing like, hey, so I have this waterproof bag, and for the most part, people who buy it are scuba divers or people that come to the beach, and I need, I want to call the company's name, if you don't know, is Boracay Bag, because I wanted to put a brand on these things. Because after I'd been over in the Philippines a while, I realized that, and I guess I kind of knew this from other countries, and yes, there's some of this to some degree in the U.S., is they're very brand conscious. Now, yes, they do that in the U.S., but the point is that the quality of stuff. There's always the fear, belief, concern of many people in this part of the world that buy stuff online that what they're going to be buying is fake. It's not real. It's a knockoff, whatever. So many people will be like, oh, well, I'm going to buy that in the U.S. And if you've ever like traveled internationally, you will occasionally, more than occasionally, see people getting on the plane, and they'll have suitcases, and the suitcases will be filled with nothing of their own like garments or anything. It's totally filled with products that they bought there. And also, if you're flying into the Philippines, then there's this whole buy-in process, right? So it's like, I remember this one lady, she opened up her, because they're like, well, your bag weighs too much, and so we can check it for you, or you can bring it in if you make it weigh less. So she opened it up, and she probably had 70 packages of M&Ms in there. And I'm like, oh my God, your Philippine family of everybody, which, a lot of times is, your immediate family in the Philippines. Sometimes, it's only 170 people, but they're all my cousins, right? And so they'll bring that sort of stuff, but they'll bring back products that they believe. Look, unless I buy Nikes basically in Southern California or anywhere in the U.S., quite frankly, or from Amazon.com, then they're not going to be genuine, and I have to have the genuine product. So anyway, but for whatever reason, after traveling back and forth to Thailand for a while, during my first trip to the Philippines, I was in Boracay. It's where I met Gracie, actually. And so I'm in Boracay. And if you don't know anything about Boracay, if you're from the Philippines or you've been in the Philippines, the likelihood of you not knowing what Boracay is very low. But it is arguably one of the best, most beautiful beaches, White Beach, the west one. But it's also probably the most popular. I would guess that most people in the Philippines know about Boracay. They may not know where it is, and they may not necessarily have been there. But Asia Unscripted, how you doing? And Jorgen, I want to get to your statement about MBK, because that's, if you guys don't know, that's a mall here in Bangkok. And he actually says, I go to MBK every trip and bring back 3 suitcases of fake stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. There's a couple of behaviors that are like almost perfectly 180 degrees out of phase. The first one is that people from this part of the world go to America, or they go to, probably Europe as well, and they buy products over there because they want to buy the genuine one, and they want to get like the real Nike, and they want to make sure that it's really that, or Adidas, or, watches or whatever. Usually it's clothes and accessories for the most part. You don't come to the US, you're like, oh, I am definitely buying a genuine Ford. No. You can get that kind of stuff anywhere, right? But the stuff that's easily reproducible in a giant factory in China somewhere, if you will. I mean, there's plenty of other countries that make fake stuff, don't get me wrong, but and so that's the behavior of people from over here. When we come over here, it's very common. I bought my buddy Eddie for his 60th birthday. I bought him a Rolex watch that I got on the street in Pattaya, and it was all of, however much money. It was like 20. It wasn't even $20, because that would have been, maybe it was 1,000 baht. I don't know. So maybe $20, $30. But of course, the joke about the Rolex is, how do you know when you have a genuine Rolex? Because it doesn't tell time correctly. Now that's since changed, trust me. But the point is that this thing actually kept pretty good time. And but then I believe it just like stopped working on them. But the point is that like that's kind of cool for us. It's actually kind of entertaining for us to buy fake things and bring them home. Because at least in my group of people, we're less concerned about the real brand. And if you can tell someone a story, oh my God, that's cool. Where'd you get those Nikes? Oh, I bought them. Then they're like $5 or something. You tell them that story, and that's that's kind of cool. Whereas over here, they're like, oh, no, this is absolutely real. Like, I need to show this off. I need to show this brand. So that's one thing that's 180 degrees out of the phase. The other one that totally blew me away, and again, this is like on my first trip, was dark skin and purposely tanning yourself. So I grew up, and when I grew up, I'm 50, right? So when I grew up, SPF, if I were to walk into like a grocery store or a drugstore or something like that, when I was in my teens, when I first started like going to the beach with my buddies and like purposely laying down in the sand and like wanting to darken my skin, I think if I had walked into a store and I saw SPF 50, I would have been like, okay, this is like a joke, right? Like, this is a joke about, the sun's going to hit the earth and all of this. And it didn't exist. I want to say all the way through my teens, early 20s, probably the highest SPF you could have bought was like 30 or maybe even 40. But the point is that, I purposely would darken my skin, and many of my friends darken my skin. And one of the things that really surprised me about Southern California when I moved there from New England was this spray tanning thing. I'm like, okay, you're in Southern California. Like, you can like literally 7 minutes from now, you can walk to the beach. 15 minutes later, you can walk home and you will be tanner than when you went there. But there are these booths. It's like basically like a telephone booth. If you guys know what the old telephone booths were, not the little stalls, but the actual booth. you get in it, right? And then these things, and they move up and down, or they have multiple things, and they spray you with brown liquid so that you will look tan. And I mean, I have had friends and girlfriends that have like done that purposely. They've been purposely sprayed with brown goo so that they would look tanner, right? And so I come over to this part of the world, and I would see women like the first time I saw an Asian woman over here walking down the street when it was bright and sunny with an umbrella. I'm going, okay, dude, it's not raining, right? Like, what do you do? Like, well, and then I thought to myself, oh my God, she can like predict the future. Like, I better go get my umbrella because clearly this chick is proactive and I need to like follow her around if I want to stay dry in this crazy part of the world, right? And so I'm just making sure I'm going to get to the comments in a second. But then I realized that the sun over here, it's as if Mother Nature is throwing daggers at these people. They're like, I got to stay away. I don't want to darken my skin. And there's various reasons for that. I'm not going to get into it. But the point is that, the belief over here is that you are more beautiful, potentially more successful, potentially wealthier, of a better class. There's many, reasons. But the lighter your skin is. To the point where, I mean, you've probably seen photographs of, say, like Japanese women or South Korean women that will purposely put on makeup that is so ridiculously white. I mean, it literally is as if they just completely covered their face with white paint. But that's sort of done. Now, that's not done normally. I mean, it's not used to the level of like eyeshadow and foundation and that sort of thing that many people in America, I won't speak for the Europeans. I don't really know. I have any data on that. I mean, I've been to a few countries, but it's like that. It's like kind of like, not as popular as that. It's almost as if you're making yourself up to go on stage or something. I mean, the only time I've ever worn makeup was when we were doing, video shoots, right? And and it's so funny too, because what happens is that you're in a room and there is so much light on you. I mean, if you've ever been in like a TV studio, or you've ever been in or you've ever done a shoot, right? If you've ever done a video shoot for like a promo video or anything like that, where you're basically in a fake area, you're in a room that is artificially lit, and there are lights everywhere, and they like change the hue and the gamma. I mean, everything to make you look, the way they want you to look. And then to top all that off, then they put makeup on you, right? And well, I have, a pretty shiny thing going on up here. And before, I actually had, this straight black hair, if you've seen in my other videos, which, believe me, trust me, I know I should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. But vanity, unfortunately, took over. And for some reason, I felt as though I should just really like keep it as long as I can and keep it as dark as I can, wear it in a ponytail. And that'll keep me young. And all it did was basically make me look like an old dude with hair that I should have cut off a long time ago. And that I was kind of foolish. And so it was funny. One of the first things Gracie said to me after I sent her the first selfie I ever took as a bald person, after I got out of the barber, and she's like, "Oh my God, you look younger." And I mean, there's not a whole lot of other like compliments you can give a guy, at least in my opinion, or I'll just speak for myself, in his 50s, other than, "Oh my God, you look younger." I mean, you could really lie and say, "Oh my God, you're really handsome." That would make me feel good too. But younger, I was like, wow. And I completely agreed. I was like, "Oh my God, I should have shaved my head years ago." So anyway, there's that contrast, right? And once I found, I think the sun thing, that really opened my eyes to the real difference. It was one of the many things. So anyway, back to the product. But let me get to Asia Unscripted, who is also a great channel. And so I realized, unfortunately, during my live stream 2 days ago, what's today? Today's Wednesday for me. So it could be potentially Tuesday night where you are, or also Wednesday morning over here in Asia. And I would always say, "Oh yeah, go to this," and click on the 3 dots to the right of the person. If you're watching on YouTube and you're commenting on YouTube and you're following those comments, you can go to that person's channel very easily by going 3 dots, go to channel. And then someone says, "Oh no, they removed that." And I'm like, dude, like literally an hour ago, I clicked on it, but yeah, it's gone. So I mean, the easiest thing to do if you got a mouse, just highlight the person. So highlight Asia Unscripted, put it up in the search of YouTube. When I'm done, or open up a new tab. How's that? You can multitask. I'm cool with that. But so it's more difficult to go to someone's channel now, and I'm like, why would they possibly do that? So anyway, Asia Unscripted, great channel. Philippines on Demand. Good morning. Good to see you, buddy. Sorry for being late for school. I woke up late. No, there's no such thing, dude. You woke up exactly when you were supposed to. And here's the beauty of it. You got to wake up this morning. Okay. The only thing that I would be very disappointed about, would be like if you never showed up and it was because you didn't get to wake up, right? Because I mean, that's the finite end for all of us. I mean, we know what's going on. Like once you're born, you're like, okay, I have no clue what's going to happen to me in the future, except one thing. One day I'm done, and in the middle of those 2 years that are chiseled onto the piece of granite that sits on top of you in the grass, if that's how you ended it, is to make the most of that, right? I mean, the amount of life you live in the dash can really, well, you can live your ass off, quite frankly. And, I mean, that's part of kind of what I'm doing with this thing is, this isn't a dress rehearsal. I mean, I mean, this isn't, I'm not like prepping during the current global pandemic because like I'm trying this out. And then like, another decade from now, I'll be like, all right, cool. Yeah, I really mastered this whole pandemic thing. So I got it. I got this. I totally know how to do it. The first one, it was kind of fun, but it wasn't really, no. I mean, this is real life, dude. I mean, it's not a dress rehearsal. And so anyway, I'm really thrilled that you're here whenever you're here. So I understand why you said I'm late, because that's what people do. People say they're late when they don't think that they're on time. And I'm here to tell you that as far as Buddha goes, whenever you show up is precisely when you should show up, and better late than never. That is exactly what I just described. You did it in 4 words because you're a lot more efficient. I took probably 17 minutes. But absolutely, yeah, much better late than never, dude. I mean, come on. And Asia Unscripted, I want to mention, yeah. So MBK is like Green Hills in Manila. Green Hills is where you get fakes. I don't know where that is. I know that I believe, if maybe you guys can correct me, I believe the biggest mall in all of Southeast Asia, maybe Asia, I don't know, but I believe I've heard the statistic. The biggest mall in Southeast Asia is in the Philippines. I believe it's in Manila. One of the malls that they're building here in Bangkok will be called the Bangkok Mall, and that basically is, it will. The idea behind it is it's going to be the biggest mall in Southeast Asia. I mentioned that to Gracie, and she says, "Oh no! When malls get big, like that super big mall that's like the biggest mall in Southeast Asia in Manila, they just add on to it so that it gets bigger." So that's actually probably a good idea. And they probably don't need to go up. They're probably just like, oh, yeah, it's just knocked down. Let's make some more real estate. And then we'll be the biggest mall again, if that's important to them. I don't know. But yeah, so Green Hills, Manila, good to know. Jorgen says, we used to use straight oil for tanning. Absolutely. I have been, when I first started going to the beach, it was almost like, you know how like you one up your friends and stuff, in various degrees, depending upon your age and your level of self-esteem and all that. Anyway, so you're like, oh yeah, I got this, I mean, you'll even do it to debate bad things like, oh, dude, I got this ticket for going 75 miles an hour. Oh, you think that's bad? Well, I got a ticket for going 85 miles an hour. And then your buddy, unsolicited, of course, chimes in, dude, got this ticket. I was doing 93 miles okay, right? So anyway, one of the things that we would one up ourselves with was with tanning oil. And so some people would use baby oil, and they would just like go on it and they would lay out in the sun. It was almost like it was a badge of honor to like get a sunburn early on in the season, in the summer, and then like have like the flaking skin. I mean, it's absolutely gross, right? It was sort of like the way that you said, oh yeah, I'm like a real tough guy, like when you're a little kid, or at least from my perspective. I don't know if I ever said this, but I definitely hear other young boys say this. I mean, I'm talking like, 5, 6, 7, when there's another like adult, a man around. Something bad will happen, or he'll get hurt or whatever. And they say, oh yeah. No, but I didn't cry. I didn't cry, Mike. I didn't cry. I had a kid say that to me in the Philippines. And I'm like, why not? I would have. He's like, wait a minute. You're a big kid. How come the big kids get to cry? Wasn't there a song about, yeah, I know. Now you're going to have that in your head for the rest of the day. So so we would one up ourselves, and I will never forget my way of one upping my buddies as far as suntan oil goes. Years ago, the first time I went down to the Florida Keys, I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the tropics. I fell in love with that kind of weather. I was there in December. And if you're from New England and all of a sudden in December, you're like not wearing basically anything and you're walking into the water and staying there for like hours on end, because if you get out, you will be hot in December or January. I mean, that is a fantasy if you grow up in New England. So I find this Florida place, and I'm like, oh my God. So anyway, so we go down there the first time, and it's like, okay, you hear from people, well, the sun's more intense down here, and obviously it's hotter, but you get more chance of getting a sunburn, blah blah blah. So I go to the CVS, for example, and with my friends, and naturally, guess what's there? Coppertone, right? I mean, that was the thing that you basically back in the early '90s. But then there was this banana boat. And, there was like SPF 10 and SPF 20, and then they would refer to it as like tanning oil. And then some, like the bottles that were sort of whiter and more colorful, they would actually prevent the sun from causing cancer. But then they had these brown bottles, and I'll never forget. And it said on there, and this is the one I bought, like 1 million tiny prisms, SPF 0. And I'm like, oh, bring it on. Because, of course, one of the greatest things to do in front of all of your friends in December who are back in New England is to come back from your trip and be as brown as you possibly could. I mean, there's no better way, really. I mean, you can come back and say, oh, yeah, like I got this brand new bike, or I got this, whatever. I mean, I'm talking about, late teens, early 20s. And for having a bicycle in your 20s, that's actually not a big deal. But you come back and you're like super tan. I mean, and a lot of my friends too, I can just speak for more than myself on this one. One of the best things we could hear was, oh my God, you're so tan. Like, yeah, totally. It's the equivalent of a 50-year-old hearing, oh my God, you look younger. And that was just like, I mean, so that was what we did. Darker skin. And to Jurgen's point, dark skin in Thailand means that you are from the rural areas. Basically, you're a farmer. You've been outdoors, and therefore your skin is darker because you have been doing manual labor, versus me, I've been in an office, right? And so therefore my skin whitens. Or presumably my family is wealthier, and therefore over the last several decades, over the last several generations, our whiter skin basically is outwardly giving the notification that we are from a better family. We haven't done manual labor and that sort of thing. So anyway, I'm sure there are many other stereotypes that go along with it, but that's the reality. I mean, that's what occurs over here. Roy, good to see you, man. Thank you for coming by. It's really neat seeing the names again. Seeing you guys come by again. I'm honored by that. I really appreciate it. Roy says the sun is strong in Australia. Most people know someone who had skin cancer. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, dude, Southern California, are you kidding me? I totally know people that had skin cancer. Back when like getting skin cancer was weird. And now if someone says, well, I have skin cancer, like the expectation is, okay, well, that's fine. Like it'll go away, right? Like you'll get it cured. I mean, I don't know of anyone, I'm sure there are people, but I don't know of anyone who died of skin cancer. I know people that have been in pain because of skin cancer, and the treatment wasn't necessarily what they signed up for. It's not like a Disney ride, but it seems like it's one of the, where if you hear, oh yeah, like my buddy, I mean, years ago, I'll never forget, came in my office crying, and he's like, yeah, so my mom has breast cancer. And, I think to myself, okay, well, they're probably, mastectomy or whatever that's called. She's going to be deformed, unfortunately. But the chances of her living through it, in my mind, I think, well, the data that I've heard, through no medical journal anywhere really, is the fact that I think she's probably going to live through this. Now, she'll be disappointed, but she probably won't die from this, is like what I'm thinking. If someone says, oh, yeah, my dad has pancreatic cancer, I'm like, ooh, that's not... let me guess. You can see the finish line from here, right? And along the way, apparently, it's not going to be pleasant. And trust me, I'm not going to talk about death the whole time today, but it's more so to kind of reiterate the fact that like we're not dead yet, and so like live it up, dude. I mean, I'm not saying run outside after 10 p.m. in Thailand when there's the curfew naked down the street. That would probably be an unwise move. while entertaining for the rest of us. I don't think the longevity of that, it would definitely change your accommodation quite quickly, and I don't think you want to do that. So anyway, the change in skin color is really interesting. Now, fast forward to even when I was in my like 30s and started, okay, SPF 30, SPF 40, that sort of thing. I mean, I was somewhere, you can buy SPF 70, which is the equivalent of basically wearing, black clothing, right? I mean, but you can get that now because people are a lot more conscious of it because, like you said, definitely people here definitely know someone who's got skin cancer. So yeah, I mean, it's, hey, I'm not saying it's cool anymore. Trust me. I'm just sort of describing to you a story ad nauseum of what it was like and why I get back to why there is Boracay bag right there. Because I said, if you go on Alibaba.com, which is exactly where I sourced that, and I buy these, in bulk, because that's what you do on Alibaba.com. If you want to buy one or two of something, you go to AliExpress, which was discussed earlier. But if you are a manufacturer, reseller, that sort of thing, then you go to Alibaba.com. So I go to Alibaba.com and I type in waterproof bags. And there are, I want to say, almost 100 people, different companies, within 1 week emailed me saying, we have this, and they're all competing on price. And I'm talking about like by pennies. And then, of course, someone will be like, well, if you buy 500 of mine, then they're this price. But if you buy 1,000, and then some guy will come in and say, look, we want your business long term. We'll ship you like 20 right now for free. And it's like, okay, wow, Anyway, so they're all competing for your attention units. And so anyway, so I did, I identified one that I thought was pretty decent. And I don't know, I think we bought like 50 as a trial run. Got the logo. It was like a JPEG or whatever. And then we were having the logos inked on the bags in the Philippines because there was this one store in Boracay that, yes, they had the standard Chinese ones that everyone has. And I'll tell you what they actually cost, by the way, what they cost the merchant versus what they're sold for. It's quite amazing. If you buy more than, a couple hundred or a couple thousand, right? Which you do anyway. And so what I wanted to do is I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Not only will we have a brand on this and ideally have a better quality than the generic, but we're going to have like a story behind it, right? Because I mean, look, water's water, but not you necessarily, many people in the US buy a certain water because of the story. I mean, the exact same water that is in bottle A and bottle B could be exactly the same, but bottle A, they take all of their profits and they donate it to giving clean water to villages in Africa. So you walk into a Starbucks and you're like, oh yeah, I'm totally paying $2.99 for that bottle of water because I believe what they tell me in their story. It's a cool thing. I'm going to buy water anyway, so why wouldn't I want to have just portions of this profit go to, right? So there's a story with stuff. And I wanted it to be real too. Don't get me. It wasn't just like a fake story. It was like, okay, how do we involve the local community in this? And so I said, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to find someone in the Philippines. And so we're walking down the street and there's this guy and he makes his own bags. And, because they were handmade, they were a little bit more expensive, but he was making them in mass too. And he had a factory up in Manila. But the way that he was like sewing the seams, so it was like high temperature, high pressure sealing, because if you don't know, it's basically kind of like a fabric thing, but it's kind of rubberized if you've never seen one of those. And then what you do at the top is you basically just like kind of hold it together and then you roll it 3 or 4 times and then you click, with like one of those black little clip things. And it effectively is quite waterproof. It's not completely airtight. But I mean, if you were up against it and, you were like, okay, I don't know how to swim. I'm out here in the middle of the ocean. I mean, you could basically tight it really, really tight and you could use it as for buoyancy. Not long term. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a life preserver nearby. But the point is that you could do that. But at the end of the day, it keeps things waterproof. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we say, originated in Boracay, because that's where I first met this guy, and made in the Philippines by Filipinos. Because I'm like, okay, like I mean, I don't have anything against China necessarily, but wouldn't it be cool if we could source these from the Philippines? Because, that would be great, right? Because, I'm there, I'm meeting Gracie, I'm like getting part of this community. I'm like, this is going to be totally cool. So we get a bunch from China, and then we get a bunch from him, and we get the logo on probably half of them. And so that's why that's that one. Wait, how do I do this? There one. And there were two logos that we had, actually. And if you go to Facebook and you type in Boracay bag, you can see the page we have on there. I had a website, and we were selling them basically via Shopify. But then I didn't bother renewing that because it was like, this isn't working out. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But what happened is that we had this agreement with this guy, and he was doing a really lousy job. And then, the first one he gave us was a certain price. And then I'm like, okay, great. These 25 are great. How much is like 250 going to be? And then the price per unit went up. I'm like, bro, that's not how it works. Like, I'm from the Costco generation. So like the larger quantity of whatever I buy means the per ounce amount, or like the per unit amount, is less. Like, I want a better deal. Like, that's how that works. And he unfortunately didn't understand that. He was one of these guys that basically made them for himself, and then he brought them down to Boracay and he sold them in his shop. And he probably sold them to other people around there. So that just didn't work. And then I just sort of lost interest in it, is the short answer. But so that's why there's the Boracay bag. I still think there's a great market for it. And I can tell you that there are many people, mainly from Korea, that I saw in Boracay. And you come to Boracay, and a lot of times you go scuba diving, or you go snorkeling, or you go into the water. And, what does everybody have? They have a smartphone. And people from Korea are, in general, wealthier than the, in general, Chinese tourists. So the Koreans would have a, more expensive phone. Usually a Samsung. They're pretty nationalistic, which I think is a good thing. So you don't see them with a whole lot of Huawei's, right? But anyway, so their phones are, $500, $600, $700. And so some of them would just like walk down the beach, and they would find one of those bags that is like 1 liter or 2 liters, and they would buy it for like $15 or something. Like, and they would put all their stuff in it, and they would tie it up, and they would put it in the sand, and they would leave it there. And arguably, when they leave their vacation in the Philippines, or specifically Boracay, they would go back home and probably just either keep the thing or throw it away. Like, I'm not going to use this regularly, right? And then what bothered me about a lot of them is they only had one strap. And so I said to the guy, I said, look, I want to design one that's got like 2 straps on the thing so you can wear it like a backpack. Because if we do that, because what I learned from Gracie is that, the joke about like, I got to walk to school, 10 miles both ways uphill in the snow, kind of thing. Well, her daughter was walking not 10 miles, but far from my perspective, definitely 2 to 3 kilometers every morning to get to school. And if it had rained the previous night, or if it was raining, then obviously you got wet. But if it was raining the previous night and the river was really flowing, sometimes all the kids had to take off, their shoes or whatever, and they would walk up to their knees or sometimes their waist to get through this river, and they would hold on to each other so they wouldn't go flying down the river to get to school every day. And I'm like, well, what do they do? And so she either sent me a picture or someone found the picture. And what they do is they take their backpacks and they put them on their head and they carry them over. And I'm like, well, that's lame. What if they could like just basically put a waterproof bag over have the straps over their shoulders, and they didn't need to worry about what they just put it on. And then they got the full use of their hands, and it's going to be much safer because, that river gets going really fast. And unfortunately, if you're the tiniest kid there, well, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get, and you do hear of that. It's not a lot. It's very limited number of cases. But, some poor kid drowns and dies because they're walking to school to get educated, And I thought, okay, we got to fix that solution there too. So then I found, anyway, the point is that I think it really still is a good idea to have an item like that branded, because I have yet to see a branded one. I only see the generic ones. Now to the price. Basically, we were going to sell them for like, $15.99, $19.99 sort of thing. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to have the website, and I wanted it to advertise it and have like videos and things. And so that people would buy them proactively before they got at the Philippines. Now, once I got into that discussion, the guy that was making them for us, that was selling them at his shop there in Boracay, he's got very little interest in making sure that people buy what he's selling there before they show up. So I get it. There was competition there. And so he kind of lost interest in me. That's why I transitioned into Alibaba.com, because all of those factories in China that make these things like by the shipping container, They're more than happy to sell them to me for 87 cents. Okay. So if any of you ever like wonder, I'm not going to debate the politics of it, but if you ever wonder, oh my God, I can't believe that American company is now manufacturing things in China. Trust me, it's not because they're saving like $1.50. Their ability to manufacture things en masse at such a low per unit cost it's ridiculous. I mean, I was just blown away. Go to Alibaba.com and search for something that like you might buy, like a lamp, for example, that you buy at IKEA. And yeah, IKEA is kind of like a retail price thing. It's not like you don't bargain with them at the register, but you buy a lamp, you think to yourself, okay, what does that cost? Type in something like that in Alibaba and see what happens when you buy 1,000 of them or 10,000 or 100,000 of something. And you look and you think to yourself, okay, this is sheer profit. Like this $12 lamp that IKEA has, they paid 9 cents for it. I mean, it just really becomes that ridiculous. Now, obviously, there's a quality thing because, let's look at iPhones are made in China and they're darn good. There's plenty of devices that are made in China and the quality is excellent. And again, it's not like an iPhone costs $5 to make. It doesn't cost $999 that they sell it for, but believe me, it's probably 2x. They're probably making about 50% on those. I think like sort of the standard iPhone cost is about $300 sort of thing. Excuse me. Do you guys, I don't know if you are from this part of the world, you drink these things, these 100 plus. Basically, it's like, it's kind of like Fresca. There's like 2 flavors. There's yellow flavor and white flavor. And I like the yellow flavor because it kind of tastes like Mountain Dew, but without the caffeine, which clearly I need a lot of caffeine, as you can tell. So, anyway, Philippines on Demand. Yeah, absolutely. Better late than never. Asian scripted. I agree. And slap friends back with a sunburn. Absolutely, Brian. You would do that, right? Like, so your buddy, he would come back and you would see, even like locally, not if he was just on vacation, but they would have, and you would do that just to be like, dude, yeah, just to be a jerk, right? Just to give him a hard time. Lamigra says, you're online. I am too. Amazing. Skin cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer. Is there going to be 7 hours of this? Absolutely not. I'm not going to talk about cancer anymore. I promise. Sager, good to see you. Thank you so much. Hello to you. Triple X, Caesar. Absolutely. One of my favorite radio stations when I was a kid was up in Burlington, Vermont, and it was 95 Triple X, baby. Sager, how are things looking in Thailand? And then we'll get to, and then we'll start talking about cancer a little bit more. No. And again, just so you know, the reason I bring up stuff like that, I hope you realize it's because of my gratitude for not having things like that. So you're right. It's not a topic that really sort of adds a whole lot of value. I'll try and steer the conversation towards gratitude based on having things versus not having really crappy things. How's that? That's fair. So things in Thailand, how are they looking? Well, I mean, it depends. If you want, if the reason you believe you can have a good time is based on the amount of alcohol you can consume with your friends outdoors, then it's looking horrible for you. For me, I don't drink alcohol and I don't particularly like being indoors all the time, but I'm coping with it. And I have, and I mean, I'm getting used to it because like, what else am I going to do? And that goes to an interesting thing that Philippines on Demand and I were talking about yesterday, which is, there's all of this negativity in the world. Sorry, not negativity necessarily. There's all these negative scenarios and things that are happening. There's always something that is not going to be what you want. You go on this beautiful vacation and everything's going great, and then you rent a car and then you drive into the gas station and gas is like $7 a gallon. It's imperfect. It's not going to ruin your whole vacation, but my point is that there's always a little, chink in the armor, if you will. So I'm over here, and to the point of why I'm still so grateful that I'm here is because I do believe, because this is a medical crisis, right? I mean, it's a mild financial disappointment. It's not a total crisis, at least for me. I mean, I know it is for many people. Trust me, I'm not playing that down. But at the end of the day, it's, I'm indoors because of the potential of getting this disease. And if I do, then there's a chance that I will feel like I have the flu really bad or have pneumonia, or I would get so bad that I need to go to a hospital. And again, as we've all probably experienced, if we've been to Thailand and experienced the medical system, it is exceptional. It is some of the best medical care in the world for a very reasonable price. So, Agent Scripted says, have you been to the IKEA in Bang Na? I absolutely have. If you guys have not been to Bangkok, and I tell you, oh my God, you should see the size of the malls over here, there's absolutely no way you can understand what that means. You know, the pictures won't do it justice. The floor plans wouldn't do it justice. But this mall over on Bang Na, which is simply like kind of a street based, it's also an area because I live in like Bang Na, Tambon. But anyway, so it's that way. It's away from to the point where it's so far away that until the public transportation train gets there, I can walk down one stop to Udom Suk, and they have free shuttle buses that take you to this mall. And it is gigantic. The IKEA over there is okay, here's a great example. So first of all, I take the shuttle over there because I'm like, well, I want to go to IKEA. I want to get like a lamp and I want to get like some stuff that I know will be fairly decent quality, but it won't cost so much money that when I want to leave here or whatever, and I basically only have like 3 or 4 pieces of luggage, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to bring these clothes because I got to bring this bitchin' lamp. No. I'll either leave it here or I'll sell it to somebody or I won't. And Paul T, subscribe, almost 1,000. Thank you so much. And so here's the thing. If anyone does subscribe, what should happen, unless you've seen it and I just don't, is it should display on the screen. And so then we can actually publicly thank somebody for acknowledging the fact that I have friends. That would be nice. I would prefer that. That would be very nice of you. Oh, you know what's funny is I went there. Now, does that mean take the... No, it should be on this screen. That's weird. Anyway, so the mall at Bang Na, the IKEA there is so big. How big is it? I went there the first time, and now I haven't been to an IKEA in a while. You know, I mean, I know the process. You go through this like gigantic maze, and ideally, what they want you to do is get a gander at every single product they have. And then by the time you get down to the second floor, basically, because you start on the top floor, by the time you get down to the bottom floor and you're basically between that stairs, all of the products and the register, ideally you sort of forgotten any sort of sticker shock you may have experienced upstairs, but you wrote down the number and you didn't necessarily write down the price of it. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to need 007.1319 and it's going to be in row 7, you know, so you get it. And ideally, you're not like, ooh, $79. You're like, oh, yeah, just put it in there. I got this whole list, you know. And it's kind of like Costco. Like if you get out of Costco in the United States, in my opinion, and you spend less than $300, it's like this gigantic triumph. You're like, oh, wow, I really shopped in like a smart way because I didn't spend, you know. Anyway, so IKEA has this maze thing that you go through. And so I was looking at things, but I mean, I wouldn't stop very long if it was. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, those plants are kind of cool, and oh my god, they're fake, but they look real, and and so then 19 seconds later, I'd move on to the next. But the point is that if you've never been there, you also may not know that they have full rooms. So not only can you be like, oh yeah, I want a hutch and I want a credenza and a table and chairs, and they have them displayed. What they'll do is they'll have like sometimes 10 different rooms, like bedrooms. And they'll have the whole thing set up with the bed, and they'll have like a fake TV in there, and you can buy the whole room. Like let's say you get an apartment or a condo, and it's a 1 bedroom, and the bedroom is empty. There is nothing in it. You measure the size of it. You go to IKEA, and they have this room, and they're like, okay, look, you can buy the bed, or you can buy this, or you can buy this rug, or whatever, or you can buy this whole room for like 190,000 baht, and we will deliver it to your house. We'll even set it up for you, up to you, and you can buy. Right. And so that's pretty awesome. So it's neat to sort of like walk through those and get some ideas like, oh, you know, because they really make use of space. They make really, really efficient use of space. So I look at it and I think, oh, you know what? I should do that back at the house because, I mean, we've only got this much. Anyway, so I go through 3.5 hours. It was so large, it took me 3.5 hours. I mean, it only took me maybe 10 minutes of that was like waiting in line to check out. It is gargantuan. It is so big. Then I get my stuff and I need to basically walk back to where the bus is going to pick me up. And I think it took me 30 minutes to walk from there to the bus. Now, there is a bus station like right outside of IKEA. But I was like, well, I want to check out the rest of this mall. I mean, I don't have a whole lot going on. I mean, there was no lockdown, but I mean, this is back in, basically February when everything looked great. And so, I mean, the mall is just massive, and there is so much to buy there. You could literally go to that one mall, only that mall, ever living in Bangkok, and they would have literally everything you need. There's like a Home Pro, which is like Home Depot. But I mean, in the middle of the aisles, they'll be selling comforters and sheets and tennis rackets and pillows and food everywhere. Of course, there's an enormous Big C, which is kind of like a Walmart, but it's more of a grocery store. So, I mean, meaning you can go in there and you can buy cucumbers while at the same time buying a washer dryer set. If it's large enough. And, again, the Home Depot, right? And so, I mean, everything. I think you can buy pianos there. I don't think you can buy a car there. And I say that because there are malls in Bangkok where like you go up to like the 7th or 8th floor and there's like a McLaren dealer. Like, I'm not joking. Like, it's surrounded by glass. And if you want to buy a McLaren, like, you can do it there. Like, that's where the showroom is. And you're like, you got to be kidding. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, Audi as well. I mean, normal cars, if you will. But yeah, so everything at that mall. It is an amazing mall. And Asian Scripted says, Thailand just extended the ban on incoming flights to April 30th. Yeah, I heard. Oh, Paul T, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that. Paul, thanks so much for coming by. I heard about you from your channel from Rike. Yeah, Rike is a great friend. I'm sure many of you on this stream here know of him. And the good news is that it was one of those guys that I started watching a while ago. And in one of his videos, he's like, oh, yes, I've been over here in the Philippines and here's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to go home and I'm going to visit my mom. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool over the holidays. And it's going to be in Southern California. And then I'm like, oh, so I kind of peeked up and he's like, yeah, and I'm going to be here. And I'm like, bro, are you kidding me? Like, okay, so you're literally on the other side of the world from me here in San Diego watching videos. This is like in 2011, 12, maybe when he first started. And you grew up basically like your mom lives 3 hours from where I am, and you're on the other side of the world. And so what happened is that I was at a conference. I was either flying back or I was around the area. But the point is that I was coming home from Las Vegas back to San Diego after this conference. And normally what a normal person would do is get a Southwest flight from Las Vegas to San Diego that costs like $80 or whatever. And you get there in like an hour and a half. I mean, it takes the shortest amount of time you spend for the entire commute is actually physically being in the plane. I mean, you got to get to the airport early and you got to do this and you got to commute and then you got to leave, So anyway, it's like an hour and 15 minutes of fly time, of leaving the gate, showing up to the next one kind of thing. You're probably in the air for like 45 minutes. Anyway, I said, well, I'll tell you what, like you're going to be down in kind of the Temecula area. And I'm like, if I rent a car in Las Vegas and then just drive it and drop it off in San Diego, it's basically going to cost me about the same amount of money as if I get a plane ticket. And, I was there with my company, right? So they were USD and I was there for an IT conference. And so they're going to pay for getting me from point A to point B. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to waste any of their money, first of all. But it's like, oh, wow, this actually will be cheaper in the gas and all this. So great. So I rented like a little Ford Escort or whatever it was, and Focus maybe. And I'm like, okay, Rike, well, here's the deal. I'm going to be leaving Vegas and I'll stop there and we can meet. And, so I'm like, I'm going to leave probably sometime in the morning, check out of the Hotel 10. I'll probably be there like, 1 or 2. And I'm thinking, okay, cool. I'll meet this like Rike guy and we'll sit down and we'll talk and I'll move on about an hour later. So I meet him sometime in the afternoon, probably 3 or 4. We meet at this Vietnamese restaurant. And we talked until they kicked us out, like literally. And it got dark. Everyone left. They were closing down the restaurant. And then it got to the point where we had been talking so long, like the kitchen staff are still just like sitting there and they're just hanging out. Like they're not, really. And then it got to the point where it was like, okay, we've been talking for like 6 hours, 7 hours, which, if you know anything about my last stream, which was in fact 7 hours and 24 minutes, you know that the whole, oh my God, Mike sat down and talked to somebody for 7 hours. That's not a stretch. Right. And we just hit it off. I mean, so he's like literally one of my best friends today. So it's really neat that he's allowing me to, kind of be part of his sphere. Because I mean, that's what I do too. I mean, I allow people to be part of my sphere, right? I mean, I'm not saying like you have to sign a contract or anything, but my point is that when any of us, I think, decide to go from labeling someone in your life, going from an acquaintance to a friend, at least for me, it's like, wow, we really like hit it off. Like there's some trust building here. Like I haven't known this guy more than 5 hours over some pho, but I'm starting to trust him and everything, and so you build on that, right? Respect is earned, trust is earned, that sort of thing. But then it's like, well, wait, we actually kind of think the same way. I mean, we don't complete each other's sentences and I don't cut the crusts off his peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I mean, we're not that tight. But the point is that it's like, okay, I got this new friend. And if you don't know anything about him, I mean, he's wildly successful on YouTube. He also does other successful things that he does, like websites. But on YouTube, he's arguably one of the first, guys that started vlogging from the Philippines. And I think he's at 52,000 subs. But yeah, he's a really cool guy. And it's always an honor when, the best way, right, to get like your business, meaning yourself, advertised is by word of mouth, right? I mean, if there's someone that you're like, oh yeah, I kind of like this guy Rike, and he's like, yeah, you should probably check out Mike's channel. I mean, he's bonkers, but but check him out. He's mildly animated. He might keep you awake for a while. And so that's always cool. I always love thanking him for that sort of thing. And the cool thing is that I send people his way too. I mean, it's advice, So anyway, that's a little bit of my theory on friendship. But Lamigra says subscribe, almost 1,000. Yeah. That'll be pretty cool. And if you guys don't know, the main reason I want to get to 1,000, most people on this already know, but is because there are technical limitations to having less than 1,000. I don't care about the AdSense. In fact, the thing that I'm going to make sure I don't do is advertise. I need to actually make sure I turn that off. Because when I first started doing this YouTube, you just kind of sign up for everything and do it. And I had an AdSense account, but then they changed the rules and they said, look, here's the deal. If you don't have 1,000 subs and then if you don't have X amount of hours of watch time, then you can't advertise. And for me, it was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't care about that. But then I started realizing, hey, so I don't have a community tab. I can't do this. I can't reach I can't reach out to people the way I want to. I'm missing these other things. I'm like, if I only had 1,000 subs. So that's the reason for my goal. And I'm quite confident that if I get to 1,000 and then I get to 999, I don't know. I don't know what their algorithm says, but if I were to write it, chances are, once you get to 1,000, there may be some delay. So my goal actually is 1,001, just to make sure I hit this threshold. So I had the first rain squall of the rainy season, Caesar says. And remind me, where you mean in Bangkok? Because absolutely, yeah, 2 days ago, it was really, really intense rain, and it was awesome. It was totally awesome. POD, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate you watching. I'm glad that you're on here. I do have the ability to bring people on. However, I'm using this product called Lightstream, and I'm using it on a machine that is not real powerful. So while it only has to encode once and then it goes out to other things, I'm a little cautious now. I'm going to order a new laptop, like an adult, like a big boy computer. So it'll actually have some CPU, and it's also going to have a GPU in there, so I can offload the processing of the video to the GPU. But for right now, I'm on a Chromebook, which is pretty low in horsepower, so I'm doing everything in Chrome. So I'm a little cautious about bringing other people on, but I do want to do that because, if you don't know, I had the honor of being on POD's or Philippines On Demand live stream last night. We talked for a little over 3 hours. It was great. It's really great fun. Asian Scripted says Bang Na is one of the best Western style malls in Thailand. I completely agree with you. It literally has everything. And here's the cool thing too, is it's not really overpriced, right? Because I mean, many of the stores have the things that you buy anywhere, right? So in other words, if you go to the grocery store there, I mean, muffins there cost the same as any other place, any other big C that sells muffins. They have a pseudo food court that's in there. The food's actually pretty good. I don't know if you've ever tried it. I liked it. So to your point, he loves that Thailand has Sizzler restaurants. I used to go to the Estates Free Salad Bar, and then Swedish meatballs at IKEA. Let me tell you a story about the cost of the restaurant in IKEA. Also, Asia Unscripted also says, I bought some of my hand puppets at IKEA for my online teaching. That is a great idea. Good job. Paul says, I already subscribed. Thank you so much. Software engineer, and apparently you're involved in software development too. Paul, oh my God, I am. I won't go into all of the details, and I'm certainly not going to talk to you about the IP that we have with our software. But the short answer is we're making an app on the phone. And again, you have lofty desires as an entrepreneur, and so I'm looking like, look, we're going to go to the moon with this thing. And I wouldn't do something if I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to add mild value. Okay, whatever, But we're making an app, and it will literally lower crime globally because it is not a reactive solution to potential crime. It is initially, but then very quickly, the way that we've designed this and the culture that we're going to basically put out there because of it, it's going to proactively prevent crime. So I'm pretty excited about it. As you might guess, back in January, we had people that were willing to invest, Paul. But unfortunately, to your point about software development, as you know, coders don't work for free. Some of them will just work for food and the roof over their head. But we need more than a couple $100. And so our initial round of funding, let's just say, that sort of dried up because come about mid-March, they were like, and our goal was to have almost $1 million by the end of, meaning the ability to withdraw that amount of money and put it towards development. And our goal was to have about that by the end of March. Well, guess what? That dried up because people are like, oh my God, my house, I can't afford it anymore. I don't have a job. I'm leveraged to and a lot of people that, potentially are angel investors. Many of them have, more money than they need than they know what to do with. But the ones that we were interfacing with get a little cautious around, times like this. So our funding's dried up. But the good news is there's basically no competition and everyone else is on hold too. So with any luck, once we get ready to get ramped up and build this thing, it will rock. Asian Scripted also says Enrique is still sleeping, but he's awake now, waiting on breakfast, but has coffee. I may actually make another cup. I already had my 3-in-1 for this morning, but this 100 is kind of refreshing. Lemigra said, I tried to unsubscribe and resubscribe to see if my name would show up, but it just kicked me off the stream. It just kicked me off the stream if you unsubscribe? That's weird. I hope... Okay, well, you're one of the last comments, so I hope that, and by telling that, that's really weird. I'll have to try that. I mean, I have like some dummy accounts that I test stuff with. Like I have another YouTube channel that I don't do anything with other than to like test streaming to it or test how comments work, for example, or test what happens when someone unsubscribes and subscribes. So that's interesting that you did that because I actually did that yesterday, and then my name shows up. If you guys haven't seen it, I can do a test thing if you care what it'll look like. It's actually it's so if you know anything about YouTubing, right? You probably heard of OBS, Open Broadcast Studio. It's it's a Linux it's basically an open source project, right, where guys contribute to it. So it's free software. It's excellent software. And then there's another company that also has their version of it, and it's basically the short answer is that they have OBS and then they skin it with Streamlabs. And I say that in air quotes because it's not just like a skin, like it's not like a different color. It is an enormous set of features. And I believe if I do this, if I hit test roll credits, then I believe what happens is that what's going to come up on the screen is a test roll, but I'm not totally sure. And what I hope is actually the quality is better than what I'm looking at right now because it looks really fuzzy when I'm on Facebook. But again, I'm watching it on the same screen that I'm streaming it. So again, the CPU is finite, and so therefore it might have a little bit of an issue. Anyway, regardless of the technical issues that I'm having, let me see if I go here and then I go here. I'll see if I can make this show up for you guys. It's called an alert box, and Streamlabs. Again, Streamlabs is putting their sort of, extra on it. And so I just clicked on test subscriber. So what that should do is that should send a display of me subscribing as if I were to subscribe. I think that's what's supposed to show up. Yeah, so that's what we're expecting to see. So if you see that, then that means someone just subscribed. So I'm really disappointed that that didn't come up that way. But thank you for trying. I love the fact that you're helping me with anything, really. And so, Lemiga, thank you so much. You've been a longtime subscriber, which I really appreciate, as has that guy. Caesar's been around for a while, as is Paul. Randy Weiss, you, Enrique Wack. I've seen you before, too. Thank you so much for coming back, man. That's really cool. Philippines On Demand. Yeah, thank you so much, Bill. Enjoyed the chat yesterday. You're very welcome, and thank you. It was neat. It was fun. Anytime I can basically have some sort of, radio thing going on, whether it doesn't have to be on the air. I mean, I love the engineering part. Like, probably 51% of my love for radio is for the technology, and then the remainder is, just being a ham on the radio, right? So, he says, build a radio station, bring people on. Yeah, so there's the, if you don't know, this software allows you to basically just throw a URL out there. Someone clicks on it, and then they are effectively inside of your stream, and then you put them up there like you would put anything else up there. So anyway, maybe you're just kidding, but marketing, advertising? Yeah, I know how to do all that. Paul says, Rike seems to know a few things about web development, at least. Yeah, absolutely. Just a few things, right? His new website, which actually it was funny because I let people know about it the other day because we were chatting. But then on his live stream yesterday, he's like, well, I'm not going to reveal it or whatever. So I said, oh, shoot, I won't give out the URL. But Rike, you're more than happy. So I will let you do that. You're in charge of that. I will not advertise for you if you don't want me to yet. So thank you. Caesar says, could you build a mobile station and broadcast from tons of different beaches? Absolutely. In fact, effectively, all you need to do is have, like, if I like pulled up my big boy pants and actually spent, I wouldn't even need to spend this, but the laptop that I'm looking at that I need to do pretty much everything I want to do is about $1,000. It's actually like 27,000 baht, maybe. Yeah. So it's got like 16 gigs of RAM. It's got an 8 gig NVIDIA 1600 series video card. So the GPU will do a lot of the processing of this video. And then, of course, it's got a CPU that is, you can crank the thing up to like 5.2 gigahertz. And it's an Intel. I'm not a big fan of AMD. I'm a big fan of AMD stock. But I've just done too many things where having an Intel CPU just always seemed to work. And I would soon forget like how much extra I potentially paid to go from AMD to Intel, because it is a little bit more expensive in general. And I want to get the i7 because, I mean, the i5 I can get a really smoking deal on right now, but, it's also, there's a reason for that. Now, the i9, that's one of those deals where it's like the most, newest processor. So it becomes the ROI for me, because this is my hobby, is not just there. Now, when I was doing data center work, it's like, okay, look, dude, what is the most expensive, fastest processor we can buy today? And then what's like one notch less? And that would be about as far as I'd go. Because if you're buying stuff for the data center, I'll tell you something. You think you're getting this smoking deal. Oh, yeah, we didn't need the fastest processor. You get all excited, pat yourself on the back as you're leaving the CFO's office. Then about 2 years go by. And you're not going to get money to refresh because you only refresh every 3 years. And you're like, dude, I should have spent the extra, however many thousands of dollars 2 years ago and bought something that I knew would still be working and very, efficient 3 years from now. So that's the data center world. But as far as the mics world, you could do it all from a laptop. I have an internet radio station right now that streams bigiradio.com, and it basically just streams music constantly. In fact, all you got to do, here's a demo of it. And oops, there we go. Yeah, see, so I'm getting some lag here even from this chat. But if you go to that website, if you go to that link, you'll see a tune-in window in the beginning. And so basically that's all that's there. It's just for testing. And if you click on play, within about 8 to 10 seconds, you'll start hearing music. And so that is it's just running this automation system called SAM, Spatial Audio Automation, Spatial Audio Mixer, I believe is what SAM stands for. But SAM Broadcaster, I've been working with those guys for a long time, was a beta tester for many of their products. And normally you would have to download the software and run it on a PC or a server. It was better. And I was doing that for a while. I've been streaming basically with with a solution like that to that website since 97. And the only reason I know that is because you know how like you renew domains, it sends you an email and then you look down, you're like, oh my God, I first registered this in 1997. Rike does say though that the hope to have the new site available by the end of today. My OCD requires tweaking a bit more. Absolutely, dude. I'm totally right there with you. So, but it's really cool. At the end of the day, it's very, very current news on the virus. Pardon me. Relative to, put it this way, if you are a subscriber of Rike, then you are that because you're interested in the same kind of data that he either regularly gives or he thinks is important, or this, the group, his 51,000 to 52,000 closest friends think is good. So anyway, so it's a really good solution. And and then selfishly, I also believe that like occasionally one of my videos will show up there because I think if I don't. Anyway, I'm not going to spoil the technology, but at the end of the day, it's got new stories on there, so it's really cool. And a Paul says, I'm sure it'll be great. Absolutely. POD says, since you guys opened the door, I have noticed on my computers, on most recently, my subscriptions are auto unsubscribing. I have no clue as to why it's doing this. Talk about strange. My subscriptions are auto unsubscribing. Now, meaning the channels that you have subscribed to. I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the tense of that, versus my subscribers are auto unsubscribing. But if it's your subscriptions that you've subscribed to another channel and they're going away, that really seems odd. But yeah, you're right. It really is weird. Marketing, advertising engineer, crime fighter. Absolutely. Yes. I pretty much wake up in the morning and fight crime. I have so there was this joke where I worked, and I'm a little vibrant, right? And so I like to have fun. And the cool thing about working at a university is there's like thousands of 20-year-olds that like to have fun at work. Hey, Rick, good to see you, man. Maybe 2 weeks, Dad. Rike said, YouTube announced months ago they will be cleaning out dead dormant accounts, closing them down. So I expect a drop in subs of dead accounts. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I don't pay attention to the notifications that come out from YouTube. Basically, the good news is that there's way more people that do that that then make videos about it. So I find it out that way because it'll just come up and, oh yeah, I guess I need to do something or not do something. For example, I have no care about whether I say coronavirus or COVID or whatever. And I've heard other people say that they're uptight about it. Not in a bad way. I'm not saying, but they're purposefully not using those words or putting them in the text or whatever. Because I guess the result is that your video will get either, I don't know, it won't get listed as much. It won't show up in the algorithm as well. Matt, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by. Telecom Dog, hello, everybody, indeed. It's not really something that I care about. Now, one could argue, you could probably respond and say, right, Mike, no kidding. That's why you don't have 1,000 subs, dude. But I also believe is that regardless of what I say on my videos, the title of my channel is something that occasionally will tip the algorithms off to me potentially being inappropriate. So, meaning the word ass. And I'll give you a great example of how I know that on Facebook. And these aren't really public, and I don't really put a whole lot of content on there. Again, they're mainly for testing. But I have a page, and then I have a group, and they're both called Live My Ass Off. So there's Live My Ass Off page, and there's Live My Ass Off group. Don't subscribe. There's really nothing going on there. Everything that you get right now, you can totally get it the exact same way, and you don't need to add another piece of something to your life. So, but the point is that I make sure that's another way of sort of me testing responses and that sort of thing. And so if you know anything about creating a page or a group, usually once you do it, it gives you this big hash, right? Like this 17-digit number or something randomly generated, and that's your group name effectively in the URL. So facebook.com/groups/999, and all this. And what you can do is you can change the name of that. And so you can put in, so it's like facebook.com/groups/live my ass off. And it won't let me type that. And it absolutely tells me why. It's like, that is a word that we don't allow. We don't allow ass. And so I grew up in it. Next to my town was called Assinippy. So I don't know what happens if I typed in Assinippy. Live my Assinippy off. But I guess live my ass off. I guess their algorithms are smart enough to know that those are individual words. So I'm not typing the word association. So anyway, that may be one of the reasons why I don't have as many subs is I'd like, i.e. 1001. Rika says, up until a week ago, YouTube was not monetizing any videos mentioning the virus, but now they do, so long as it's not graphic or giving fake medical advice. I'm very curious how, I'm not saying it's impossible. Trust me, AI and ML can do a lot of really awesome stuff. And, someone did ask Rika, how you doing? Hope all is grand. And he says that, hey, I'm doing awesome. I'm having breakfast listening to Mike. So, one could argue it's probably the breakfast that's a little bit better, but I'm not going to get into self-deprecation just so you'll like me. That's silly. But the cool thing about Telecom Dog, I want to say, is the fact that if you can see the, let's say for the sake of argument, avatar, because I believe that's what someone told me is the best description of the picture that's next to you. I looked at those and I thought, oh, hey, are those HP servers? And he said, yeah, they're HP servers. So I'm pretty awesome. They're kind of old, though. I don't know how old they are, but they look like the DL380 series, but I'm not sure. Regardless. Yes, Matt, thank you. Hello to you as well. And you guys are talking back and forth, which I absolutely love, because if you're on YouTube, then you see these comments as they come out, and then I scroll to them as we can sort of talk as a group. So you'll be able to get discussions going on in there with me in the background, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I heard about the not monetizing, but to that point, I'm really curious, like how the AI or how the ML is able to, it's very easy to like scrape audio and say, okay, this is the text of it, right? That's very easy to do in today's world. But to be able to go through all of that and then have the fake quotient, basically it's either fake news or it's not fake news. If that's the case, I want to get that plugin from my browser and just basically click. And I'll take pop-ups all day long over fake news. If I could get the fake news sensor and just like turn that on and it never shows up, oh my God, that would be amazing. Because let's face it, there's a lot of people out there and a lot of work goes into spam filters, right? That like look through your email. And I would submit that Google and Microsoft is pretty good too. There's a couple other solutions out there that are just in spam filtering, like Spam House. And if you guys don't know, actually, one of the ways that email systems scan for spam is that globally, there's many lists, but one of them is Spam House, HAUS. And what it does, believe it or not, is it monitors pretty much all of the email in the world. And it will then make a determination based on its origination, whether that is spam or not. Now, that is a very broad description of what it does regularly. But the point is that if you're sending a whole bunch of spam, effectively, that either gets, labeled as spam by a human or, through all the algorithms or whatever, or it looks in there and it sees, words that are not, or it'll find out that, the majority of the emails that are actually going to Gmail that come from this one IP address, turns out it ends up in their spam folder or whatever, right? So it's monitoring all of this and it updates those lists. So that's one of the ways that if you own an email server system, Gmail or whatever exchange, you subscribe to those things. And there's many of those, RBLs, reverse block lists, right? And you can get on those for just doing regular work. Like when you're at a university, right? You have for example, @sandiego.edu is our domain name. And when you're a student or when you're a new employee, you get an email address. So as you might guess, we have a lot of @sandiego.edu email addresses. And because we run it all in Google, in Gmail, it's 100% free with unlimited space. And so as an organization that gets revenue once people stop being our customers, in the form of donations, from alumni, you kind of want to be able to contact those people. And one of the best ways is to have an email address. So normally what you'll do is you'll say, okay, well, when you become a student and matriculating student, after you graduate, you will have that email for life. And, if you've gone to MIT, right, and then you leave, and then your email address is, I believe it goes from, username or whatever @mit.edu. I believe it goes from that to @alum.mit.edu. And that's quite prestigious. Now, or at Harvard, for example, Harvard actually runs Gmail, or they used to. I don't know if they still do. But anyway, so we would offer email for life, which basically meant, we have a pretty good idea of how to get in touch with you the next time we beg for money, which is, we reach out to your donors, reach out to your alumni. Love your geekiness is exposed. Absolutely. Yeah. So I got a bachelor's of science in electrical engineering. I want to make sure I didn't miss any of this. So the demonetizing that Rike talks about. Paul T says, I still like the term cerveza sickness. Indeed. I'll try to use that cerveza sickness. Oh, I can see my subs going down right now. Let me explain. Yes, the ones I subscribed to. Got it. Okay, so that's interesting then. Rike also says that all audio on YouTube is immediately converted into Word text file. Absolutely. For closed captioning, this file can be scrubbed by YouTube for keywords. Indeed. Yeah, I knew that. And in fact, you can download it. If you connect to the API, you can, one of the, like when you do a video, you upload it, or after this, for example, I have it in DVR mode. That's just like a slider. Yes or no, record all this and then process it. And then, you can basically, once it's done processing, you can download all that. And one of the things that I wanted to do, I thought would be a cool idea, is to do that. Take one of my videos, not necessarily one of these live ones that are quite long, but walk and talk video. And probably on average, those are, for me, when I'm cruising around enjoying life, they're like about 20 minutes. So there's not a ton of text, but there is some. And so I thought, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll download that, and then I will squirt that into a blog post on my website. And I was doing that at first, but then I realized that it was actually, first of all, the chances of someone reading all the way through it, pretty slim. But then I thought, well, maybe it'll be just keywords or whatever. But Rike, I don't know about your experience or whatever. Now, the audio to voice to text conversion is decent. But it is hardly perfect. I can tell you that right now. And it is very English. If you were to say even a Spanish word, I've never, and it may do this now, but the last time I looked, it doesn't really do the Spanish words really well. I mean, if you say hola, there's a pretty good chance it's going to be HOLA. But if you said sorry crap, then I have a feeling it's not going to rewrite that in Thai characters. Nor it would be neat if it translated it on the fly, right? That would be pretty cool. Now, I know Rike also actually has been doing a translation. So I believe that he has a third-party tool where he takes his videos and via closed captioning as well as audio. I'm not sure. That would be neat, Rike. Converts it to a whole bunch of other languages because, as you might guess, like there's a whole bunch of people in India, pretty big market, and they have interest in what American people do when they travel as one of the many things they have interest in. And so I believe that he translates that into that. If you go into YouTube, when you're sort of uploading or modifying your video or changing the text or anything like that, one of the things that it always asks you, which I find is very interesting, related to closed captioning, and the one that I normally choose is, this video has never shown up as closed captioned on US TV. So it's very interesting. I mean, for a global, offering, it's very interesting that it's so focused on the U.S. still for some things, and obviously it's the default is English as well. But it's funny. I was like listening to the last 4 or 5 seconds, POD Bill. I was listening to the last part of our video because the other thing too, the other reason why I don't want to bring anyone on this is that I was listening to our video, Bill, and the audio, it really steps on each other, and that really bothers me. I'm not used to that. From a radio perspective, there's always a muxing that occurs, and while the two people might be potentially talking at the same time, two people talking at the same time on StreamYard, which is I use that as well as does Bill. The ducking is really bad, meaning that like the like voice A is talking and then voice B will come in to like kind of give some commentary, and it doesn't mix it. Like one of them will just like go down really, and I was like, it sounds like really Bush League, So I got to figure out a way to do something better than that. Well, I know a way to do that, which of course would be to bring in stream number 2, run it through a mixer, run it through some compression, run it through some processing. Okay, that's fine. But when I'm on a Chromebook that I didn't pay any money for, that's a little bit more difficult because I can't just download a Chrome plugin that provides me with audio processing that I, as a high maintenance engineer, like. So Paul says maybe they use some kind of Bayesian method to match the bad words. I believe that's relative to Bayesian transform. Is that what it's? Is that what that reference is? I know the word. I'm trying to remember the last time I used it, and I don't know whether that was the last time I took. Would it have been calculus, or would it have been like differential equations that I would have heard Bayesian method? Bayesian, is it Bayesian transform? Let me scroll down and see if he said anything yet. Muxing like multiplexer. Yeah, sort of. I mean, at the end of the day, Paul, what I was referring to is, if you were to have like a 2-channel, like I have basically a 2-channel mixer that this mic goes through, and I'm adding a little bit of lows to it. There's no compression or anything. So I know I get some popping, which really bothers me. And then obviously, if I move around like this, it's not pulling my voice in. I hate to get too close, but I'm not trying to talk across it and not into it. So I don't have a limiter and that sort of thing. But nonetheless, it's got pretty decent preamps on it because it's a Behringer, which is good enough. It's not a Mackie and it's not Yamaha or anything, but it's definitely good enough for, less than $100. And, if I put 2 channels in, right, then you can and they will talk over one another like quite well, and they'll mix quite well. But man, the way that they do the audio, because I mean, the other thing too, if you don't know, if you've used StreamYard before, one of the settings you can use in the audio is by default, it's got some audio processing and audio compression. But it's got this thing where you can check that says disable audio processing. And, that's kind of like, okay, so you don't trust us to do it well. And well, no, I don't. I don't now. So anyway, it's just one of those things that I like to geek out with, as Paul has identified, and you've probably noticed from me talking. Lemiger says, if you did a more concise video on 5G doesn't cause it, you would get a ton of views, pro and con. Yeah, I mean, I'm a long talker, so I get that, and I can appreciate that. If you listen to one of my videos in the past and my description of Mike's technical belief of why all of this discussion around 5G is going to cause damage to humans, it is basically a tinfoil hat discussion as far as I'm concerned, based on literally decades working in RF and working with those frequencies, higher than the frequencies that are involved in 5G. But yeah, I suppose, I mean, look, there's a con too, because I mean, it's promising a whole lot, and the delivery of it, like I said before, I mean, if you don't know, like the 4G standard, right? I mean, there's a standard for every sort of, for every sort of technology that goes out there. And a lot of times it's sort of designed and ratified by the IEEE, right? So the IEEE came out and said, okay, here are the standard, here are the specifications for 802.11b, which was like sort of the first wireless, right? And so they go on this, and so they're like, okay, well, here are the standards that we're all agree on. And it's not just the IEEE. I mean, it's the Wi-Fi consortium and all this. Everyone sort of agrees in every country, okay, this is what 5G is going to be. And so these are the speeds that are going to occur. And they did that for 4G and 3G and all that, which allows very seamless use of your phone from country A to country B, because they've all agreed on what frequencies are going to be used. And for 4G, there's basically multiple B channels. So there's B1, B2, B3. And a lot of phones will be made with all of those B radios in it. So therefore, when you go from country A to country B, your phone that worked in the United States that used like B1, 2, and 27 or something like that, you come to the Philippines and they use very few B channels. but you're able to roam and you're able to use it like that. Well, anyway, one of the standards is all of that. The other standard is the speed of data. And it's like, okay, so if you're doing 4G, like it's going to have this throughput, this speed. And they basically overall, they were never able to hit that limit. You know, they were never able to anywhere near close to providing 1 gigabit per second to the phone. I mean, unless you were like a meter away in a vacuum, you know, and there was no other noise around you. So therefore, they came out with 4G LTE, and that's less. But people still, oh yeah, I have 4G. You do. You have 4G LTE. Rika says, Akismet and Clean Talk use the global blacklist of spammers. Yep. Compile their own as well as from user input. Totally. Yeah. And I'm trying. Oh, God, I think it began with a C. I want the one, ComTouch. Does that sound right? I believe ComTouch is one of the other ones out there. Rika says he uses both for his websites. That's smart. He has a program that will download. Oh, got it. Okay, and I believe he's talking again to the closed captioning. Have a program that will download the English closed captioning text file and translate it to 10 languages. Re-upload it to the YouTube CC options. Yeah. So if you're in there and you've noticed it, one of the things you do is you choose the original language of your video, and you can say, yeah, we'll translate it into these other languages. Well, that costs either money. Or they're like, well, yeah, sure, we'll translate it. Just upload the translated file for me, dude. And you got to upload it. They won't do it on the fly for you. So Paul T says the speech recognition can be pretty comical sometimes, indeed. Like when someone has a strong accent. And then, yes, Paul, talking about muxing. Muxing in schools is still taboo, but Bayesian spam filter is what I was referring to. Ah, yes. I do remember that. Caesar says a good tutorial on smartphone translation devices would be nice. Yeah, I'm about to buy a Samsung for 3,000 baht. That's a smoking deal, isn't it? There are so many phones over here, like you can buy at Big C, quite frankly, that are so reasonably priced. I mean, I have literally next to me, I have 3. My Pixel, because I'm a Google Fi subscriber for one of my telephone numbers, and Google Fi is a service offered in the United States, which is it pretty much for the most part. It is the equivalent of having one phone number, but being able to use the Sprint and the T-Mobile cell sites at the same time. So much like if you're an AT&T subscriber, you pretty much are using AT&T towers. You know, I mean, if you're Cricket, right, then you're using a bunch of different ones. But again, it was a combination because I hear the story behind that is that some guy from Google is sitting there like on his phone, right? And Google, as you might guess, they're kind of into data and having the fastest available. And he's sitting there on his phone and he looks up and he's like literally underneath a tower, but that tower is not providing cell service that his carrier has. And he says, well, this is ridiculous. Like, how come I can't just, why can't I roam on them right now? If that's the only one and they just transfer it, and you can to some degree, but it wasn't working. And he thought, well, you know what we should do? We should basically make a phone that's got multiple radios in it, so you can have multiple subscribers. And while this had already been being done by the time they came out with the Google Fi project, is the way they referred to it initially, they said, well, we should also hop onto any wireless. We should be using Wi-Fi if at all possible, because at the end of the day, a voice conversation, it's not like it's not analog. It does an A to D conversion pretty quickly the minute you start speaking inside the device. And so it's just basically streaming data. And because it's your voice, I mean, the fidelity of it doesn't have to be that great. And so it's a very low, it's not like you're streaming 720p. I mean, so you can get away with not having a ton of video. So if it's on Wi-Fi and there's a little bit of jitter, yeah, you do some forward error correction and that sort of thing. But for the most part, you're like, look, I can use a pretty lousy signal, get it the heck off of the carrier, and get it onto some free Wi-Fi. And, free Wi-Fi is open and it's dangerous and that sort of thing. So I get that. But the couple carriers prior to that had already been doing, using voice on Wi-Fi, but they really rolled that into the way that they provide service. And their billing model was also attractive from a U.S. perspective, because I remember when it first came out and they're like, okay, so it's $10 for every gig of data up right now, like to a maximum, I think, of like $70. And then, of course, there's taxes and fees, and then there's the fees for the phone number. But I think And then I have like two, like I have my phone and I have Gracie's phone, like on my plan, so that we can both have a US number. And I believe, well, I know actually, because we're not really using it. So we're not using any data. If you don't use any data, then you don't pay for it, which is nice. That I really like that part, especially after being over here a long time. But it also was really cool when I was traveling, because, 1 month it would be like $50 because I was using it back in San Diego, and then December would show up and I'd start traveling all over Southeast Asia using my phone basically the same way that I use it at home. And so then the bill would be, so it would go from like $50 to go to like 80, and then it would go to, maybe like 100 or something like that. But now with basically the phone sitting idle, and the only thing that I use the phone for effectively is SMS, that telephone number, it's $44 for two of them, right? So that's pretty decent. I like that. But to the point, so that phone cost me, I bought it on Amazon.com. I didn't buy it directly from the Play Store. But again, it was like one of those deals where, okay, what's the absolute best phone out right now? And I think at the time it was like the Pixel 3 XL, and it was like $799 or whatever. And this one was like the next level down or something. And it's got 128 gigs of RAM in it. And I think it was like $500 or whatever. And, it was like Amazon.com refurbish or whatever they call that service. So, and in fact, the first one I bought was 64 gigs. And not only did I think, I'm going to use up this memory faster than I'd like, I'm going to hit the rails on this. But also, for some reason, the phone app in there was bad. So every time, your phone automatically updates apps, it would update the phone app, which is basically, in a smartphone, all the telephone is an additional app that basically gets baked into the thing when they sell it. So the phone app updates, right? And the default one that comes with the phone out of the box worked just great. And then I upgraded and it didn't work. And I thought, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll wait around like 2 to 3 weeks. And then, of course, like, most apps, a new version will come out and it'll update. And it did. And it still didn't work. I would like press it, a call would start and it would drop. So I thought, you know what? It must be the phone. So, of course, it's Amazon, right? So I just like threw it back in the box, sent it back to Amazon. And literally within 2 hours, they sent me an email saying, okay, we've received your package. Here's your money back. Now, if I'm the vendor, I am hating that, dude. That is just like really a drag, but as a customer, I will use Amazon.com all day long. I so wish it was over here with the experience that it was available in San Diego or anywhere in the United States, quite frankly. Because if any item that you order on Amazon.com is anywhere in the United States, you are getting it in less than 2 days. If it is in a distribution center that's near you in San Diego, at least this was my experience, and I'm sure it's not every city, but probably the major cities, I can get something with 2-hour delivery. It wasn't. I don't think it was included in Prime, but it wasn't that expensive. it was basically the price of shipping that I used to pay before this whole Prime thing came out, right? So, I really wish that experience was here in Thailand. Now, I have to the discussion around IKEA. I have ordered things from IKEA, and one thing showed up like later that day. And I've ordered something and it took like a week to get here, so who knows? But, obviously you can't go to IKEA now. And part of the IKEA experience is that you walk through and like I was saying, you see the rooms and everything. And you can't do that now, right? So it's lost sort of the IKEA-ness because you can't do that any longer. And, looking through the Sears catalog is a whole lot different, right? Than actually going there and, with a tape measure or like walking around it. For me, I don't know if you guys are really, really good at reading, say, for the sake of argument, blueprints or plans or something. I look at that and I'm like, okay, yeah, that seems right or whatever. It's like, yeah, the door opens and yeah, it seems like there's like in my mind, there's a few feet between the door and the bed. And then you get into the real actual condo, right? Like every now and then Airbnb, you guys may see this. They'll like upload the floor plan, And I look at it and I think, oh, that shouldn't be so bad. And then I get there and like literally my foot won't fit between the bed and the wall. One of our last condos was like that. A fantastic queen size bed in there. But like both of us couldn't walk in the room at the same time, so I'm really bad at like reading that sort of stuff. So if I'm like looking online for something that's going to take up a significant amount of space, like a couch, then I'd like to be able to go there and sit and like put my legs up, because I don't know about you. I don't like sit in a couch straight. I sit in a couch. I throw my legs up on the coffee table. I throw my legs up on the end. I take up the entire couch. I lay down. I don't sit, and if that's going to be uncomfortable for, for a 7-hour live stream, well, then we got to get a different couch. And so the the experience is not there. And, they're not going to do it with VR or AR. I can't believe that there was, I've done the VR thing. I've experienced, virtual reality. And it is so painfully obvious to me that it's not virtual reality. It's really bitchin' gaming. It's so painfully obvious that it's not real. They do the best they can, trust me. And a lot of them are quite good. But it's really obvious. Now, AR, augmented reality, that, as far as I'm concerned, that is the future. If you've ever seen how they buy things sometimes on Tmall or Taobao, on that app in China, they use augmented reality. So you will basically have let's say you're buying a blouse, and it will show up in the app. And then what you do is you walk up to a mirror and you put your phone up to that, and it will show you what the garment will look like on you as you're wearing it, like on the app. And then you just click on it and sitting on the sofa like a boss, baby, like a boss. I guess it's kind of a new phrase. I don't remember the first time I saw that, but unfortunately, every time I hear that phrase, because it seemed like the people that I would hear it from were these guys that made more money in drop shipping by selling a course to convince you that you should do drop shipping to make money versus actually doing drop shipping and making money. So unfortunately, some of those guys I see, when I see the phrase like a boss, I reflect back on that. And for me, it's kind of like those guys that would do the seminars, you can buy real estate with no money down, and you're here for free, of course. But, if you really want to know what's going on, well, it's only, and then these are all of the things I'm going to give you. And for whatever reason, they're able to put an accurate value on it, which I never understood. Like, well, you think it's worth that. I don't think it's worth $279 effectively. And then it seemed like for a while there, they would take those numbers instead of like $299.99 or it would be $297. And I don't know why that they adopted the 7. I don't know whether that's a thing, but I know that whether it's a deceptive thing, meaning you could argue that the reason you display something for $299.99 is, in theory, the person doesn't believe that it costs $300. So it's $299.99, I guess. Let's face it, the way that they sell gasoline is cents dot one hundredths of a cent. That's insane. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you actually bought any product that had like the number of extra 9s on there? That's just like so bizarre. But with gasoline, it makes sense because I guess you can buy 1/100ths of a gallon, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, you can. That's how they get you. But I do like the Like a Boss. I also like that scene in The Social Network, the movie that was about Facebook, how Facebook originated. And towards the end, Mark gets these business cards. And instead of his title being CEO, it says, "I'm the CEO, bitch." And I'm like, that's kind of cool. That's kind of funny. Rike says, if they were making $5,000 a day, why would you bother selling a video course for $19? And you know what's funny, dude? You get that. I get that. But obviously, there are a whole bunch of other people that don't get that and believe it when these guys are sitting in their garage with bookcases around full of books that they claim that they've read because that's made them billions of dollars. The Lamborghinis behind them, that they're in their garage shooting this video so that they're somehow like normal billionaires. And the statements they make, like people believe those. And, I have actually known someone who did that very, very well. They were actually a really good friend of mine to the point where it was very difficult for me to separate, our friendship with what they did for a living. It wasn't as bad as saying, God, we were friends. I just really wish that they weren't a kingpin in the Mexican drug cartel or something. I mean, it wasn't that bad, okay? But it was just like, God, dude, what you do is just, I don't know. It just it's a bad taste in my mouth was sort of the phrase. But I completely agree. And they say, look, I've made all this money. And now, I mean, and they all, it's not like just one guy does this. You're like, oh, yeah, Tony Robbins is the only guy. No, I do know Tony. And he's got a decent shtick. He's got a decent product that he sells that absolutely adds value. And you could argue that the value that he charges for it, maybe it's too high. But the point is that many other people say, I'm doing this now and I want to teach it because I want to give back. And through the goodness of my heart, I no longer want to be, doing this because, and then a lot of times they'll show a picture of their family and they're like, okay, I have this wife and yeah, she's beautiful, but I have this new baby girl, I have this new baby boy, and I want to start spending more time with my family. So what I'm going to do, and then instead of going out and actually making money by doing this one task, I'm going to teach you how to do that one task that made me all of this money. And I'm sorry, I don't believe that is the truth. And, to Rike's point, if you're making $5,000 a day doing something, why in the world would you kick back and say, okay, so I'm making $5,000 a day right now, but I will need to sell basically 300 of these $19 courses every day to generate the same amount of revenue. So, okay, yeah, I guess I could start out to do that, but I better throw in a sales funnel that gives the person that just spent $19 with me, I need to make sure that person eventually gives me $1,300. I mean, it's a very simple process. I will tell you that it's not easy. And, I think the thing that just bothers me is that my cynicism defaults to those people lying to me. And they may not be. I may be completely wrong. But in my experience over the years, a lot of that snake oil that gets sold, it's too bad that there are so many people that have a taste for snake oil because I really feel like they're getting swindled. Elusive Turtle says, Mike, not sure if you already covered this. Can you explain what caused you to forego retiring in Mexico? I hear conflicting information as to the safety over there. So, relative to safety, one of the reasons, actually the number one reason I didn't retire in Mexico is because of the safety. Obviously, I can talk about any topic a lot, and I will go into some detail here. But the short answer, in case you actually have a life and need to go somewhere, Elusive Turtle, which I can totally appreciate, is that I tried buying a property down there. And I needed a lawyer because the person selling it to me basically didn't have legal right to sell it. And so I needed a lawyer to bring them to justice, if you will. But what we discovered in the process, that the house, not only did that woman not have legal right to sell it to me and didn't have real title to the house, the people that held real title to the house were the drug cartels. And this was in 2008, 2009, 2010. Well, you know what happened globally in 2008? The market completely cratered, right? Well, in 2006 and 2007, when, of course, the market was increasing like crazy and everyone in Southern California said, you know what, my house is going to increase 25% every single year, year after year. Or I'm going to take out a third mortgage on this. And in fact, I'm going to take that cash, I'm going to go down to Mexico, and I'm going to buy this piece of property right on the beach because it's only $17,000. Now, 4 years prior to that, it was $1,700. But they bought this property, and from a U.S. perspective, beachfront property for $17,000, that's free, right? And then you realize, hey, there's a whole bunch of laborers around here, and these guys will work, and they'll do actually pretty decent work. There's always lousy carpenters everywhere, but you're like, oh my God, like all I got to do is like throw a rock somewhere, and I hit like a team of guys that are willing to work for me in this crazy heat and build my house as well as install air conditioners in it. So I'm saying, no worries. I'm just going to take $100,000 out of my house, and I'm going to go down there, and I'm going to do this. Well, that scales, actually. And so therefore, there were more than 7 people that did that. So there were entire communities of thousands of homes that had thousands of contractors, that had a whole bunch of guys that normally would be farming in the middle of, like, the Tecate forest or the Tecate wine country. And they were like, screw this wine garbage, dude. I'm moving to San Felipe because I can make all this money being a subcontractor or being a carpenter or being a plumber or whatever. So all of these people were there. And I kept going and going and going. And then, of course, 2008 happened, everything cratered. And all those people that had that third mortgage on their house, they basically defaulted on it. And then all those people in those beach cities in Mexico that were, promised a salary every week for doing construction, those people just lost their jobs. And so within less than a year, there was 50% unemployment. So those people got very, very desperate, right? And then Tariq's statement that I've heard him make before, along with many others. But the point is that I sort of think of him when I do this because he talks about desperate people do desperate things. And so therefore, one of my houses in Mexico, it got broken into 3 times. The first time they took the TV. The second time they took like cans of tuna. The third time they took my broom. I mean, it got worse and worse, but it was like, well, I can steal this broom and I can sell it for like 25 pesos and that'll give me some rice, right? So I mean, desperate. So then by the time 2009 and 2010 showed up, I was like, okay, well, this isn't so bad. I'm going to hire this lawyer who was actually provided to me by the State Department. They forwarded me to this guy, and I'm already talking too long. But again, so it was a safety thing in that sense. But this lawyer that I hired, who had a lot of integrity, we got to the point where basically we discovered that there was someone else other than her that owned this title to this house. And so he's like, okay, so here's what I'll do. And he had power of attorney, and he was doing other things for me in Mexico anyway. He says, what we'll do is we'll put the title in my name, and then we'll put it on the market. And Remax was down there. We'll put it on the market, and we'll basically sell it because the amount of money that I agreed to pay for it was significant. It's like a third of the market value. And so in 2008, when it went down 50%, I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I'll throw it on the market and I'll wait 1 year or 2 years or not, or I'll just unload the thing and I'll make 25 grand and I'll walk away because I don't want to go down to Mexico anymore. Because every time I do, I walk into my house and it's been broken into. I'm like, I don't like this any longer. So he's at the point where he's like getting ready to do this title thing because you don't just do like a title search in Mexico. It's a little bit more difficult than that. And so he's literally driving back from San Felipe up to Mexicali because Mexicali is also like the capital of sort of that state of the eastern side of Baja California Norte. There's 2 states in Baja California. Baja California Norte. Well, actually, it's Baja California Sur and then Baja California. Baja California isn't the whole thing. They split it. And so it's for the sake of argument, Baja California Norte. And then, there's counties, right? And so basically the county that San Felipe was in was was led by people up in the offices in Mexicali. And so he's driving back up there to file all the paperwork and get everything done. And what I learned later, because I had to hire a private investigator to find out like where the hell this lawyer went. Because after that day, he wouldn't return my calls. He wouldn't return my emails. And it's not like I gave him a ton of money. I'm like, okay, whatever. Worst case scenario, like I'm out $1,500 because this last task that he did for me is not done yet. And then I'll just call the next guy up that I'll get somehow, and I'll pay that lawyer $1,500, and we'll move on. So I wasn't concerned at the time. I wasn't concerned about his health or well-being at all at the time. I was just like, God, I hope everything's okay, because I actually knew him. I knew his sister. I knew some of his family. He and I would have lunch together. He was a great guy. So I hired this private investigator to find him. Well, it took about 6 months till I finally got to what I'm about to tell you right now. And the short answer is the title was held by the drug cartels, and the drug cartels found out that this guy was going to do something that would limit their cash flow. And again, in 2008 and 2009, people were buying a lot less drugs. And if you know of any way to get drugs into the United States, Mexico is a pretty decent way of doing it. And so they make a lot of money moving, this stuff up there. Thank you, NAFTA. I'm just teasing. And so what they did was, as he was driving, they drove him off the road and they buried him up to his neck and they drove over his head, because the Mexican drug cartels, the way they do business is scary. So I found this out from my private investigator, and I kept sending emails, and eventually his sister got back to me, and she says, Mike, look, I know what happened. She goes, but Carlos is dead. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like my age. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. He's got a wife, you know, he's got a business, you know, he's his own law firm. And I said, okay, well, I mean, I knew he died, but I didn't know how he died. I knew that somehow he died. She said he got in a car accident. I said, oh, for the love of God. Because I always gave him a hard time about owning like one of these old police interceptors, you know, like the LTDs that the cops drive, you know, the Fords. He got one. It wasn't necessarily an old cop car, but it looked like one. It was all black, tinted windows. And I'm like, dude, you like think you're a gangster, right? He's like, no, it's really comfortable. And you know that like all the cops in the US drive them, so you know they're going to last a long time. I'll get 250,000 miles out of this car. I'm like, okay, whatever, Carlos, you look awesome. And so I thought, oh man, he probably didn't maintain it or whatever. So she says, yeah, we'll get back to you. We'll continue with the case. Don't worry about it. And then nothing. Hired the private investigator. He tells me this scenario. And why that he was murdered this way. And so I thought, okay. And he says, look, because the way that a private investigator finds out stuff like that is he hires a guy who hires a guy who hires a guy who gets the information that then brings it back. Because if you go down there as the guy and you just start asking these questions about this stuff and then, you know, come back with the information, the people that don't want you to know that information, i.e. the drug cartels, they know like, oh, well, it was him. Let's just go kill him. So it gets separated. So it takes a while for that information correctly and verified to get back to the requester. So he said, look, I've been down there and, you know, there's not a whole lot of gringos that drive a brand new white Land Rover with their company logo on the side of it that have a network operations center, which was the property that I was trying to buy, in the middle of San Felipe. And they have a ISP, which is what I was doing there. And they're competing with basically the monopoly carrier, which was Telnor at the time, Telmex. And they're like, so pretty much everybody knows you, dude. And I'm like, okay, fine. I mean, I don't, people wave to me. Great. Yeah. And they're like, no. So that means when you end up in town, like everybody will know about it and you'll get killed. You can't go down there any longer. So I walked away from that house. I walked away from a trailer. I walked away from another beach house that was about 3,000 square feet right on the beach because of my safety. And for the years following that, Mexico was a pretty dangerous place. It was a ridiculously dangerous place for me, but it was also a dangerous place to the point where like the parents of USD of those students, you were forbidden to go on spring break in Mexico. I mean, it was not safe. If you don't know, Acapulco is an incredibly unsafe place. Before in those tourist areas, it used to be like, look, dude, if you're a gringo and you show up and you're on vacation and you're at like a Hilton or you're at a spa or you're at a resort on the beach, or whatever, they're not going to bother you. But do not go into the outskirts. Okay. Like you can go to Playa del Carmen all day long, but there's like portions of Playa del Carmen where you do not go because that's where the drug cartels are. And so the desire for anything Mexico for me for at least the next 5, 6, 7 years, it was done. I was done. I walked away. I walked away with my life and I said, thank you. This is totally awesome. I'm going to find my New Mexico. So I also have a series in my YouTube channel called Why Thailand. And one of the first things I address is how I fell in love with Thailand after only being here 1 hour. Because up until like all that nonsense happened in Mexico, I loved Mexico. I mean, dude, I had half an acre of land that was on this mesa that overlooked basically the water that is there. I mean, it looked like that, but it was up about 80 feet on this mesa. And I had this 2,500 square foot house. It was round. It was amazing. It was gorgeous. $1,500 a year, okay, was my cost on that thing. So I'm like, dude, I'm living the dream because, again, in Southern California, certainly in San Diego, if you have a quarter of an acre of beachfront property with a 2-story brick house that costs you $1,500 a year, we have a word for that. It's called free. That is so inexpensive that walking away from it wasn't as disappointing as walking away from the other multi-$100,000 property that I had to so that I could live and have this live stream for you guys today. So since then, Mexico is safer. Absolutely. Acapulco is still a disaster. Do not go to Acapulco. But you can go to Puerto Vallarta. You can go to Vallarta. You can go to Puerto Vallarta, and you can go to Playa de Carmen for sure, and Isla Mujeres, which is a little island like kind of right across the bay, and that's really nice there. Cabo is pretty chill. It's very vacation related, and by Cabo I mean Los Cabos, because there's Los Cabos and then there's Cabo San Lucas. And Los Cabos is basically like the town. And then Cabo San Lucas is like kind of around the end, and that's where a lot of the resorts are. I really love Los Cabos. And I've also got some videos on my channel on Los Cabos. And I love it down there because, again, if you go down there like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday on a Southwest flight or whatever, you can get down there for like $70. I mean, I've gone down there for long weekends, because it's no different than, you go to the airport, you get on the plane, you get a backpack, bam, you're there. You spend the whole weekend in 90-degree heat with like 85% humidity, which I adore. So Los Cabos is great. The other reason is that after finding Thailand, which was, as I say in that first video, I've found my New Mexico, because like after I got the wind knocked out of me in 2010 when Carlos died and all that stuff went crazy. I'm like, I have no more Mexico. Like I have no more beach house. I have no more real estate down there. I have no ability to go down there. I cannot cross the border because trust me, they know about it. I mean, look, if you think that the cameras and everything, like right at the Tijuana border specifically, that are there's two sets of cameras as you drive into Mexico. There's the ones that the US put there so we can monitor who's going out of our country, and there's obviously ones that we monitor if anyone walks back. We monitor the border like crazy, okay? And then the other set is the ones that the Mexicans have, and they monitor who comes into their country, and that makes complete sense, right? Well, one of the biggest data centers that they use to have a portion of all of that data go through from these streaming cameras is in Tijuana, and it's owned by the Russians. And they know everything that happens down there. The minute you cross the border and the minute you start roaming on your cell phone or the minute you grab Wi-Fi, heaven forbid, they know where you are the whole time. And for most people, they don't freaking care. The average person that goes down there to go to Las Cuatro Milpas and like have an actual real carne asada burrito, fine. No big deal. Doesn't even hit the thing. But if there is someone who is flagged by organizations is not supposed to be down there, and someone can make $25,000 by killing them, then you're known. And so I stopped going to Mexico, as you might guess. Well, Tijuana is pretty close to San Diego, right? I mean, it's literally like I was closer to Tijuana border when I was living in Coronado than I was to Del Mar, right? Miles wise, the traffic sucks. But the point is that for about at least 5 or 6, 7 years, my buddies would go down there and they would eat and they would hang out and they would like go to discos occasionally, which I'm not really into, but I do like the disco environment. Like I like the technology. I like the light show. I like to experience that. And in other countries, it's actually pretty spectacular. So anyway, but that wasn't my big draw. My big draw was going down there with my buddy one time on his birthday. He's like, look, dude, it's my birthday. I want to go down there. I want to have a good time, whatever. And I would, same answer for years. Guys, I cannot go to Mexico. You know why? Because they knew the story. And so finally I said, all right, dude, I'll go down with you. So I call my private investigator. I say, look, dude, I need to do this. And every time I did that for probably the next 3 years, he would give me his phone number, a couple phone numbers, and he would give me an address of the safe house where I was supposed to get to if anything went sideways. Get to the safe house, and then he says, depends on, like, if you're there with some buddies, it's going to cost them a little bit more, but I pay him a retainer, so he took care of it. If I needed to get across the border without going through the border, he's like, look, we can do it, but it's going to be about $2,000. And yeah, there are tunnels, trust me. And so there was a safe house and there was all this. And I mean, I had to go through such ridiculous, and I know you're thinking I'm crazy and there's no way this could ever happen. Trust me. I wish it wasn't true. But unfortunately, that's what happened. And so I had to, and it was just ridiculous for me to like go down there to like have dinner with some guys or to go to a club or something like that. It was such a insane amount of attention units and work and money, to be able to prevent my death, basically. Or they wouldn't necessarily have done that. They probably would have done an express kidnapping. And so I was like not into that either. But regardless of all of this crap that happened, the value you get in Southeast Asia for your dollar, I think, is much higher. Like the condo I can get here versus the one that I can get in Puerto Vallarta if I was staying. Because I actually considered going to Puerto Vallarta after all of this got done with. Probably about like 3 years ago, I was like, well, you know what? I'm feeling kind of safe down here. These guys have got their own, they're doing a ton of business. So they don't care about some title that they can't launder money through any longer. They're good. They're making more than enough money on blow from the gringos. And so I was like, all right, well, so I would cruise down to Puerto Vallarta for like 3-4 days at a time. And I'm like, this place feels pretty cool. I feel pretty good down here. But it's not as cheap as here. And so for all of those reasons, that's why I don't go down there. I caution, and the chances of this scenario happening to someone else, no, it won't, right? You can easily say, yeah, but Mike, that'll never happen to me. And you're probably pretty accurate. But an express kidnapping, depending upon the economy, and right now the economy is not good. And so that means recreational drug sales is not good, which means there's going to be some issue with the cartels getting a little bit more aggressive. And that's just a bad, bad thing. So anyway, I would submit that if you're thinking about doing it now, wait another 3 years at least to see where the economy ends up. But also realize that there are so many alternatives. I mean, unless you have the need to just be physically close to the United States and you're like, there's no way I'm going to Canada. I get that. It's freezing most of the year. But you're like, yeah, Mexico, beautiful beaches. Absolutely. Yeah. And you can speak English at a lot of places. Spanish is a cakewalk to pick up. And your dollar goes really, really far. I mean, it's like 25, 26 to 1 right now. I get it. When I was down there in 99, it was 8.6 to 1. Okay. And then for a long time, the default, no matter really what it was, but it was so close to this, people would just do, it was 10 to 1. It was 10 to 1 for everything, 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 1. And then over the last few years, like 15 to 1, 20 to 1, now 25 to 1, maybe even 26 to 1 today. So I completely understand why you're like, oh, you could be thinking to yourself, dude, the value down there, it's crazy. My money is, 25 to 1. I get 25 pesos. Well, 25 pesos doesn't buy you a whole lot. At the end of the day, you're going to go down to Mexico and there's a lot of things you're still going to buy with US dollars. And those are still the same price. Like a $100,000 condo, just because the exchange rate went from like 18 to 1 to 25 to 1. Trust me, they still want 100,000 US dollars for that condo. But to your point of safety, I know that was an incredibly long answer, but I needed to give you some story because, of course, that's what I do here. But secondarily, it's not just because, I kind of feel safe that something lousy might happen to me. Like I might get my camera stolen. No, something could be worse. I've seen the videos. You know how easy it is to shoot that video when you're friends with a realtor. #too-easy. Absolutely. VK says, rent a sports car for the day, pull into the driveway, and bam, action. Yeah, absolutely. I dated a girl, and she was what they refer to as an atmosphere model, which means she would basically show up and stand either next to you at a nightclub. You could hire her for that. I mean, no sexual thing, but it wasn't even an escort. She was a atmosphere model. So she was hired to like stand in your table at the nightclub or to go with you to a photo shoot when you could rent a car for $500 and drive it into the parking lot of a house that is in foreclosure. I mean, there's many things though. Paul T. says there's also been lots of scandals about people living fake lives on Instagram. Sure, absolutely. I mean, dude, look at it. It's real easy to do that. And then, great example. So I had a website that was doing, I don't even remember what it was. but there was this like ad or something in Craigslist. Like I was searching for like Upwork or Fiverr or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the story is that this guy says, hey, if you give me this amount of money, then it was like they could make it was like I could show up better on Spotify. I don't remember exactly what it was, but essentially it was one of those deals where it's like, look, dude, I want 10,000 followers on Instagram. And he's like, no problem, $800, boom. And he had like an engine that did that. He had a room full or whatever it was. Maybe it was a sweatshop or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I mean, you can totally fake that. And look, if you're listening to this right now and you're like, yeah, no kidding, Mike, because what you're telling us is a complete lie, and you're just doing this, I'm doing this for the ratings and the revenue. Hey, you know what? If you want to believe that, go for it. And in fact, if you want to pay me the amount of money that I lost for walking away from Mexico with my life so that I'll tell the truth, I'm more than happy to take your money to stop telling lies. How's that? Trust me, I will be writing that off on my taxes literally for 20 years because there's only a maximum amount that you can write off every year. So, yeah, I'm not too psyched about that. Trust me. I wish I had a story that involved that talked a lot more about suntan lotion on the Mexican beaches than that story. So, PMax, who's back, thank you so much. Good to see you. Hey, guys, hope everyone is well. Question, I'm thinking of buying my son a vlogging camera. What do you guys use or recommend? Wow, that is wide open. I can tell you right now that if you've watched any of my videos, you know the quality is not great. The content is not awesome, but I just do this. It's a hobby. I do it with all of the gear that I showed up here with that I essentially got for free, and I haven't spent any money on it. That's going to change because the quality of stuff is starting to bug me. Like, for example, I actually bought a big boy mixer, right? And I bought a big boy microphone and a you know, thing. So it's going to change. And I ask myself that same question many times. And the good news is there no shortage of videos. In fact, I even watched one yesterday. The Logitech camera that's like rectangular, there's like 7 different models, all the way from like $69 up to like $300. And they do various quality of video streaming. And they even have like a square one now. And that'll do, I think, 1080p streaming, which, you know, is a little excessive for streaming. I think 720p. I have it set to 720p at 30 frames per second, but I'm looking at samples like on Facebook. I don't think the quality is that good. So I may do it at 60 frames a second next time. But in any case, I think Rike is also a great guy to reach out to for that. I know that he uses a GoPro when he cruises around. Many guys use GoPros when they cruise around. I don't specifically, because what I want to have happen with the content that I get from where I record it from is I want it to, when I'm not doing that, like when I put the camera in my pocket or my phone, put it in my pocket, it's connected to the internet via data. I want all of that data to be somewhere by the time I get home. I don't want to have to pull out a memory stick and upload stuff. Forget it. I'm a cloud guy, and I will take advantage of that all day long. And data over here in Southeast Asia is free. I have unlimited data on my phone, so I can upload like 100 gigs of data in a month, and they won't even bat an eye. So every piece of video that I get that I record on my phone, it gets saved to via Dropbox, so it effectively gets saved up in AWS. And then I can use it immediately for editing it. So that's what I use for that. If I really didn't care like about money, which I don't know if I'd ever not do that, but let's face, for the sake of argument, like, in my mind, a DSLR that costs $1,000, that's no different than that. That's 10 cents, like a soda for the average person. So let's say it was in that realm. I would probably get the, I just lost it. Anyways, it's a Canon, and G7X, I believe, is the model, the Canon G7X, and I believe they're up to like Mark III, Mark IV. So if they're up to Mark IV, you could probably get a Mark III for a pretty reasonable price. It's got decent evening stuff. So if you're doing stuff at night, many people will tell you, up until maybe about only the last version, a GoPro at night is not the camera you want. GoPros don't have zoom on it. This thing has a really, really good zoom. It's got a forward-facing, or it's got a back as well as forward-facing display, which actually I would probably like. I know that when I first started doing this, I was using a GoPro, and of course you can't see what you're doing until afterwards, right? So you get used to it. And many people that use Rike is a great example, that he uses a GoPro, and you know, it's not like he's watching what he's doing by the as he's doing it, but his face is always in the frame. It's very easy to, do that once you get used to anything, right? But I like the fact that when I use my phone, I'm looking at it and I'm looking at what I'm looking at. I'm looking at what I'm recording. And I kind of like that. So I probably want something like that to do it. And of course, the beauty of that camera is you can use it to make amazing videos outside. You can make talking head videos, or you can put it on a tripod and put it on a desk and do a live stream that'll be spectacular. You literally record it. You could stream it in 1080p, no worries. So that would look stellar. So if I were to say, if you're just starting out, I would say use what you got, because in my experience, every time I've launched into something, great example. First time I set up my own internet radio station, or my own radio station before the internet existed, in my basement. I used a mixer that I cobbled together from Radio Shack. I didn't go out and buy a $10,000 audio console, right? That was previously used at a top 10 radio station. The process of me using all of this basically lousy gear just to get something going, in my experience, it really, really gives me the opportunity to learn how everything's going. Because once you get to the point where you can spend $100 or $1,000 or $10,000 on something, the quality of that thing is going to be so epic that all of the little tricks you learned along the way, you're going to make that thing sing. And I would submit that in the next few months, if I get my $1,000 laptop and I spend $500 on a digital camera, these are going to be they're going to be like CNN broadcasts. I mean, that's what I do. I know how to do a TV show. I know how to do live news. I know how to do that, but I don't. And it takes some gear. And to do multiple camera shots and fades and everything. I mean, yeah, you can use OBS and you can use all these other free pieces of software, but you spend just a couple of $100 on software that runs on $1,000 laptop in today's, $1,000. And I mean, you can do some amazing stuff. So Canon G7X is what I'd say, do that, but start out with your phone, do some stuff, make a ton of mistakes. Best statement my father ever gave me, probably. He's still alive. He gives me pretty great statements even to present day. But one of them was, I never learned a whole lot doing everything right the first time. So I will tell you that the more mistakes that, in my experience, I have made along the way, allow me to be better at what I'm at. And that goes for streaming. Paul says you spent a lot of time in Baja, California. Sir, specifically La Paz. I've never been to La Paz. I want to go to La Paz a lot. La Paz used to be a pretty dangerous place because of drugs. Totally. I mean, they find a place that is, that they can own. And then when someone else tries to come in and own it, they don't take them to small claims. They don't do a title search to say, well, you're in my turf. No, I mean, it gets real, man. Rique says his uncle, retired DEA agent, told me years ago, in Mexico, you don't want to be the richest gringo in town. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. And you know what I learned actually driving down there in my Land Rover is that the majority, certainly at the time, maybe it's changed, at the time, really the only people that drove Land Rovers were drug dealers. And I didn't know that. But I would always find it odd. I would pull up to, they had these checkpoints, right? And they were not federales, and they were kids that they had guns. Half of those guns don't even have bullets because they make the officers buy the bullets, and so they didn't even have bullets in it. And I would go down there so often that I would get to know the captain. They would be living in this green canvas tent in the middle of the friggin' desert, but they would be there for a checkpoint. The U.S. pays them to be there, by the way. It's not out of the goodness of the Army's heart in Mexico to be there. They're there. They're not there to make sure that the gringos are bringing weird stuff into Mexico. Trust me, that's not really what it's there for. It's there so that the cars driving back into the United States, they'll find grandparents and stuff, and they'll have this motorhome and they'll look sweet and everything, and all of a sudden they'll pull it over and the dog will sniff something, and they'll rip the side panels off and there'll be 10 pounds of blow inside of it, right? Or up in the wheel well or something. So that's basically the reason that they're there. But anyway, they're young kids, and so I would be there, and they would see my car. I had a big logo, my eye logo. If you've ever seen that, I can put it up here in a second. But I had the logo of my company on the side of the car. So not only was it this bright white raised Land Rover with a bunch of lights on the roof, light bar, and then my logo on the side. So yeah, okay. So I pull up, and I mean, on the weekends in San Felipe, I mean, it can get busy. And sometimes you'd be driving through the desert and you'd come up to the checkpoint and you just knew it was going to happen. Okay, it's 20 cars. So I'm going to be sitting here for a little bit. So, at the time I was smoking. So I'd have a cigarette or I'd just like chill out or I'd grab a Coke or something like that. And I just listen to XM radio or whatever I was doing. Well, it got to the point where I would pull up and it would be, you could barely see the guy. And he would be all the way to the front of the line waving me. Like, come on, to the point where, like, if I didn't see him or do anything, they would walk up to the car. Because the first time they did this, of course, they've got rifles. And they're walking, no dog, walking, and they stop at my car. And, of course, as you might guess, even though it was a very safe time back then, when I first started going down there, my initial thought was, okay, why did they stop to me? I'm worried about my safety. I'm less concerned about having to pay them because that's sort of a transaction that occurs on the side of the road with an official in Mexico. You get kind of used to it. Put it this way, if you get a speeding ticket in Mexico, you don't get a piece of paper that you then go to an official building to pay. You just simply pay the guy right there on the spot. And you could argue, no, Mike, that's a bribe. And I could argue that, no, that's incredibly efficient. I've gotten a ticket before in Mexico. I had a Mexican driver's license. Guy pulls me over. I'm going too fast. He pulls me over and I literally opened up my wallet to get my license. And he looks down and he goes, 20. And I basically just pulled out a $20 bill, gave it to him. He's like, todo bien? And I drove on. And I'm like, at first I thought, that's kind of offended. And then I thought, that is the most efficient way to do this I have ever experienced in my life. So I'm like, I think obviously you can't do that like with a CHP officer. Well, I was going about 86, but what's a 50 grab you? How about I give you? No, that's not happening. I get it. It's a different process, but. So then these guys come and I think, oh my God. And they're like, and they, it's a 4-wheel drive car, right? And, there's the paved road. And then obviously off to the side, there's a little bit of a slant, but for the most part, it's gravel and you can drive in it. So the guys are like, no, come with us. And one of them spoke enough English where he said, no, up front. Captain wants to see you kind of thing. And I thought, oh, crap. And I said, well, how do I get out? So they waved me. So they pulled me over on the dirt road. And these guys, I could tell that they were really excited to do that. I'm like cruising along. And so what they did is as they were walking is they stepped up on the step bars, like kind of thing, like the rocker panels thing. And then they held on to the bar on top, right? Like the railing. So here I am driving down the side of the road past all of these other gringos that are basically going on vacation. There were some Mexicans going down there, but for the most part, it's a whole bunch of guys with like lifted pickup trucks and sand rails and quads and everything. And here I am driving down the side of the road in the dirt area with 2 officers like on my car. I mean, they weren't holding their guns, but they had, and of course all the dust is flying. And these guys are like, and one of them was like hitting my shoulder like I should go faster, like he was riding a racehorse. And I'm thinking, all right, well, whatever. I mean, these guys seem pretty cool, So I get all the way to the front, and he looks inside and he sees my satellite radio and he thinks, oh, what's this? And I said, oh, it's a radio del satellite. And he's like, what? So I like explained it to him and stuff. Well, then in my car, I had one of these things that basically plugs into the cigarette lighter and you get 120 volts out, right? So the inverter. And AC. So you could like plug a laptop in kind of to charge. I mean, you could plug in like certain things. So the captain comes over and he sees this and he's like, well, how much is this, in Spanish, right? Obviously he's asking me this. He's like, how much does this cost? And I tell him, oh, it's not that bad. And he says, oh, I'd really love to have this. And I'm thinking, done. Because I've had this thing like underneath my seat for the last couple of years. It's been kicked on. There's dirt in it. It may or may not work. I haven't used it. And so I just pull it out and I give it to him. And it says like Coleman on it or something like that. So he thinks, I say, well, and then I say, hey, these guys, I mean, this is the middle of the summer, okay, in Baja California. It is hot. And what I learned along the way is basically the batteries these guys had for their flashlights and the food was provided to them that was okay. But like they had to buy their own batteries for the flashlights. They had to buy their own bullets, which is main reason why their guns weren't loaded. So what I would do after this, and I'll get to what happened later, after this is I would drive up and I would I would buy like a bag of oranges at Costco, so that's like 5 pounds of oranges. And I would slice them all up in quarters and then I would throw them in my cooler in a bag and I would bring these guys like orange slices and water when I showed up. I'm sure the average person probably bought them scotch, and I'm like, dude, you're dying. Oh, these young kids. Oh my God. It was like I brought them $100 bills. They were so excited. So then I was the orange guy. I was known as Naranjo rather. Miguelito Naranjo, because I brought the oranges. And then also the name of my company is the Big I. And so the way they pronounce that is BiggieNet, the BiggieNet, THEBIGI.net was the website that I had on the side of my car. So they would be like, BiggieNet, Roja Miguelito, Orange Mike. I used to call myself Miguelito Raton, which, really translated, that means Mickey Mouse, but that's not how you would say it. You say Mickey Mouse if you're saying Mickey Mouse in Spanish. But anyway, so I gave him that thing and then whatever. So the next time I come, there weren't that many cars. And so they didn't bother doing this ridiculous ceremony of bringing me up front because they thought somehow they were going to get in with the drug cartels or whatever. I didn't know this until later. I worked with a guy who worked for me, one of the engineers. He was Mexican, and he told me all this stuff. He goes, "Oh no, dude! The reason they're waving you in, you want a Land Rover. Drug dealers own Land Rovers." And I'm like, "What? Oh my God!" I'm thinking, dude, I need to get me a Vespa because this is not working out real good. So anyway, I come down the next time, and so they pull me over. And they're like, "Oh, Captain wants to see you. Captain wants to see you." And they're like touching their head, and they had like crew cuts, or like totally sheared, so all they had was like fuzz, like they had just entered basic training. And I'm thinking, okay, whatever. So they bring me into like the tent where the captain is. In the middle of the tent, he's got a table, and then he's got a big battery with, the thing that you would like plug a cigarette lighter into, right? So he's got one of those, 2 wires, and it's hooked to the battery, and then it's converting that 12 volts into 120. In it, he's got a pair of shears plugged in. So they've got 120 because they don't have generators out there at the time. They got generators later. And so the captain, he was so proud of the fact that he had taken my inverter and he had given all of his men haircuts and was able to say, look, basically, loosely translated, all of my men now look like U.S. Army. These guys look like American Army. Oh my God, am I the coolest captain of all time? Am I the best leader you've ever seen lead the Army? And I was just like, dude, you're awesome. Like, I mean, if of all the things you could potentially manipulate out of a gringo in their truck, you get this thing because you want to give your guys haircuts. I'm thinking to myself, dude, I got to hire this guy. He's an amazing leader, Anyway, so that's a long, long story about just one event that occurred down there. But I'm telling you, man, it was a very interesting experience, and it gave me enough taste of international. I mean, again, it was only like a 4-hour ride from my house in San Diego, but it gave me enough of a taste of international where I was like, I need more of this. It also gave me a taste of what it's like to do business in Mexico, which is a little bit less efficient than the way you do business in the United States. And so, but I got to, see another side of stuff and not look at things like bribes as bribes and be like, no, this is just the way it's done here, and be able to look at it like through a different lens. So I really like that. Now, don't get me wrong. It was also hot and humid and by the beach and cheap. And I could get like fresh shrimp tacos for $1 or less, so there was a lot that I loved about San Felipe, but I didn't, I lost my Mexico, and then I found Thailand, and I found my Mexico, and my Mexico now is Thailand. And I hope for you guys, you find your Thailand, because if you find your Thailand and it's labeled the Philippines, awesome, because there's plenty of guys probably on this stream right now, probably more people on here that are into the Philippines than are into Thailand, I think, because the group that we're sort of in, basically, Rike's group, and then Philippines On Demand, obviously. Asia Unscripted does a bunch of different things, but yeah, for sure. It's Thailand is my place. I really dig it. Now I love Vietnam. I love everything else too. But Paul says, Rike, yes, press down, keep your head down, and don't flash cash all over the place. Absolutely. Trust me. I did not flash cash. And to be fair, like owning a Land Rover in San Diego is not a luxury car. It's just a really nice SUV, so at the time, didn't really think it was a bad idea. Paul says it's best to move around in groups, also not alone if possible. Absolutely, completely agree. Turn your cell phone off when you go down there. Turn your cell phone off. if you're going to go down there regularly, get a Mexican SIM, put it in a burner that you buy down there. And I mean, I'm not a flip phone, but like, a phone for 3,000 baht, for example, or like $100 like he was talking about. San Blas, Caesar says. Elusive Turtle. Wow, that is a crazy story. Glad you made it out safe alive. Yeah, I read that really quickly, and I almost thought you said, glad you made it up. I would have loved to have just made up that story. I really, as a part of people was like, oh my God, you should write a book. I'm like, no. I should live my life on the other side of the globe. That would be like probably a lot safer. But yeah, so am I. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Philip, Rosarito Ensenada, some of the best times of my life. Absolutely. I incorporated my first business in Ensenada. Interestingly enough, at Notario Numero Uno. So if you don't know, like the notary publics, I always say that extra, notary publics in Mexico, they're numbered. And for what I didn't know this until I sat there and learned all of this starting a business down there. If you've ever seen the way that companies are written, right? So up here you'll see, like, so for example, for my bigi.net, I have bigi.net LLC, right? And then I have another LLC that's actually now defunct, but I had Amazing LLC, and that was my coaching company. And so there's that, and you've seen Inc., right? I also had Big I Inc. years ago when I was doing it to raise money. So I had a C Corp. Well, down there, you've seen on the side of the trucks, but you see it's S.A.A. de C.B., which basically is the letter S, the letter A, and then D-E in lowercase, day of, basically in Spanish, C.V. And I can't remember exactly what it stands for. I know the first S.A.A. de C.B. is basically what you say to people you have if you have a company, meaning like I have an LLC up here, you'd say that. Down there, you'd say, or it's more of equivalent of a C Corp down there as an S.A.A. de C.B. And I can't remember that. I could Google it, but I know the first Sociedad Anónimo. So basically an anonymous society of something sales, I think. I can't remember what CV stands for, but at the end of the day, it's basically like, you're incorporated, you have a C Corp, and you have directors that are separating you from the people knowing you. They sue the company, right? They don't sue you. It's this level of anonymity, basically, a society anonymidad. So I have not said Spanish in a while. My tongue now speaks in Thai. So when I have to try and conjugate something in español, es muy difícil para Miguelito. How was that? But yeah, definitely some of the best times of my life. Rosarito, Philip, I can tell you right now, I mean, papas and beer, dude. I mean, in Ensenada, how fun is that? I mean, that was back when I was drinking. So basically what happens is you drink as much as you want for very little money compared to what it would cost you to go to a nightclub and drink in San Diego. And then you get up on the second floor, and then you take this slide down to the ground floor, completely inebriated, and even make a bigger fool out of yourself. And of course, everyone laughs at you. And, for me, I kind of like that kind of attention. So I'll do this all day long. Keep driving up. So yeah, papas and beer, baby. Caesar says, talking less is interesting. Gets you thankful for what remains. Interesting. I like that. I don't know if I can adopt that. I don't know if I can talk less, but maybe you're referring to walking through Mexico. You might be referring to me, which is fine. But again, I don't do 17-minute live streams, right? And there's still 12 people here. Great. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I'm streaming on 7 of 7 platforms, actually, if you guys care. Restream is what gives us this chat here, and it connects to all of the streaming platforms that I'm in. So if anyone comments on them, we can all see them here, as can I. Apalti says, I like Mexico. It's even more fun because I speak some Spanish. Absolutely. I would be down there, and basically by the third day, I would be really, really good at my Spanish again. It would come back. But if I had been away from it from about like a month or so, I would be bulky. Like the guy would always ask me, ¿Dónde se va? Like, where are you going? Right. ¿Dónde viene? Where'd you come from? And I would be like, and I would always get those two mixed up, and he would ask me that in Spanish, because I would show up, and I had enough of an accent where he's like, oh, I could probably speak Spanish to this guy, because I'm sure he speaks broken English to many gringos that go down there. And he would ask me, where am I coming from? But I would think in my mind, he just asked me, where are you going? And I would say, mi oficina in San Felipe, Biginet, and I would show him the thing. And he would be like, he basically saying, where are you coming from? Oh, I'm going there. And he would be like, what? And then he would say, I'm like, sorry, lo siento. But Vilcabamba, Ecuador, Tink Odat. Yeah, absolutely. I've heard that's pretty good. Costa Rica, que linda, que bueno, que bonita. Es muy bonita, es muy linda. My mom's friend had her jewels bagged and bank sacked in Mexico. Way less rich after. Yep, that's not... 26 I am not aware of what you were referring to. I apologize. I know that was probably a comment that was made a while ago. So sorry about that. I'm not past 26. So sorry, amigo. Sorry, Caesar. Rique says, stopped my summer visits to Mexico back in 92. Aside from the danger, Tijuana became no different than Los Angeles for lack of ambiance. Absolutely. Even Las Playas. I stayed on Las Playas a while ago. Caesar says, wow. Not sure exactly what that refers to. It probably refers to the coolness of me driving down the side of the road with like 2 armed army guys attached to my Land Rover. That was kind of fun. I really wish I had video of that, man. Talk about a time when you wish you could like live stream on YouTube. Oh, that would have been epic. Everyone would have been like, well, everyone would have known where I was. That would have been a bad thing. But oh yeah, I mean, you want to talk about cool kids table? Whew. Absolutely. Paul, at Rique, visiting my brother's family, my wife's family, is what made it a lot more interesting versus standard tourism. Absolutely. You go down there with family and totally. Rique, ex-wife, was born, raised in Tijuana, Mexico. She told me about a guy who wouldn't sell property to the cartel. He ended up dead in a septic tank on his own property. Yep. There are crazy stories like that, too. There's also the stories of the guys who, if you ever want to see what it's like before you go to Mexican prison and then after Mexican prison, Get the Gringo. Look up that on either YouTube. I don't know if YouTube may have it, but it's supposed to be on Netflix. It's a movie you're supposed to pay for. Coppertone, yeah. Yeah, Coppertone was the greatest, right? But yeah, so Get the Gringo. Look for that movie on either Netflix or Amazon Prime Video, because there's a scene in there where they show the guy being put in a 55-gallon metal drum, right? And then, of course, they pour acid on him, so they dissolve the body so they don't have to bury it. Yeah, bad news bears. And trust me, it's not like everywhere in the U.S. is awesome, okay? I mean, I get it. I'm not saying that, I'm not singling out Mexico, believe me. And there's plenty of beauty in Mexico. But unfortunately, for me to go down there, as you might guess, I get mildly distracted. If someone lights off a firecracker behind me, I think to myself, I hope that was a firecracker and not a Glock. Rique, use a GoPro with the iSteady Pro gimbal, Filmora for editing. Yeah, Filmora is pretty good, actually. And I know you use a PC, so definitely. Rique began his channel as a low-res cam phone. First year, made my own tripod using a soapbox. Yeah, absolutely. Let me get on my soapbox. High def gets me high. Absolutely, Cesar. Yeah, I know. I got to upgrade. Rique says need at least 16 gigs of RAM on your laptop to edit in 1080 HD at a decent speed. Otherwise, processing will drag and sometimes crash during editing. At least 16? My God. I would submit you also need a good GPU and some processor, because the processing, you're not going to throw... I mean, you can get away with less RAM. I would submit that you're going to need some serious CPU. And that's what I like. It's an Asus, by the way. And their brands, how they have lines of things. The ones I'm looking at is the Asus ROG. ROG stands for the Republic of Gaming. So I'm looking at buying a gaming laptop because of the GPU, so I can basically offload a lot of the video compression and that sort of thing. PMags, I was thinking a GoPro or the DJI Osmo Pocket. Yeah, we've talked about that before in the stream, and I completely agree, guys. I think that is you want to talk about a one and done. You buy that thing, you open it up, you turn it on, bam, you're taking really, really good video. You could probably shoot in I don't know if it does 4K, but you could absolutely shoot in 1080p, and I bet you could get a great video out of that thing. I completely agree. DJI is a built-in gimbal. Yeah, indeed it does. Son's been using his phone for a while. Yeah, nice. I love the T-money economics of Thailand. Cuts a lot of bureaucracy. Yeah, absolutely. you referring to T-money or key money? There's this thing called key money when you buy a business or you rent a property. And basically, so I don't know what T-money is. All I know is key money. But I'm sure it's very similar. In Mexico, they call it a mordida, which is basically the bribe you need to give somebody. Thanks for the info, guys. PMag said relative to cameras, absolutely. Brian says DJI does have gimbal, but I have the Pocket and do like it. Good to know. Awesome. Asia Unscripted bought the DJI gimbal here in Cebu, Osmo Mobile 3. Very cool. How many times do you take a lady to Mexico? How many times did I take a lady to Mexico? In the big house. So I am trying to think over the course of the time that I was down there. When I first started going down there, I was going down there with my girlfriend at the time. And then we were probably together for a while, but we were together for probably 2 years after I went down to San Felipe the first time. And then once that ended, I think between then and the time that I started grad school in 2008, so Lara went down there with me. She was a longtime girlfriend. And she was actually there, believe it or not. She even testified in front of with my attorney, my Mexican attorney, and they don't call him the attorney general, but basically that role down in San Felipe, where my attorney showed up, and then there was a cop behind us, and they asked her questions like, okay, is it true that Mike, doing this with this person? Because she had been going down there with me quite a bit, and she knew the whole story, and she knew how I liked it, and then she knew how it turned in from me liking it to me being swindled. So that's how they took her testimony as true, which it was. I mean, she told them the truth, but anyway, so yeah, so I don't know, probably like 3 or 4. I probably had like 3 or 4 girlfriends throughout the course of me going down there. The big house on the beach. And then I had some buddies that would come down there. My buddy Mike G came down there. Another one of my buddies, oh God, I can see him right now, but I can't remember his name. It's just too bad. Glenn, hello, glad you're on. Enjoy your live cast. Glenn, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you coming by. You were over there with us, but you've been here before, I believe. Or maybe the first time was when Philippines on Demand. That's probably where I saw you. So how about some Thai words? On means transfer, used on BTS. Yes, absolutely. I don't know many Thai words. I mean, I know how to say hi. Do I go here? Do I go there? Where's the bathroom, right? But for the most part, I don't speak it. Brian says, you're on the big screen there, Farang. Yeah, absolutely. I'm one of so many. I'm a needle in a haystack as far as Thailand vloggers go. I mean, there's so many other guys with 10,000 minimum subs. And they do a great job. They deserve it. They've also been doing it a long time and very continuously. I mean, I was only doing videos about Thailand when I would come over here. And I would come over here for 3 or 4 weeks at a time. So, the number of... the amount of content's limited. Caesar says, talking losses either kills you or makes you thankful for what you still have, starting with breath. Absolutely. Dude, that's great. That's going on a bumper sticker. That is a great one. Thank you very much for that. And I am very grateful for what I have. Believe me. Brian at Caesar, really killing me, ATM. Brian says, don't worry about Firecracker Glock. Very different sound. Absolutely. I know. Sadly, I know that. I hate guns. I can't go near them. I can't touch them. I can't hold them in my hand. I have a big aversion to them. They bring me back to 2 points in my life that were very unpleasurable. The first was when I was not involved in legal substances 100% of the time. It was almost 30 years ago, but nonetheless, the way that you interface with people that provide things. Unfortunately, the people that do it as a business, they get really serious, and that scares me. Really, really scares me. Not a lot of things scare me, but guns scare me because they bring me back to a time where life was scary. It sucked, actually. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely a different sound. Paul says, at Brian, and you might not even hear the wrong sound. Yeah, roger that. sometimes it's your best friend. Yeah, indeed. I know. I mean, the second time I interfaced with a Glock was based on the fact that my girlfriend at the time, she was being stalked by her ex-husband, who was a crazy person who ended up in jail. And we were, but mainly her, because it was the story of her. She was on San Diego's Most Wanted, which then got picked up by America's Most Wanted. And so because of that, one of the ways that they caught the guy, because he was stalking her, is everywhere we drove, or certainly everywhere I drove with her, there was at least one, if not two, FBI cars, because he basically eluded police, right? And so once it gets up to the level of someone who should be in jail, who's broken out of jail, who's not in jail any longer, then the FBI gets involved. And the FBI office in San Diego is actually enormous, not just the physical building, but like the number of agents, the number of special agents. Sorry. Yeah, so they would follow us around thinking that, like, okay, well, eventually, like, this guy's going to show up to, try and attack her again. And so, yeah, it was horrible. So she used to wear a bulletproof vest, believe it or not, from my house, from where she was staying, because she didn't feel safe at her house. So she was staying with me, which of course made me incredibly safer. Right. And then we would drive to work. And so she had a bulletproof vest, and then she had a Glock, and it was weird. It was like this special fanny pack where basically you just like rip it open. It was as if it was like, I think it was like all Velcroed, and the gun was there, and she would rip it open and pull the gun out really fast. And I mean, she had to go for training and all of this, how to protect herself, how to use a gun. And I just hated that thing. I hated being around that whole scenario. It was mordida translates to bite, like when a dog takes their bite. Is that the direct translate? Is that the right word though for like bribery, Rike? I think that's the right word. Oot is to brag in Thai. Very good. So yeah, so mordida. I thought that was what it meant as far as, it's probably slang, but anyway, I could be wrong. It's been a while. And so Brian says, on your friend and stalker, we now have victim witness notifications, and I know that fanny pack. Yeah. So what was interesting is I didn't realize. So she was, and you know how people say, oh yeah, you're not a victim. Don't play the victim. You're a volunteer. Let me tell you something. She was absolutely a victim. There was no reason that she deserved any of this nonsense, other than the fact that the guy that she chose to marry like 25 years ago was a complete crazy person, basket case. But he's in jail now, and gratefully won't ever come out because what happened is he basically took her. And he took her down to, and he pulled off the side of the road, and he like took her out of the road, and he made her do some, gross things, right? But he also made her like write out checks to him that completely drained her checking account. But one of the things that he did, so he kidnapped her, and that's a federal offense, so that's a big deal. So he kidnapped her. But the second thing is that he took her phone away from her, which removed from her the ability to dial 911. And I didn't realize that when you do that, like that's apparently a really big deal. So he was on charges of kidnapping and then something else, un-911ing you. But I was really amazed. I didn't realize that was there was other, like oral copulation and grand theft and all. Trust me, it was a litany of things. And I'm really grateful to the FBI. Actually, which, Brian, if you don't know, I mean, that's another one of the reasons, other than the fact that just police officers in general who basically gave their life so I can have one and have a very safe environment. I got a real appreciation for the guys, the special agents in the FBI, because they deal with really bad people. Like, I mean, the CHP, again, yeah, they're not all Ponch and John, surrounded by girls in bikinis and, driving around the beach all the time. But, and they're in danger. I get it. And absolutely every time that they pull over a car and they walk up to it, I completely believe and agree with the things I've heard, which is they are making sure they don't get shot. They have to do everything to make sure they don't get shot, until they get up to the person and basically see their hands on the wheel or whatever. So I know that, and for them, it's probably not scary. For me, it's like, oh my God, what a horrible way to start your day. So policemen in general, but the slang, yeah, that's what I thought. The FBI guys, they deal with more than just pulling over someone who's gotten a traffic ticket or just, has grand theft auto or whatever. But Yeah, those guys get into some really hairy things. It's terrifying. Yeah, no doubt, Brian. I mean, it's like, again, the people that run into the fire when I'm running out. Oh my God. As I've said before, I got zero issue paying my state taxes when I see someone doing that for a living, because I get that 100% of what my taxes go to, some of it is arguably I can label as foolish. So what I basically think is that 100% of my taxes, my state taxes, certainly property taxes, county taxes, I think it goes to the firemen, the police department, and the roads and the public libraries. And that's about it. As far as that, you know what I mean? Because otherwise I'll just get so jaded, and it just gets so disappointed. So anyways, yeah. So the fact that I can dial 911 and get service, as far as I'm concerned, yep, 100% of my taxes are going for that. So let's just agree on that, and I'll keep paying them. Thai police are nice, says Caesar. That has been my experience. I think I did a video. Yeah, I did a video on it. It was right after I went to immigration, actually. And again, Mike's rose-colored glasses yield to rose-colored experiences, right? But when I went to immigration, every time I've been, and I've been twice over to the giant one here, and the name escapes me right now, but I've been twice over there, and I've been once down in Phetchaburi, which is obviously very small. So obviously the interface that I got, the customer service was, it was hands-on. It was very nice people. But I'm coming back from there, and I'm going over to the park, and I can't remember the name of the park, but in any case, it's at Mochit, right? So there's like basically what used to be the end of the Sukhumvit line years ago. Obviously, it's way extended past Mochit, but because Mochit used to be the end of it for a while, there's a whole bunch of buses there, and so you basically, you get on buses and get off buses. It's not like a bus terminal, but the length of the street is just one bus after another. The 53, the 91, the 768. I mean, just boom, 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 and Chatuchak. Oh my God. Yeah. Chatuchak Park is right there. And so I went for a walk at Chatuchak Park. Well, then a few days later, I go back to immigration to do something else. And I come back and I go to Chatuchak Park because I'm like, this is a really nice park, like the giant lizards and stuff. And no one's there because it's like 1 PM, right? So it is gringo time all day long. The only people out at 1 PM are either people that are still at lunch who hasn't gone back to the office yet that are Thai, or crazy Farang that are like, oh yeah, this sun won't hurt me. I'm good. I'm bald. Big deal. Plus it's very warm. And that's my time. That is only child park, man. When I go out into it, I love it. So I'm out there and walking around. And so I'm there for the second time. And it wasn't one day after another, but I was there for the second time. And, I mean, the same cop is doing his beat, right? Now, again, you see me coming, right? I mean, I'm over the heads of other people, but I'm also sitting there and I'm talking into my hand. And if you haven't noticed, like I don't have an indoor voice. So like when I'm outdoors and I'm shooting a video, it's pretty much like the camera's 90 feet away. And I got to make sure I'm getting all the warm mids right into that device. So arguably I'm talking too loud. So you kind of hear me. And if there's no one else in the park, then all the animals hear me too. And I walk up and all of a sudden birds like leave a big, huge bush. What the heck is this person? Did he either brought food or I'm bummed out? And so they see me the next time. So, and this is my Thai police story. So the guy brings me, he comes up to me, and so I said, Sadi Krap. And so he bows and says hello, and then he stands up. Well, as he was standing up, and I'm standing there, of course, he looks at me and he's like, oh, and he basically makes this motion to say, you have really broad shoulders and, like really tall. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm also heavier, dude. I'm just a bigger person, And he looks down at his stomach and, he's got a flat stomach, and he's got the pants he's got on are obviously, company issue, and they're not exactly fitted, right? So they're like, he's got like his belt tied really tight. And I'm like, no, and I'm trying to say, I'm like, no, dude, you're fit. Like I'm overweight, bro. Like the reason I'm in this park is yes, it's enjoyable, but I also need to get some exercise because I basically, just had 2 or 3 maybe of those like pineapple pastries that you buy at 7-Eleven here for 20 baht, which are absolutely not a good solution for being, if you want to be on a diet in Thailand. But I love those things. They're only 20 baht. They're only 20 baht and 4 kilos. But I said, no. I said, pumpui, which basically is a cute way of saying I'm fat. And he said, no, 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 no. So anyway, so then he's like putting his, so he like stands next to me, right? And he like, you've probably done this before. Maybe, they do like, the shoulder motion with your hand. So he does that. Well, then his buddy stands up, and then I guess he starts talking to his friend, his coworker, his other cop. And so I guess they're talking about my size and that sort of thing. Well, his friend is actually taller than he is. And so he's not as tall as I am, but he's a little taller. So he brings him over, and then they start basically measuring themselves up to me. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, this guy seems pretty cool. I'm going to take a selfie. So I take a selfie. Well, if you've ever had the experience, I've had this experience with many Thai people, and usually it's ones I don't know, and it's usually guys. Like, I don't know. And I've done this with like some from motorbike drivers, and they're usually pretty smart and they smile. But every now and then, when you take a picture, if you've seen a picture of a Thai official, they're very somber. Another great example is the way that they take, and actually you can't smile anymore now in the US for your passport photos, by the way. But before that, you would smile. Now you can smile, but you can't show your teeth. You have to do a, that's the only way you can smile in a passport photo in the United States. But in like the Philippines, I remember we were getting Gracie's, pictures for something like a visa or whatever it was. And they would like take her picture, and they would show me the picture afterwards. And I'm like, honey, are you okay? Like, is something wrong? She's, what do you mean? I'm like, why are you so bummed in this photo? She goes, oh, you can't make a smile. You have to like look straight ahead and look. I'm like, what? And then I remember seeing like, people's ID, like Thai IDs. And they were just like, never smiling. Right. So he did that. He did like one of those, because he's laughing. He's like, oh, big farang, and all this. And I'm like, I got no, dude, I'm hearing like 9 words from you. Everything else, right past me. I'm sorry. And so I take a selfie with this guy. I'm like, ha, ha, ha. And he's like, so I look at it. I'm like, oh, come on, man. So then he's like, no. And he's smiling. And I'm thinking, oh, great. No worries. So then I take another one. And he's like, yeah, for the picture. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird, right? But he was the nicest guy. He was the nicest guy. And that's been my experience with at least 90% of the officials that I've basically interfaced with, is that they're just friendly humans, quite frankly. And, again, and as I left, I actually may have said this in the video, but as I left, I thought to myself, okay, this is like Chatuchak Park, like one of the big tourist attractions, sort of, in Bangkok, like, you read like in one of the top 10 things to do in Bangkok if you're only there for like, okay, we'll go to, don't go to the Bang Na IKEA. That's not on the list, but it's like go to Chatuchak Weekend Market, because apparently it's the biggest weekend market in the whole world or something. It's large. But anyway, right next to Chatuchak Market is Chatuchak Park. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this guy sees farang like all the time. Like there's no way I'm this novelty, right? And then I, trying to maybe downplay it or, whatever. But then I thought, God, he's just, he's a nice guy. Because I remember the first time I walked through there, he was like, oh, yeah. It was like he woke up in his chair and smiled at me. And I'm like, hey, walking around. And then I left and I said, kapu makap, and thanks a lot. Talk to you soon. And, but he was, it was just really expensive, really cordial, and a really great experience, is what I was trying to say. So he just says, wear camos, and they think you are on the team. I completely agree. I should do that, right? I wonder if I should, probably green ones. If you wear the tan ones, everyone's like, oh, crap, he's from Afghanistan. He's been fighting. He's crazy. He's going to have PTSD. I met a buddy. He's a new friend, and he's probably 30. Was in the service, and I want to say he was in Afghanistan. I don't remember like what they called it, like whether it was Desert Storm or Shield or whatever, but he had gone over there. And we were talking about something relative to him not drinking any longer. And he said, oh yeah, no, I mean, that's the reason I drink, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, if you had my problems, you drink too or whatever. But to the PTSD thing, he absolutely said, he goes, oh dude, I totally have PTSD. He said, look, the only way you can survive over there, he said, is to drink. You have to numb yourself out somehow. He said, some guys, shoot heroin. They don't last long, because the Army's like real, it's not like 1970 anymore. And, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to Vietnam. And okay, yeah, there's a bunch of guys doing drugs. That sucks. But that's like, well up. No. It doesn't happen any longer. It's kind of like being a rock star now and like thinking that when you go on tour, you can have like as much drugs and trash hotel rooms as much as you want. No. It's very much a business. It is not. I mean, unless you've just got, so much unlimited amount of money, you can do that and, only mildly get away with it. But no. It is not like party all night and, Anyway, the it was just I don't know. It was a really cool experience that I had with this guy, and because it was one of those deals, Caesar, where it was like, okay, well, I don't have that, and that's like pretty awesome. But I said to him, I said, dude, I can't even imagine. It's like I say to Brian, I'm like, dude, thank you so much for being a police officer. And I said to this guy, I said, look, dude, here's the deal. I said, the only reason that like I feel so safe coming to this country or other countries or whatever is because guys like you are willing to like put your life on the line for guys like me. And I mean, I don't want to get into some weird political debate about war and all that. I get it. It's imperfect, trust me. And the way that the U.S. does things in other countries, one could argue we should probably just butt out. But in scenarios where I meet a guy and he tells me about how ridiculous it was when he was over there. He told me some scenarios. He said, it's just, why are we here? Like, what are we doing here? The guys on the ground, we're doing the wrong things, whatever. Now, again, this might have just, sample size of one is all I'm giving you right now. And again, I don't know. I like to think that we were using our dollars wisely and using the lives of young men wisely by having them be over there. But man, this guy he's like, we all have PTSD. And then he told me a statistic that sadly I knew because I knew another guy that had been over there, a greater friend of mine, who I had met a couple years ahead of time. And now that he was out, part of his life, basically, he would spend working for this nonprofit organization that helped guys that were getting out of the service, whatever branch of the military it was, Marines and that sort of thing, guys that were basically fighting, Army, not commit suicide because he's like, oh, dude, and then this new guy that I met a couple months ago, he's like, oh yeah, he says, a lot of guys come back and they're, not all of them become alcoholics, but they just drink like crazy when they're over there. But a lot of guys will come back and, a bunch of them just kill themselves. Like it was like, oh yeah, a bunch of them just like go to, grocery store, and a lot of them just like buy apples, it's like, oh yeah, they all commit suicide. And I'm like, okay, I'm kind of saddened that you're sort of numb to that, I said, but I understand that, but yeah, war is hell, I suppose. Let's just lob that over the net, and I think we can all agree on that one. Brian says, especially since you can't control situation anymore like you used to, camera phones, etc. Yeah, I agree. Caesar says, hot chicks at immigration, Chang Watana. Thank you, Chang Watana. I don't know if they were hot. They were certainly nice. I can tell you that, because when I was in the wrong line and then the woman brought me, and I did a video on this in my immigration experience. And then she brought me over to like basically get the right ticket to go to the right line. It wasn't the amazing escort experience that I had when I went to a hospital that had a guy in a tuxedo playing a piano on the bottom floor, which wasn't the one I went to, actually, by the way. That was the one that Direction Bangkok shows a video of going to. 5%? Okay, fair enough. Pumpui. Absolutely, Brian. I am Pumpui. I have a little bit of Pumpui going on. Yeah, it was always a good experience, but it was pretty nice. Brian says, I often give challenge coins to Thai cops, being rewarded for with special Buddhas and caps and things like that. They're pretty cool. But no international driver's license still requires $12. A non-international driver's license still requires $12. I get it. Yeah. You get pulled over and you don't have either your international driving permit to go on top of your license, or you don't have a Thai driver's license, or heaven forbid, you're not wearing a helmet. Man, when everyone was still traveling, right? And I was like, I just get on a bus and go. You would drive down the road, and sometimes I would come back at night, and there was this one street that you would usually get off on if you were coming to this part of Sukhumvit from Suvarnabhumi Airport. And so you would get down off of this, off ramp, basically. Hey, Matthew, good to see you, man. Should have put comma after hot. Yeah, misplaced inflection, right? Sorry about the way I read that. And so we would get off, and there would be just guys, cops sitting there, and everyone that came by on a motorbike without a helmet, boom, pulled right over. To the point where I'm like, dude, I was here like a week ago. Like, aren't these people communicating? Like, hey, dude, whatever you do, if you're getting off on the on-ramp, like after 10 p.m. over by that thing, there's going to be cops there checking for helmets. And I'm like, Don't they tell their buddies that? And yeah, the solution is not, oh, you're going to give me I'm going to give you a ticket, and then I'm going to expect you to go to a a legal building somewhere and pay the fine. No, we can do that right here if you'd like. Makes sense to me, man. Makes sense to me. Caesar says, what has happened to legal marijuana in Bangkok, Koh Samui, or Phuket? I have absolutely no idea. I think, again, this is Mike's opinion. He didn't ask for it, but it's my channel. So part of what you get just by hanging out is my opinion. So I think legalizing marijuana is a horrible idea. I think potentially getting, that CBD oil and that sort of thing that they can use for other things, then I think that's, which apparently doesn't have THC in it. Again, I don't know that much about it. So this is the minimum that I know about. How's that? I just think it's a bad idea. I think it's a very, very bad idea. Now, again, you could argue, yes, Mike, but it takes it off the black market and the states can now tax it and that sort of thing. But I just don't believe that it's a good idea. Again, that wasn't my drug of choice by any means, marijuana. But I can tell you that if they were to legalize cocaine, and back when I was liking it, I could have bought it at 7-Eleven. I would be dead. I would absolutely be dead. Yes, make the debate. It's a completely different, I get it, okay? And I don't know if it's a gateway drug or not. It could be, for all I know, but who knows? So I don't know what's happening with it. All I know is that there is discussion about it. There are people that are for it. There are people that are against it. I don't know if it will add value to Thailand if it does become legalized. If I were to guess, I would say that if it does, the people that will abuse that privilege the most will be farang, will be foreigners that come over here thinking that they can party as if they're in like Amsterdam. And I just think that will not add value. So that's Mike's. Brian, speaking of war, we just moved a crazy amount of assets to Guam. Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty close by, right? Yeah, I've never been to Guam. What's funny is that I had the chance to do the morning show at the number one hit radio station in Guam, which is like, yeah, we're the number one radio station right in the middle of Kansas, kind of thing. So it wasn't like this giant market, believe me. But it was when I was first into radio, and so I, sent, if I told you guys before, you send your resume, but you also send an air check, you send a cassette, right, with all of your best intros and outros that you did during your show. And they called me up. And I sent it. And what you used to do back then too is that you would like look through the trade magazines and you would just find radio stations and you would send it to it. And it was one of those deals where, yeah, absolutely, I applied in Hawaii. Trust me. But I said, oh, look, Guam has an opening. Let me apply. So I applied. And they called me up and they're like, yeah, definitely, we want you to come out here, or whatever. Now I was still in my undergrad though. And I thought to myself, and I don't know if I talked it over with my parents, but if I did, I'm sure their response would have been like, no, you should not quit school and move to Guam, dude, and pursue your fantasy of being the number one DJ in a market that is, not real relevant to the economy. Now, they're probably really relevant to our defense. But anyway, I never went to Guam to pursue my morning show. But I've never been either. And one of the things I wanted to do with Gracie, because again, she has a U.S. visa, right? So she can get into Guam all day long. Is to kind of, what I would love to be able to do is I would love to be able to go from Thailand to Guam nonstop, which you can't do. And then I would love to be able to go from Guam to Hawaii. And then obviously you can go from Hawaii to San Diego. You can go from Maui right to San Diego on Hawaiian Airlines, which is a flight I love. And I would totally do that. I would love to be able to do that. And you can't. Everything I've seen is you got to go from Thailand to another very large hub. So either Taiwan or Japan, or even if you take Jetstar and get a really good price, but it takes you like 26 hours, is you go from Thailand down to Australia up to Guam. But I really want to do that. I really want to go to Guam and check it out. I don't know what I'll see. I mean, there's a lot of, like, I love Maui, but there's also parts of Maui that you're like, okay, I could have closed my eyes and opened them. You're telling me I'm in Maui. It kind of feels like I'm in Chula Vista. Especially when you get out of the airport, right? You get out of the airport and you like grab your rental car and you go out, and for the most part, I think most people go right, but let's say I go right. So I leave the airport and I head down to Lahaina. And I mean, your first like few lights, you get out, and yeah, it's humid and it's hot and the weather's nice and that sort of thing. And, there's tropical trees and that sort of thing, but it's not like there aren't palm trees in San Diego. You get off and, to your left is a giant Costco. And then, there's gas stations, of course, that are in front of you, but, and everything's pretty well manicured and that sort of thing. And then there's a strip mall and then there's a Burger King and and I remember the first time I landed, I'm like, oh man, this is Maui. But then you get to Lahaina and then you're like, oh, okay, this is it's what I like. Okay. Giant, banyan tree and mom and pops kind of everywhere. I mean, there's a Best Western, that sort of thing. But anyway, I'm a big fan of Maui, and the same reason I love Maui is a lot of the same reason I love Singapore. The reason I don't live or don't like Maui or don't like Singapore is the cost. Maui is not cheap. And Singapore is, as you probably know, the most expensive city in the world. And hot 95% Pakati or normal. Oh, very nice. Your Thai is excellent. Do you speak like fluent Thai, Caesar? That's pretty awesome. And you live here? Remind me. I can't remember whether you live here or not in Bangkok. The rest just nice. Yeah, they were totally nice. Some super hot, crazy, out of your mind hot. After all, it's Thailand. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, if you were to, you want to talk about a gross generalization, but one that I think you might agree could happen. You go back to the United States maybe your buddies that have never been here kind of thing. And they're like, oh dude, how is Thailand? And you say to yourself, and you say to them, oh man, I met this really cute Thai girl. They're going to nod and say, oh yeah. And there's this like sort of, this stereotypical generalization of Asian women, I think, from a lot of people's perspective in the United States that, well, they're tiny, they're thin, they have black hair, and they're beautiful. They have perfect skin. And even if they're 55 years old, they look like they're 30. And so when they're 30, they look like they're 12. I remember one of my first friends, Tanya, she actually cruises into the chat every now and then. She was one of my first friends in the United States. And I think when I met her, she's like basically 30, either like 28, 29, but 30. And she came to campus to visit me one time. And it's a little bit more common. We were not boyfriend, girlfriend by any means, but it's a little bit more common. Caesar, maybe you could chime in on this, if this has been your experience. But even if it's not like my girlfriend, if it's like a female friend or something, to like hold their hand and like cross the street or like just something like that. Not like fingers interlaced like I would do with Gracie kind of thing. But you just like hold hands and then you walk and then you let go. To not as common as you see like a girl and a girl walking together and she'll be like holding them. Gail Baker, what? Are you listening? I speak Trapanese. Okay, cool. But there is the occasion where even just a good friend of yours, you'll hold hands. And so she's on campus, okay? So like, and she's 30, and she's Thai, and so therefore she looks like she's 14. So I introduced her to my staff, and they're looking at me sideways going like, dude, like, did you ID her? Like, is she a freshman? Like, is she, because our offices were in a freshman dorm. So they like point up to the ceiling, from our offices like, dude, did you like meet her upstairs? Like, what are you, friggin' weird? And so I could tell that, and I said, oh yeah, remind me how old you are. And she tells the whole group, she's like, oh, 28, 29, 30. Oh my, 29, whatever. But yeah, they look young. They're cute. That's the sort of default picture I think that a lot of people have. Matthew says, beautiful beach. Love the color of the water. Absolutely. Yeah. So that is actually, that picture, Matthew, is from the Philippines. I could have taken that picture. Where could I have taken that picture in Thailand so that it would look very similar to that? Samui, maybe. If I was down in Phuket, Coconut Island. Yeah. So, yeah, the water's absolutely gorgeous. And it was warm, dude. It was warm. So that was that was about, that was either 3 or 4 years ago. I can't remember. But it was absolutely in March or April because I rented that island for my birthday. So when I rented it on Airbnb initially, it was only going to be $300 a night, which, again, from a U.S. perspective, it's like, okay, yeah, you're going to rent an island for $300 versus, you're going to get a room in Coronado at a bed and breakfast. Yeah, $300, that's about right. So I was like, this is free. And I was only going to do it like 3 or 4 nights. It was my birthday and I wanted to celebrate. So yeah, Cagdanao Island. Only to be handled by priests and medical doctors sounds okay. Sure. Yeah, medical doctors. I completely agree. However, it is referred to as dope. So you need a doctor for that, I think. Makes sense. Weed for doctors and I'll handle the hot women. But bump. Absolutely. I am listening, actually. I'm just not reading as quickly as I'm listening. Natural affection happens naturally. Yes. Very true. Very true. This is actually the feed from restream.io. So I apologize for the flakiness there initially. That was kind of weird. I never saw that before. I have a friend. His birthday is, his name is Nick Gurr. Hello, Gail. I'm glad your friend's birthday. That's great. Hello. Happy birthday, Nick. Good job. It's funny. So I believe that's how you pronounce your first name, right? Gail? I hope I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm sorry if I'm not. It was awesome, Matthew. Yeah, it was gorgeous. That was back when he and I used to work together. Matthew and I worked together in IT over in USD, and both of us, if you ever want to buy us a cup of coffee or buy us some tea, we'll tell you what really happened over at that place. But at the end of the day, it's probably a fine place for you to send your son or daughter to get a above average education for a ridiculously overpriced amount, because a lot of the students graduate from USD in debt and can't get a job. So, and I bet in this market right now, you graduate from USD like in the next couple months with a bachelor's degree, meaning, because I got buddies that are getting their masters there. And, if you got your masters, traditionally you're like working already. So they've got jobs and they're, older and they're getting their masters. And they'll be fine. They'll either stay at their current job, or with their masters, they'll be able to get, the next bump up at another company kind of thing. They won't make a horizontal move. But man, if you're like, talk about a red ocean. You're graduating. You're already graduating from your own school in a room full of thousands of people, let alone like the school down the street or the school across the state. It's tough, man. It is a red ocean, total bummer. And Caesar says, where do the classy older Thai singles congregate? Roof bars. Yeah. The classy or the wealthy? Yeah. So Gracie and I went to, I don't know if it was the one, that they showcase in the Hangover Part 2. A lot of people will go to that bar just to say, dude, I went to the bar that was showcased in the Hangover Part 2. And then they also go to like Soy Cowboy and they're like, dude, I went to the street where they filmed Hangover Part 2. Come on, man. Soy Cowboy is like the Disneyland of red light districts, kind of. I guess Nana Plaza is still kind of seedy. It's all kind of seedy, I suppose. But Matthew says, what software do you use to chat? So the current software right now, this is a web page that is displaying. And it is the chat that is available through restream.io is the name of the restreaming service. So what I do is I take the origination here, which is basically also in a browser from software called Lightstream. I squirt all of this over to Restream, and then Restream, as you might guess, restreams all of this to Facebook and LinkedIn, or not. Actually, I don't have LinkedIn now, which stinks. I was really bummed that they denied me, but I get it. I don't do a whole lot on there anyway. But the nice thing, because it's one thing to like stream to like 7 different platforms. Well, then people comment on it and you can't see it. And that's actually the one downside to the live stream that I do inside of the expat group right now, is that if any of those guys make comments, those comments do not show up here in the chat. But because I'm streaming on Facebook Live and YouTube and, D Live and a whole bunch of other things, VK.com, guys, places that people don't watch me live or rarely watch me live, they come back to me later on. But the neat thing about it is because you're basically logged into that. Like Restream is logged into my YouTube account. So it can therefore, post on my YouTube channel. And it can therefore also ingest what is coming from YouTube. So that's really cool. Although what I don't know, I think Rike is the only mod on my channel, the only person with a wrench. Yeah, he is. So I don't know if he were to remove people that are inappropriate. I don't know if those still show up though. But it looks like he did. Yeah, I was thinking about the same person. So thank you, Rike. I really appreciate it. there was a bunch of. Oh, Brian said something and that shows up as that's hidden for some reason, held for review. Need to say again, Mike, you're providing a service. People all over the world want to know thoughts on this shit and Farang coming back to Thailand. Oh, I see. So it thinks the word shit is bad. Okay, so fine. So I'm clicking on show here. Now, the downside about comments, Rike, have you figured out a way to get around this? The downside about comments that basically get hidden at first, which then moderator A or person streaming will see and then show, is when you hit show, it shows up like it. Hey, sugar, Sager. Sorry, Sager. I would say, hey, sugar. Sorry, that's not accurate. Is it doesn't show up when you click the show button. It shows up back where it was hidden, I think, and that's of no use to me, right? Because I want to. Well, again, basically, what Paul, what Brian said, which I absolutely appreciate, which is way back up here, Brian. So I'm sorry. Trust me, I didn't intentionally block you by any means. Brian's a longtime sub, and I love your input, dude, by the way. And not just your praise. I'm scrolling up here so you can see how Brian was praising me. No, I'll blow that off. How's that? I'll put my ego in check. I'll check my ego at the door. But anyway, Brian basically just said, yeah, the discussion about people, guys going to Thailand or people coming back from Thailand. He believes that discussion is pretty valuable, and I would agree. The reason that I know of people who stream on YouTube is because when I first started going over here, I looked for people that were streaming, well, not live streaming, but people that were that were doing videos on YouTube. And the other thing too is that I don't think I was searching for like retire in the Philippines or hang out in the Philippines or something, that sort of thing. But the reason, yeah, you're welcome, Matthew. But the reason that I found Rike, I think, is either because I typed in like Southeast Asia or something, and again at the time that he started doing videos, I mean, I don't know if he was the first guy to get sort of well known for doing videos in the Philippines. I think around the same time that I started getting to know Rike and his channel started building some viewership, I also knew of the name Bud Brown, although I've never really watched a whole lot of his videos. And then, and then Ned maybe came onto the scene or whatever. But anyway, the point is that he was one of the first. And so I don't know whether it was, I saw his videos initially because I was searching for the Philippines specifically. But I will tell you that when I started looking at the Philippines more regularly was because a buddy of mine, Eddie, who had been coming over to Thailand for like 14, 15 years before I did. Mickey, it's great. You got to come over here. And of course, yeah, he showed me a picture of girls, but he's also showing me pictures of, beautiful beaches and telling me about the cost of stuff. And so then finally, I said, okay, great. I'll get in a silver tube and sit there for 12 hours and watch movies and come over to this Thailand place you speak of. And then obviously, the rest is history, as they say, because I fell in love with it. Right. But, in doing so, he also said, well, you should meet me over in the Philippines now. And I was like, the Philippines? And of course, I'm like, well, look, dude, it better be at least as good or better than Thailand. And he said something to the effect of, well, it's got I don't know if he said this, but it was something to the effect of, it's got a lot of what Thailand has, and they speak English. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll give that a shot. That's kind of cool. And so I then came over and met him inland, and I was like, I don't really want to hang out here anymore. And so then, boom, I immediately went to Boracay. And I met Gracie, and another one of those, and the rest is history, as they say, ... Caesar, live in the Bangkok area. Been here 5 years now. Awesome. There's hot stuff at pool parties. Lots of it. Yeah. I completely agree. How many roof bars are there, and which is the easiest to get to? Wow, that's a great question. Are you asking me that because you know? If you lived here 5 years, you probably know. How many rooftop bars are there? Oh, boy. I want to say probably about 30. Yeah, I would say there's probably about 30. I mean, there'll be even some low-rise buildings that will have a rooftop bar, just so they can say, "Oh, we've got a rooftop bar." Like one of the places that, for example, I think there are 3 rooftop bars, but one would maybe think they only have one. Is okay? It's right. You'll probably know this, Caesar. It's right off of Prakanong. If you walk out down the stairs on Prakanong, it's like this really new development. And there's one super tall building, and actually they let off fireworks from that, and it's like and then there are these like little hip bars down on the street, and it's like Q or M or P or something like that. And I can't remember what it's called. I could Google it, but the point is that there's like 3 buildings there, and I think there's sort of one place that they refer to as probably the rooftop bar, but each of the buildings actually has a rooftop bar. I don't know if it's used to the same level of panache as a lot of them are used. So the rooftop bar. So Gracie and I went there because we were kind of in that area. We were over in the Tonglo area. And if you see that written, it's spelled Thong Lor, Lor, but it's pronounced Thong La. And at least I try and pronounce it that way. I'm not great at it. Trust me. Don't come to me for proper tonal inflection of the Thai language. Believe me. Oh, wow. We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes, 3 hours and 34 minutes, 3:34. Make a wish. Boom. So we went there to celebrate Gracie getting her U.S. visa. We did a couple of things. We tried to get her U.S. visa in Manila, and the U.S. embassy there is incompetent. And so we were traveling, right? And so then I realized, because if you go online and you fill out that stuff for visa in the U.S., and this is actually other countries do this too, but you have the ability to choose where you want to get it, right? And as you might guess, if you're Filipina and you're applying for a U.S. visa in the Philippines, then you're likely to choose Manila. And in fact, the State Department highly recommends that you choose your home country to go get it in. What I discovered after getting a visa for Gracie in the U.S., I think it's consulate. I don't believe it's an embassy. The U.S. consulate in Tijuana, because it was just like right across the border, right? And it's a brand new building. It's beautiful. Well, it's nice. I mean, it's not, a palace, right? But it's nice. It's clean. It's new. It was a lot easier for her to get a visa there. And I thought, okay, well, this is pretty good. Maybe let me try this again. And so I'm like, well, we're going to Thailand anyway. So we applied for a U.S. visa again. And when you do that, they say, have you ever applied before? Yes. And then they give you a text box. Tell us why you were denied. And I was pretty darn open about why she was denied, because the behavior of the officers at the U.S. Embassy in Manila on that day when she was there, I'm not saying they're all like this, but the experience she had, along with about 20 other, mostly girls, but Filipinos that were around her, no interview, no review of the documentation, no review of validity. The guy just simply wanted to go home after she waited outside in the sun in line for like 3 hours. Contrast with the experience you have at the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, where if you're standing outside and it starts raining, someone comes out with an umbrella. Okay. She got her U.S. visa there. And then, so you get finished with your interview basically. And then they're like, okay, well, come back tomorrow or we'll send it to you. Or what I did, you have the choice when you do the application of, do you want to come back and get it when we're done, or do you want to go pick it up? And if you want to pick it up, then you choose one of about 9 different post offices, the way that it works here in Thailand. And interestingly enough, the way that we got her passport back in Tijuana is actually you didn't have the option of going back to the consulate to pick it up, which is actually really good, because then, they only deal with foot traffic, like sort of in one direction. It's pretty efficient. And then the way that they send it back to you is they effectively send it to like a DHL, or they send it to like a UPS store or something like that. So that was in Tijuana. So 2 to 3 days later, got an email and they said, yeah, your passport's ready. And so we go over to this place and we wait in line and we get to the front, and, it's kind of like a PO box store, like a UPS store or whatever. And so she got it back that way, but it was through a DHL envelope. If you don't know, DHL is arguably one of the most in some areas trusted way of sending stuff over to this part of the world. UPS and FedEx, it'll get here. FedEx, if you do absolutely overnight, has to get there super fast, overpay to get it there. They'll get it there with really good reliability. UPS, I can't rely on UPS to get stuff over here. DHL, I can absolutely rely on to get stuff over here. Very impressed with DHL and their supply chain and their logistics. Always very trustworthy. So anyway, so the way that we pick it up here is that I'm like, okay, well, I'll choose a post office. And I chose one that I thought, because some of the writing is in Thai, actually, even on the U.S. Embassy when they say, where do you want to pick it up? But it says like Bangkok post office squiggle, right? And I'm like, okay, I guess, right? So I chose that. Well, I was like, 10 miles on the other side of the river, on the other side. But it was fine. We took the BTS and then we walked to this post office and we go in and we pick, she signed, say, here's my name. And like, I'm here to pick up my passport. And so they give her the envelope and they say, okay, that'll be 1 baht. Which I thought was adorable. So it was very ceremonial, right? So we give him like a 1 baht coin and we open it up and there's her Philippine passport with a U.S. visa in it, a U.S. B1, B2, allowing her to come in and out of the United States for the next 10 years and stay up to 6 months. That's a big deal. Unless you're like a business person where like your company just like did it for you because they were doing business with Johnson & Johnson in the United States. But to get a U.S. visa like that in your Philippine passport, that was a pretty big deal. And I was really excited that we got it because now it's like, okay, now we can travel together. Now it's not just like, I'm going to cruise over there and then spend my vacation time with my girlfriend and then like leave for the next 6 months to 9 months and then come back when I put together some more vacation. It's like, oh, no. Lazy guy right here. You are flying to Coronado, lady. You're going to be in San Diego, and every morning I'm going to wake up to you and I'm going to go to work and then I'm going to come home and you're going to be there and I'm going to be living the dream. So that was what we accomplished, and that was a huge win. To celebrate that afterwards, we did 2 things. The first is we went to there's like gold shops everywhere in Thailand, and we each bought we didn't each buy. I bought us gold rings. And if you know anything about Thai gold, this is not fake, believe it or not. I believe it is 26 karat. Maybe not. Maybe it's soft. I mean, if I can like actually bend it with my fingers. And Grace, and here's another thing. So we each bought gold rings. And so I wear mine, she wears hers. And then after that, we went to a rooftop bar and I'm like, oh yeah, let's go up there. How much could it possibly be? Oh my God. On average, if you were to walk down a Thai street that basically is advertising their beer, for example, it will be anywhere from like 60 baht to maybe like 100, 150, that sort of thing. So that's like just for a bottled beer. Which the reason I throw that out there is because usually that's the number that I gauge what a Diet Coke is going to cost me. Because for the most part, whenever I've gone to bars and that sort of thing, I either order one of those, those club sodas, if you've ever seen, it's the very Thai glass bottle club soda with the red lettering on it. Singha, I believe, is the brand, but I'm not totally sure. But again, it's if you've seen these Thai bottles of soda water, you know what I mean. It's those that I drink, or I drink Schweppes Manao or Schweppes Lemon, or Diet Coke. And usually those are like, if I'm going to a bar or something, usually like 100 baht or whatever. And so anyway, that's usually what I gauge. So I'm thinking, okay, well, we'll go up to this place and it'll maybe be like, maybe like 200 baht or something like that. And Gracie doesn't, she can drink, but she doesn't really do it. And because she's around me, she doesn't drink, right? So it's like, well, why would I do that? Which I'm glad, I don't particularly want to taste that on her mouth or smell that on her breath later. It's like, oh, great. Gin, and so, so we as a couple, we don't drink. And so we got like a, I don't know, virgin daiquiri, or maybe it was even a Diet Coke. I don't know. Or maybe I got it was like 1,700 baht for 2 drinks at this bar. Now, it was nice and the customer service was epic. I mean, we weren't there when it was busy because it was like after this, it was like after the workday, but it was definitely after sunset. So it was like maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, but it wasn't like, 11:30 and the nightclub had just opened and it was like boom, boom, no, it was like dinner time-ish. And, but for a sweet, for a swanky little place like that, it was arguably early in the night. So it wasn't like 5 p.m. when like the dinner cost half or whatever, but it was and all of the chairs that were like right on the ledge, where you could like watch sunset or you could look out over the city. Those were basically all taken up. But then there was this one, actually, like one of those like what do they call them? Tall boys, maybe. The tables that are like at about chest height, and you like sit on stools sometimes, or you just stand there and like talk as you're eating, I don't know, hors d'oeuvres or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so we went over there and we sat down, and yeah, it was like I think it was 1,710 baht for 2 drinks, and trust me, it was I had to convince Gracie that we were going to stay and finish these because she was just so offended by the price that I'm like, yeah, it's obnoxious, honey. I get it, but we're certainly not going to eat dinner here, because the best food in Thailand is not on a rooftop bar for $400. It's on the sidewalk. Or in some, little market kind of thing for $3, meaning it's overall the best. Now, the taste and the quality of the food in a rooftop bar, I'm quite certain it's good. But I can't have an enjoyable experience, nor can Gracie, because we're very distracted by the price of it, of the overprice of it. It's like, dude. So, which is easiest to get to? Ours was pretty easy. I mean, we basically just walked in, and most of these places that have certainly a very popular rooftop bar have an elevator, and it's either the bottom floor or rooftop bar button. So that was like pretty easy. And then, so 5 years, that's really cool. Man, it's changed a lot in 5 years, hasn't it? For me, this is now year 8. Because 13, 14, yeah. And I'll tell you, man, the first time I was here, it was like literally within the first couple of days that I was here, I got on the BTS and I took it over to Wat Po and Grand Palace and stuff. I took it to the river, and then I took the river boat up to but I got on there and I'm like, oh my God, I love BTS. It's incredibly expensive. Nobody rides it because it was very unpopulated years ago. And now, if it's 5 p.m., if 8 in the morning, I stand on the platform and like the train comes, the doors open, 2 or 3 people get on, and then, the line moves up 2 or 3 people and you wait for the next train to come. It is busy. A lot of Thais take it, but I love the BTS. It gets me everywhere that I've wanted to go for the most part. And then I can usually like take a Grab or a motorbike taxi to that after that. Brian says, a baddie I arrested put the Philippines idea in my head. And then I looked it up and saw JC and went from there. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, JC's a really great guy. So Gracie and I have had, we did an interview with him. If you're on his members site, actually, I don't know how you would, boy, that interview, we did it over at Terminal 21. So potentially you could search inside of his member site for Terminal 21. But it was really cool. He did an interview. He interviewed me, and then Gracie and Nat like kind of just sat next to each other. We went to this Mexican restaurant that was in Terminal 21 and did that. And so that was the first time I met him. Before that, we had talked back and forth. And he's really cool. He's a really, really good guy. And I've helped him out a little bit with his website and that sort of thing. But I do offer that service, but I also am real cautious about doing that because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm retired, right? I'm perpetually on vacation. And so I'll help people out with that sort of thing. I mean, I'd rather just do it for myself because that's when the technology gets really fun for me. But I'll help people out, with various things with technology, and of course, I'll always steer them towards the cloud. But where I'm really cautious and where I really throw up some boundaries is the fact that I don't want to do this full time, and I don't want to, have it be like something you rely on, like the technology we're working on. If that's something you rely on, hire a full time employee or have someone on call or something like that. Because if it goes down at like 5 p.m. on a Friday, or maybe even 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, when I'm basically at the movies or I'm staring at my foot at the beach, that's kind of what I want to keep doing. And, I don't really want to be on call any longer. So Matthew asks, how can someone meet a girl there to build a relationship? Short answer, show up. The easiest answer, Matthew, is get on a plane and come over here and, meet me, right? And I could like show you around and things in Bangkok. For me, though, it was just come over here and explore. Like Rike, I would never recommend a dating site if you're looking for, I think you specified, right? Build a relationship. Exactly. And I know Matthew, so I know when he says build a relationship, he means a really healthy relationship with someone who has integrity. So because we're friends, and he's not a one night relationship kind of guy. He's I'm going to commit, and we're going to do this thing together as a team kind of guy. And so to do that, meaning you want to meet what a lot of us in this chat might refer to as a good girl. Because I can tell you right now, the girl that I'm with, that I've been with for like 4 years, Gracie, I met her not with the idea of meeting her. Like I met her in the last few days. I mean, I got together with her, meaning I was chatting with her earlier on, and I had gotten a massage by her. Actually, she was a massage therapist at one of these massage places in Boracay that was way overpriced. And so I was like, okay, this girl better be good. But she had actually has a certification, and she went to school for it. And in fact, one of the things that really interested her, and I was just amazed by this, is that she has you get the basic certification, but then she also has additional certifications specifically to help people who are stroke victims. So she knows a little bit more about the body. Basically, she took more medical information, and she knows how to, through massage, help people that are recovering, basically for the rest of their lives, from sadly having a stroke. And anyway, so we had dinner for the first time, basically about 3, maybe 2 days before I was leaving. And I had already been to Boracay for a week, and then I went over to see Rike, actually, in Dumaguete, and then went over to Siquijor, and then from there came back to Boracay because I loved it so much, and stayed there for another week and added another week onto my vacation. Thank God. But of course, I meet her, it's like hindsight being 2020. I say to myself, oh my God, what was I doing? Wasting time, just having, fun, basically, in Boracay when I first got there. Wasting my time with it. I could have somehow met you, but I didn't plan it, right? I didn't plan to meet Gracie and certainly when I met her, I wasn't like, oh my God, we're going to spend the rest of my life together. We are getting you a visa. Talk to you Saturday. No, I mean, we chatted a lot, just like we do now. We chat every single day. If a day goes by and I don't talk to her, that would be weird. I would be concerned, as would she. If I get up and I get distracted by, something, usually technology, and I don't, say, hey, honey, good morning. If it becomes 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and for some reason, like a loser, I didn't say hi, good morning. She's get a little worried. She doesn't get jealous or anything. She's just like, oh, that's kind of weird. I wonder if he's okay. Did the power go out? Did he not find? Because she's been around me enough. For if I, to any of you or anyone in my life, were able to say, yeah, I'm really sorry, I wasn't able to figure out a way to communicate with you. Right, dude. I am the easiest guy to get a hold of. I have LinkedIn. I have every social basically that's relevant to certainly us. You may not be on TikTok. I am, but I don't really use it. I don't use Pinterest a whole lot either. But I find ways to communicate. I have a phone. I have a backup phone. I have an extra phone that actually can't work as a phone because it can no longer recognize the SIM, but it works great as basically a tablet because it works perfectly on Wi-Fi. And I have that as my backup phone. Because if there's Wi-Fi, which if you've ever been over here in Southeast Asia, is freaking everywhere for free. All you got to do is walk down to a donut shop, and if they don't have it, you walk next door to the hair parlor and they have it. Or you get a massage somewhere and you just say, well, you know what? I just want you to massage my feet. I'm going to sit here in the lobby while you do that. Okay, cool. Here's our Wi-Fi code. So I can always figure out a way to communicate with people unless the power has been out for a significant amount of time, which would be weird. And I would submit that if it went out that long, it would end up on the news and she'd be like, oh, I know why he's not communicating with me. So, but yeah, Matthew, if you want to build a relationship with someone over here, just come here. And now I say that, but I'm also going to say, come here with the idea of that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is discovering whether you fit here, whether you're comfortable here. I've had Thai relationships and I have a Philippine relationship, and Gracie's it. She is Filipinas. I mean, you meet a good one. I hope you meet a good one. I hope any of you have met a good one. But if you have a Thai wife, I'm not saying that's bad. There's plenty of great Thai girls. Don't get me wrong. But for me, my experience is that, man, I'm so loving my Filipina. It's great. I mean, there's very little lost in translation that occurs. and I can be sarcastic with her, like on the second date kind of thing. Like there's no weird, it's just, yeah. Anyway, I mean, she's the fit for me, right? So I mean, I could tell you guys all day long about why a Filipina girlfriend is the way to go. Only, but that's right, Mike, because you have one. But I mean, yeah, she's it. So it's great. So I hope you find a Gracie, Matthew, because I know how wonderful that makes your life. Right. Caesar says, no, I was at one once with a friend and it was running a labyrinth to find it. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I get that. A lot of these pictures that you'll see from rooftop bars is of like all of the city that's in front of you, which looks gorgeous at night. But then you look down and you're like, okay, there is no public transportation anywhere from here. Even if it's a really, really popular one, sometimes the motorbike taxi drivers don't know where to go. Now that there's Grab, you can pretty much just, throw the address in, and regardless of where it is, it doesn't really matter. The phone tells the guy where to go. Caesar says, actually, all the pool parties I have seen are on roofs and have bars. Ambar Soy 15 is an example. Weston Sukhumvit Asok. Yeah. Weston Sukhumvit is very well known. That's a nice Weston, actually. I've been in there before. Caesar says, and where is the cheap Charlie roof bar? Amber Pool Party is now 400 baht. Used to be 300 with Flea Float first hour. Still has that, but 400 baht now. That just to get in. Yeah, completely agree. Great to have a soulmate. 23.5 carat, 96.5 pure Thai gold. Get some. Absolutely. Teresa, thank you for coming over on this platform. Really appreciate it, sweetie. Yeah, I will tell you that when I first saw Thai gold, maybe this happened to many of you, I thought, oh, well, that's pretty lousy because it almost looks plastic. Like if you come from the US and you're used to like, 18 karat gold, right? That is lousy gold as far as a Thai person goes. I'll tell you something here. Do this. Buy yourself some 18 karat gold in the United States and then fly to Thailand and start giving that gold out to girls and video their response and put it up on YouTube, because they'll be like, what is this garbage? The other neat thing about gold over here, the way you buy it, relative to the story of Gracie and I buying these rings, is you buy it by weight. And it doesn't really matter what the design is on here or what it looks like or how more complex it was to mold that gold ring versus that gold ring versus that gold chain or that gold, design or that heart or whatever. And here's what's really, so you buy it by weight, right? So this gold thing cost however much gold cost at the time. And I think this ended up costing like, I don't know, for the sake of argument, let's say it cost 20,000 baht. And so Gracie says, but approximately, it's a little smaller, obviously, because it's a lady's ring, right? But so, let's say all in, we basically paid 35,000 baht or whatever it was for like both of them. So we'll say, but let's just say hers was 20,000 baht. So hers is 20,000 baht. And so she wears it like all the time. I will occasionally take this off. Sometimes I take it off at night. Also, if I haven't eaten in a while or I've been outside and exercising and sweating, my body does actually shrink. Like my fingers will get smaller. And I have lost rings in the past. So if ever I feel like this getting a little loose, I'm like, I'm taking this off and I don't want to lose this. Like if I'm going swimming because it's colder anyway, regardless, she leaves hers on for the most part all day long and does stuff all day long. So she'll have her hands in soap and bleach and dirt because she's like, putting vegetables around the house and that sort of thing. So hers was dirty and it was actually mangled. It was actually, because they're soft, it gets bent, And I mean, there's been times where I've grabbed my luggage, how they have like the bag top hard plastic handle. I've grabbed that and in doing so and bent the ring, and then I bend it back. Mine's a little thicker. Well, hers was all mangled, right? But the cool part about the fact that you buy gold by weight is we were over in Chinatown and we just walked into some random gold shop. And they have the price of what it's going to cost like on the door. So it's kind of like you drive into a gas station. You basically know how much you're paying for gas. It's on the huge marquee. And so for the most part, that's what you're paying for gold here in Thailand. So we walk into the place and, we show him the ring and he weighs it. And he says, okay, well, this is how much this is worth, even though it's been mangled. And so then we look around and we basically look for another ring that looks quite similar to this, but it's a little bit thicker. So she's thinking, okay, great, this won't like bend or whatever. So he takes the old one off, he puts the new one on, and it weighs a little bit more. And, so let's say for the sake of argument, he put that ring on. It was like, oh yeah, it was about, 20,000 baht because that's what we paid for it. I mean, it's still the same amount of gold. It isn't like shaved off effectively. And so he puts the new one on, and the new one was like 23,000 baht, right? And so if you've ever bought something in Thailand from a Thai person who basically doesn't speak English, what they do is they have a calculator, and then they type in the number in the calculator, and they show you the calculator. So he just like puts up like 2,500 baht, and I'm like, okay, I mean, I can give you the 3,000. I mean, I don't want you to lose money, right? And no, so we got her a brand new ring, and all we did was basically pay for the upgrade in weight. I mean, she could have literally gotten the exact same ring, same size, same amount of gold, and we just traded it in. Try doing that with a diamond ring in the United States. Oh my God. The jewelry system in the United States is so, especially the diamond. Oh my God. It's such a crooked, it's a scam, man. Absolutely. Love you, sweetie. Thanks. And Teresa's a great friend. I met her. God, when did we meet? I mean, obviously we know how we met, which is through Parting for a Purpose. And it's all about the Kids Foundation, a charity that we were both really passionate about. But I want to say probably 2010, because I think it was right after I graduated. I have a master's in executive leadership, actually. And so in doing that process, along the way, you get some influence from people around you that, hey, look, you've got this leadership thing going on. You really should put some energy into helping out a nonprofit. And I thought, okay, well, that's cool. Like I'm in my 40s. That's good. I've got a good job. I can pay rent. I don't need to go out and, get some crazy ass leadership appointment. I'll do some of these things. And through a series of events through my coaching company, one of my clients was a part of It's All About the Kids. So she introduced me to Angela, the woman who's the president and the founder and the owner. And she then in turn introduced me to Teresa, because Teresa would come to all of our events because she's a world-class photographer. And she also likes the environment. It's a really cool environment. We're helping kids, truly. Or I was helping kids. I don't do it any longer. They do, though, still. So Jesus says, Eat RM near Victoria Monument has cheapo steaks. Best deal so far. And okay, cool. That's good to know. The good news is that I figured out a way to actually export all of the chat from YouTube. I don't know if I can export it all from Restream, but I know I can export it all from YouTube. Because what I wanted to do, if you guys ever watched my videos before, my streams, is at the end, I really like to thank everybody. And I do that to the best of my ability. And I always miss someone, and it bugs me. Like Truck One, for example. I know for a fact that he was chatting in the chat last time I did a live stream, and I missed him in the thank you. And so what I tried to do is I tried to basically I tried to use one of these, plugins, right? And so what I wanted it to do is I wanted it to scroll through all of the people that said something in the chat. But what I believe happened is not that. And I believe that the result is a scroll only of people that have subbed since the broadcast, since the live stream started. And so I just put up the screen. So I don't know how, I know there's a delay between me and YouTube and that sort of thing. But right now, what's supposed to be happening is in the center of the screen, up through the beach into the water, is supposed to be streaming. At least what I believe it's trying to do is stream a list of subscribers and like people that used, super chat, right? I can't super chat because I don't have 1,000. And that's not the reason. Some people have asked me, they're like, dude, why can't I super chat? Meaning, why can't you give me money? And trust me, I'm honored. But look, if you're looking to give money, and because you want to thank me for something, find your favorite charity and just give the mic money to that, please. Because look, I don't dislike money and I'll take it all day long. But at the end of the day, what would really make me feel good is if you tell me you gave money to something that means a lot to you. And you could argue, yes, Mike, that's you. I'm like, okay, fine. But the point is that because you can't use super chat right now, and because you can't give me money, if you are one of the few, and again, it's very few, and that's fine. People who have asked me, hey, Mike, how can we super chat? How can we basically give you money? please give it to a nonprofit organization or buy a nurse a mask. I mean, anything. Just but tell us about it in the chat, because I definitely want you to get acknowledgement for that. Because if you super chat and then the person's channel has the ability to super chat, it's basically you're going to be able to see it. So again, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to figure out why the scrolling is not showing up, and it really bothers me. So anyway, so my next best thing is basically export the entire. So I'm going to test roll the credits. So what you're going to see is basically a test roll that will come up right now. But what's supposed to come up is well, I just clicked on roll credits live. So with any luck, by clicking on that, ideally something will come up there. What I wanted to have come up there is a thank you and a list of, see how it says subscriptions. I mean, this is just a demo, right? But what I wanted to have happen is I wanted all of the people that are in the chat to show up. So, for example, Mr. Brain Tennis, thank you very much. This is great that it does this. In other words, what it's going to scroll is the people that have subbed since I have been doing the broadcast. And what I really want to do is, and I'm going to probably just open up a case on, not open up a case, but open up a gig basically on either Upwork or Fiverr, and be like, look, I need you to be able to, because I want it to happen like as I'm ending the broadcast, not like afterwards where I have to like dump the whole basically chat into a CSV and then scrape out the names and then have them. I want them to be able to scroll immediately. But the best one I can find so far is this Streamlabs one, who basically it thanks the most recent subscribers since the broadcast started for subscribing, and therefore they're part of the Cool Kids table. But the point is that I don't know how to do that, and so it bums me out, because I really want to thank you guys for coming by, staying as long as however long you stayed, and or however long you didn't stay, because it's really cool. It keeps me sane, you guys. I mean, it's like I really dig it, and I'm going to switch to this one here. Maybe if you see this one, what I'm going to pop up next, I'm going to throw the chat back up there too, so we can continue our discussions. But this is basically Gracie's backyard, Gracie's parents' farm, and that's a shot from her kitchen. So, and it's not a very wide angle shot. I apologize for that, but yeah, it's amazing. So, one of the things that I really like to do when I'm there is go walk around up in the hills with her daughter. And because, when she gets away from adults, because she's 13 now, she's very comfortable speaking English to me. But if there's adults around, then she's shy. And so she won't speak English. And then I'm like, yeah, but I want to hang out. Like, I want to get to know you, man. I'm not just like some dude who like shows up and buys the bike. Like, I really want to be part of your life. And so anyway, selfishly, really the only way that I could do that is if she speaks English. My ability to learn Tagalog and Visayan is grossly outstretched. So anyway, I don't have the ability to speak with her the way I want to speak with her and tell her how proud I am of her. Although, other than in English. And the good news is she knows English. So, but yeah, at that restaurant, okay, so huge onion rings, American style service, absolutely, but not an American chain. I love everything about that, man. Well, hey, maybe we'll meet up sometime and go there. That'd be kind of cool. When we can get within, 10 meters of each other. Haven't dated anyone since my divorce past 18 years. Matthew, I got to tell you, there are probably, if there are 5,000 guys who could be in this chat right now that could make that same statement, buddy. And that's too bad. Now, to be fair, again, if you guys don't, I worked with Matthew, so I know that he was very obsessed with his work, dedicated to his work. Let's say that. I don't want to make it sound negative. And his daughter. So I know that he was like, attention units spent at work are good. And then when I'm done working, I go home and I spend the attention units on my daughter. So, I understand the reasoning behind that. But man, I really invite you to get back into the saddle, as they say. And the other thing that I think a lot of us in this chat would recommend to you is don't bother dating in the U.S. And he's from San Diego. And so, Rika and I, till we're blue in the face, we could give you the reasons why. And Matthew's basically my age. He's a little bit older, but about the same age. Why dating our age is just not something that it's not something that works for he and I. And I would gather that Matthew, you're going to find someone over here that you might click with a little bit better. Let me just throw that out there. Rike says, same for me. I met V just as I was leaving from a visa run to Davao from Vietnam, followed by 3 months of long-distance relationship online, then together since January, 24/7. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you right there. I mean, and again, it's not like Rike and I are like, oh, no, I'm never going to meet a girl. I mean, it's like, but we weren't seeking it out. Man, guys, how many times have you heard, like, from your buddy, or even maybe you've experienced it yourself, where you're like, oh, how did you meet your girlfriend? How do you meet? Like, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking. It wasn't the most important thing in my life. I wasn't obsessed with, like, oh my God, I got to go. I had a buddy who came over to Cebu. In fact, he sat down and talked to Rike, because I'm like, look, dude, if you're going to do this, go over there, talk to Rike. He's there. He's a good guy to bounce stuff off of. He'll always give you the, the real. And he went over to Cebu. He's like, okay, dude, I got like 2.5 weeks vacation. I'm going to go over to Cebu. I'm going to meet a girl, and I'm going to basically find a wife. And I'm like, oh, are you now? I mean, I'm like, dude, how do you? No, it's not like going to the hardware store and being like, dude, I'm going to Home Depot and I'm going to get me some really bitchin' hammers. No, I mean, come on, man. You don't just like check the box. I mean, there's an interview process. Let's face it, right? And, so I would, and when I say come over here, I don't know. Matthew and I used to work in higher education, and in higher education, the amount of vacation time you get is significant. So, I don't know where you're working now, if you can take off 4 weeks in a row, but if you can, I would highly encourage you to save up the maximum amount of vacation you can have, and take the maximum amount of vacation you can take at one given time contiguously, and use that and come over here. Again, I'm biased, so I would say, oh, come over to Thailand. But, it is arguably infinitely easier to land in the Philippines and literally walk outdoors and potentially find someone who at least is really pleasant. It may not be your long-term girlfriend. You may not spend the rest of your life with her, but there's a pretty good chance you could meet someone who's actually kind of nice that you can go to dinner with, like just by walking up to someone. And if, her eyes open and she doesn't look away like a Western woman would, they make eye contact, and you can be like, hey, so, would you like to go to dinner? She would, oh my God, no. Well, I mean, they're either going to not want to or not be able to, because they're probably working. But, you make exchange for it. The bottom line is it's incredibly easy to find someone to at least hang out with. And after 18 years, Matthew, that might be the best thing for you, buddy, is to just come on over to the Philippines and just meet some nice people. That's my 95 cents. Caesar says, my present girlfriend met me while waiting for BTS. Easy does it. Dude, that's so cool. That is so cool, because I mean, I've been on the BTS before, and I've stood there before I met Gracie, of course. I stood there and I think to myself, wow, she's really attractive. But every now and then there was, and again, this is a while ago, but every now and then there was that little voice in my head that said, oh no, don't ask her out because she might say no. And I'm like, oh my God, shut up, San Diego. I mean, no. I mean, yeah, she could say no, but my God, the chances are so low. I mean, unless I haven't bathed in a while, or I've just done a live stream oh, wait a second. 5 hours, 11 minutes. How am I doing, Rike? Shrinkage? There's shrinkage in the pool? Amber is free for ladies, if I remember correctly. Maybe just the first hour. Yeah, I mean, what bar doesn't have, ladies get in free, guys pay 20. What do they pay around here? I mean, because, shoot, dude, when I was DJing in this one club in 1991, because it was before I got sober, 1991, we would have a line out the door, and it was $20 to get in 1991. And that was literally a bar if you guys know anything about San Diego, it was on Sports Arena Boulevard, right across from the Sports Arena. It's now a tire shop, but we used to charge people $20 to get in. Sorry. We used to charge males $20 to get in. Um, because if you let the girls in for free, then the guys are more than willing to pay to get in, right? There you go. Paul T says, how much gold can you transport by plane without getting hassled? Well, I would probably say I would never transport anything that had a value of over 10,000 US dollars. Oh, yeah, there we go. Caesar says, I think you can transport all you want. You must declare anything over $10,000. Yeah. Did it once. Did it want shrinkage? Under the limit or declared it? Good question. Declared it twice, Thailand and the U.S. No problem. No big deal. And you guys have already been reading this, which is good. I'm just getting to it now. So no big deal. People just love passing it around and handling it and looking at it, though. Big lumps of pure gold. Oh. Curious partly because if you buy enough gold in the U.S. at one time, they have to track it. No, I didn't know that. Caesar did, though. Maybe the number is 10,000 or higher, but some stores don't bother or don't track separate purchases. Similar questions here. If you dump a kilo or something, does the tax man get an oversight? I think not, but I'll look. Well, you're supposed to declare those gains/losses on taxes. I didn't know that. I don't know if I would claim a loss on my gold rings that Gracie and I bought, although I suppose it's not over $10,000, but no big deal, right? Although I can tell you, I absolutely report on my taxes the foreign bank accounts I have, even if and when the balance has not been over $10,000, because I don't think there's any downside to doing that, because I have heard that if you forget to do it, I'm more doing it because I want to get in the habit of doing it, because I've heard if you forget to do it, the punishment and the fine, whoa, talk about no tolerance. It is high, dude. That is not cool. Caesar says banks, however, can be very noisy about your money. They are looking for drug money or criminals. Yeah, that's the whole over $10,000 money laundering thing. I get that. And what is it? What are the three letters? KYC, know your customer. Yeah. Yes, and avoid structured transactions. That guy, good to see you. Glad you're here. Long time subscriber, long time person who comments. So thank you very much. I always appreciate. Good to see your name there. And just so you know, that guy, I actually tried to give you a wrench, as they say, to make you a moderator. And the way that you do that on YouTube is you go into your YouTube channel and you go into settings, and then you go into basically a square text box and you copy and paste in a link to that person's YouTube channel. Because even if you don't have a channel and do anything, you basically have a YouTube account, which is effectively your channel. And so so if you've seen Rike on here, you've seen how there's been a wrench next to his, and all I did is copy and paste his in there, and then blam, next time he logged in, he would be a moderator. And whether he noticed it or not, I knew that he'd probably if he had the chance, he'd probably kick out the people that are not part of the cool kids table. And so I tried to do that for you, actually, but I couldn't. And I don't know what that means. I know that you haven't, you don't have a channel in the sense that you upload content. But anyway, just to let you know, it'd be really cool if you could be a moderator, because you're, I don't know if I'm ready for wrench level. Well, what do I always say? I didn't learn a whole lot doing everything right the first time. So if you make a mistake, well, guess what? You make a mistake. So anyway, but that might throw a wrench into the fun. But yep. Thanks, Paul. You're amazing. And that guy says, I am so tired of the Western women averting her eyes, in quotes, thing when she sees you. I am just so over that. And of course, I'm putting in some emotion into his text, but I'm doing so because I'm micifying it. And yeah, there's a lot of discussion around, why guys come here, right? Matthew says America is hopeless as far as meeting a girl. Yeah, it can be, dude. I mean, again, anything's possible, okay? But the probability, I would submit, and I think a lot of people in this chat will probably surround you, Matthew, and say, dude, come here. You'll find a girlfriend. Trust me, they're awesome. Just don't do these things, right? Don't fall in love in 5 minutes. Don't give anybody money, kind of thing. But I know you're smart enough not to do that. But I'll tell you something. There's something to be said for, for making your heart feel good, right? So you meet someone and, look, I'm sure none of us, we meant label some poor guy who like gave all his money or whatever and got scammed and then made a YouTube video about it. Woe is me, victim versus volunteer, maybe, who knows, but I mean, it's not like you can't almost fault the people for doing it, because I mean, look, we're all trying to find love in a different, in our own way. Right. And for some people, it's like, oh, I'm going to wait around and I'm going to go to church. And when God presents the next mate to me, I'm going to be there with a Bible or whatever your process is. Some guys are like, okay, I got $1,100. I'm going to Angeles City and I'm going to knock this relationship thing out of the park. Relationship thing. Right. So, I mean, it's all found in different ways. I mean, I remember I would be at work. And Matthew can probably appreciate this. So I'm at work and some guy says, one of our leader who Matthew didn't get along with real well, but in any case, I actually think he's an okay guy because I know his limitations. But nonetheless, they were like, yeah, this guy met this girl and he's got a mail order bride, right? Total judgment, standard, stuff from another white guy in the U.S. who believes that women under 40 are too young, and that was massive judgment, by the way, just so you know. Like, so that's what it sounds like when I throw it out there, but it's correct. So they were like, oh yeah, it's mail order bride. And I just remember responding. I said, look, dude, we're all trying to find love. I mean, just some guys do it in ways that other guys object to. I mean, I don't judge the fact that some guys go up to Angeles City to find their next love, or their next, that for love for that night or for the rest of their lives. I mean, it happens, guy, and, so I don't know. I mean, however you do it, however you seek out to do it. I mean, as long as, I guess I judge it to some degree, meaning that if I judge your behavior as being one that lacks integrity, or you're outright lying to someone just so you can basically get what you want, meaning, in bed or their money or their relationship, or, you sleep your way to the top, right? I mean, how many times have we heard that phrase? And, I judge that behavior as being bad. Okay. So, but as far as like, trying to find it or like, losing all your money because you gave it to some girl, well, again, I didn't learn a whole lot doing everything right the first time. And maybe, I'll tell you something, maybe the best guys to take advice from as far as who you shouldn't give money to are the guys who gave money to somebody. Because it's like, oh, he can clue me in on the behavior. He can go, So maybe, but I will tell you though, that I have, I'm trying to think if I've ever, I certainly have not been taken advantage of. I let someone take advantage of me. Let me be clear on that one. Relative to the Mexico story, like I should have done a significant amount of due diligence. I should have hired a lawyer before I signed the first piece of paper or before I signed the first check, like a couple $1,000 deposit. I should have hired a lawyer way back then, not this. Oh my God, this person's been my friend for so long. And I like help her take care of her dying husband who has dementia. And, we hang out together and, we talk about the same things and she seems like she likes the same. So of course I will buy this house and the paperwork that she shows me. Yeah, it looks like a bad copy, but of course I trust her, and it was like, no, dude, you're buying a piece of property. Even if you buy a piece of property from your mom in the United States, you get a title search. That's just what you do. And I didn't do that in Mexico. So shame on me. So anyway, chance favors the prepared mind. Well done. That's like your second one, guys. We need to screw the wrench nonsense. We need to give like a clap. We need to give like a rounding. I know that I've seen guys like, so for example, actually, if you've never been to Philippines on Demand, when he does a live stream, one of the things that he does is he has like these little animated GIFs, and they're usually in the upper left-hand corner or upper right-hand corner as you're watching. And he's got some of those. So I know I could definitely find a clap to be able to upload there, but yeah, very good. You share good nuggets, good sound bites, sir. Love comes out of heaven. Be prepared, humble, and contrite is good. Don't disagree, my friend. Absolutely. Fortune favors the bold. That's another good one. Bold as a lion. Good. Life is hard and short. Everyone does the best they can. Love is hard to find. Mere companionship is hard to find. Yeah. If you're looking for it in a sense that you're looking for someone who's, really going to be a friend. A lot of times, you guys would be like, oh, I really need to find a companion tonight for the next 6.5 minutes, or whatever, right? Short time rooms are not, we all know the name. If you've been over here to this part of the world, you've all have probably heard the phrase short time room. And, those exist because some guy's version of companionship is, between now and the time that I'm meeting my buddies later to go to the movies, so, we all get it in different ways. Caesar says, just walk through Soy Cowboy for a little therapy. Church, not so good, but can be used. Yeah. It's a different kind of church, a different kind of prayer, and a different kind of book. And I'm not a church guy. I worship the way I worship, and I'm sure all of you guys do as well. And speaking of which, if you worship the way a lot of people in the Philippines do, as well as the United States, happy Easter, by the way. That is not a holiday that I celebrate, but I remembered that it was this past weekend. I'm more Buddhist than any other. If I were to pick a religion, I would say, I'm Buddhist. Only because that is the knowledge I have of that, which is about the same limited knowledge that I have of other religions that I've been exposed to. I resonate the most with Buddhism. Now, you could also argue that Buddhism is not a religion, it's a way of life. Okay, so I suppose I like it even more then because the ceremonies that I've been to in Buddhism, in the Buddhist religion, in the Buddhist way of life, have been these I've been in a room where like we were all on our knees, right, and there was the Buddha, right, and the monk, he was up in front and he was chanting, and I just like that. I like the guy when he does, like, he waves the, basically it's like the end of some big brush and it's got some water on it, and he waves it to you. And I mean, I don't know why I like that. I don't know why I like that more than I like the whole, you're entering the church and there's a bucket of water, holy water, and you touch it to your fingers, and then I guess you do the crossing thing. I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm totally ignorant to it, but for some reason, when the guy in the orange sheet like shakes that thing on me, I like it. I'm like, that's kind of cool. It's not a big, it's not like, oh wow, I'm wondering if I'm going to ace this calculus test. Better go walk in front of this guy, shave it. No. I mean, it doesn't work that way in my life. But there's something to be said for the whole merit thing. I don't have the belief in the merit process that many Thais that I've been with believe. I mean, I've seen Thais make, maybe you guys have seen this, make like trees, like literally, like it's a man-made tree out of money. Like instead of leaves, like you have sticks that are coming out, but instead of leaves, they put bills. They put like 100 baht bills, 1,000 baht bills. And I've seen this one ceremony I was at, we were all sitting on the ground. It was like the entire village. And I think what was happening, I don't know because it was all in Thai, but I think what was happening is that they were celebrating and blessing the fact that they had built a new physical building that people could come in and worship under. So because the roof was like brand new concrete basically, but then there was like also a padded thing on it, because I mean you're on your knees, like sitting on your butt, like with your legs crossed sometimes. Not usually with your legs crossed. Usually you're sitting on top of your legs and your feet are behind you so that they're not facing the Buddha, the monk. And I mean, on the stage, I wish I could find, I'm sure I have a picture of it. It was with my Thai girlfriend at the time in Nakhon Ratchasima, in Korat, if you know where that is, up north towards Isan. And it's actually where I got my Buddha. This monk gave me this, I call it my Buddha. It's an amulet. Is that how you pronounce it? But I tried to pay him for it, but he wouldn't take it. Whereas, you walk up and down the street in Bangkok or Pattaya, and there's many people that are more than willing to exchange money for their amulets. So anyway, this is my Buddha. And the monk that gave it to me was a really cool guy. He was old, very old, but seemed really cool. Oh, and he liked 3-in-1. And so he and I shared a 3-in-1. Or we each had one, but we sat down and I spoke zero Thai and he spoke zero English, and we took sips of our 3-in-1, and then we smiled at each other, and then we went back and took another sip, and I was like, oh yeah, this makes complete sense. I want to hang out with this guy. I can't speak to him, but we're going to sit here and we're going to have some 3-in-1. We're going to have some coffee. So that guy says, Mike, you might have lost money in Mexico, but most people lose that much or more but don't get any stories out of it. Yeah, absolutely. I suppose I should write a story about that. If you guys don't know, I actually did write a story in this one book right after grad school, and it hit Amazon, and we were #1 on Amazon for one day. That is called an Amazon Blitz, by the way. And I can tell you that if you have the ability to label yourself as a #1 best-selling author on Amazon, then you have no more money than the next guy sitting next to you on a public bus who doesn't have a book that's been #1 on Amazon. There is no money in it, but it made a really cool business card because I could be like, hey, so like here's, because I was doing it not for IT. I wasn't like, hey, how's it going? My name is Mike. Would you like to buy these servers? Here, have this book. I'm story number 3, right next to Jack Canfield, and right before, no, it didn't work that way. But when I was doing executive life coaching, it was good because basically the story in there is the story of me, the story of the book is called Defining Moments of Courage, and my story is my defining moment of courage, which is basically when I hit bottom and reached out to the Buddha or whatever, and I said, help, gotta get sober, help me, and it worked. And that was a very defining moment. Long Po, Mike, respected teacher, Luang Prabang, Avalokiteshvara, Mike, spirit of the ancient monk. Ah, cool, man. I'm so ignorant to that, man. I'm so bummed about that. I mean, for some reason, I really like it. And every time I go to like a temple or something and then I leave, I always feel better than when I went in. But yet it's not a priority for me. I don't seek it out as much as I do. Yet when I'm like, I mean, there's a temple, man, like, well, I was just going to say, there's a temple like 2 blocks from where I live. And that statement pretty much could be made anywhere you live in Bangkok. There are a few temples. There's a lot more temples than there are rooftop bars in Bangkok. And I'm okay with that, actually. I like that. I like the temples. That guy says, I went to a class in Buddhism, but had difficulty when the guy insisted the universe was literally a gigantic house. Do you have that presented to you? I never did. I have never had anything relative to Buddhism in any way insisted upon me. That is another reason I like it. Everything that has been presented to me has just been presented as if the person was doing what they were doing. It was, and it wasn't manipulative, like I was walking by Tom Sawyer as he was whitewashing the fence. And by watching him, he then convinced me that I would like it and therefore I should do it for him. It wasn't like I walked by a temple and they're like, oh, yeah, I mean, you should really come in here, but I don't know if you're cool enough. But I mean, if you want to, but nah, I probably shouldn't let you in. I mean, everything that happens in there is so amazing. And, you really should probably check it out because you're totally worthy, Mike. But nah, I don't know if I'm going to let you. Oh, please let me whitewash the fence, Tom. So it's never been one of those. Caesar says, I think Luang Prabang, the city is named after a particularly sacred Buddha image and temple. Reverence of wisdom as a way of life is Buddhism. Absolutely. I will tell you right now, the only sort of questioning I did, because I found a monk whose English was epic. And I haven't asked any questions since then because I have this memory in my mind that I'm like, that's cool. I really don't need to ask any more questions. I probably should ask more questions. But here was the scenario. So I asked this monk guy, I said, okay, so, and I don't mean to sound flippant by saying it that way. I found this gentleman who was a monk, okay? I don't want to sound like I'm a teenager. There was a monk, and I don't remember exactly where I was. In my mind, I'm remembering myself being on top of like a mountain. And there were like York peppermint patties no. So I was on the top of this mountain, and it was like one of these places that if you were to ask people in the local town, they would refer to it as like Buddha Mountain. That's kind of common in a few places, but you don't want to know the amount of money, Matthew, and I don't particularly want to tell anybody. Enough to make it where I am never going back to Mexico. How's that? The question was, so it was, I don't know if I asked him exactly this, but basically it was, what is Buddhism? And I don't know whether I threw that out there or something, but we were talking, I mean, I discovered that he knew English because we were speaking back and forth in English before I asked him this question. So let's say banter occurred for about 15 minutes. And then I said, so what is Buddhism? And he sort of paused and he kind of like little smiled. And I remember he looked down and he looked up at me. And then he like looked around. He looked around and above me, and it was a beautiful day, blue sky. And of course, I was one of the very few people there because it was in the middle of the afternoon when it was about 1,000 degrees outside. And he said, "It's easy if I." And it wasn't perfect English, but he said something to the effect of, "Easy if I tell you this way," kind of thing. You know, it was almost perfect, right? He's like, "Just be kind." And I was like, all right, I'm in. I'm going to be Buddhist. That's cool. That's good. Because he wasn't like, you know, I mean, if you don't know, like part of this sort of ceremony of being a young boy in Thailand is you grow up at some point, you know, towards adulthood. And even sometimes they wait until they get into adulthood. Not every man, but many men will go, and the way that I've heard it described to me, because of course I don't know Thai, is they use words that they think I will understand, which is, I'm going to go do Buddha. And basically, wasn't that cool, that guy? I mean, he just like throws that out there. And I'm like, I was like, I want to hang out with this guy. Like, I mean, I just want to follow this guy around. I almost wanted to do ohms in the morning, dude. Sorry. I almost wanted to like grab a bowl and walk barefoot through the town at like 6 a.m. and like, no matter what I got, I wanted to like give it to somebody else. I was like, dude, this is, I am on board. You're cool, man. So anyway, I'm getting a little choked up over it, actually. Oh my God, I've got emotion. Big men don't cry, Mike. Like that boy used to say, Mike, I got hurt, but I didn't cry. Didn't cry, Mike. I love crying. I love crying with tears of joy. I swear, guys, some days I wake up in the morning and I am brought to tears because my life is so spectacular and I get to live it, you know? And if I'm doing it right, I put my head on the pillow and I ask myself, was I kind today? One of the things I pray for, if you care about my ceremony in the morning, is I hold my Buddha and I hold it sort of like up over my head because it was something that someone else taught me, that whether I'm doing it wrong or it's dumb or silly, I like it and it makes me feel good. And I say, Buddha, please keep me safe, keep me happy, help me to be kind, and help me to be lucky. And I like that. That's a cool beginning to my day. It may not work for any of you. If for nothing else, it may be something that you're like, oh my God, I know exactly what not to do. Great. But I just thought I'd share. A lot, dude. Half of the price of a house in San Diego. How's that? It was the price of when I bought my house in San Diego in 99. Average size house in San Diego that I bought in 1999. A lot. I'll tell you about how I pray and why I cry, but I will not tell you about how much money I lost. Anyway. Caesar says, never heard of the house thing, image of family that must behave because it's all coming back to you from the walls. That's pretty cool. I like that. Nice. No, I've never heard that. That's really rad. That guy says maybe this guy was presenting it wrong. I was surprised. Could be. Karma is one. Karma to me is sowing and reaping, but to some it's fatalism. Yeah, I guess. I believe in the whole karma thing in the sense that, I want to believe it because in my mind, I want people to sort of pay for things that I label or I judge as being things that I disapprove of, right? So when I see someone or I hear of someone doing something that basically I disapprove of, like cheating a retired couple out of $200 million or, in mass, Bernie Madoff. When I hear people doing stuff like that, I think to myself, well, the way that I see karma is that he's going to get his. And I'm not talking about, just going to jail and doing some time and paying a hefty fine and basically losing everything material. I'm talking about waking up in the middle of the night in cold sweats because you basically screwed some retired family out of their $100,000 and it was all their savings. So anyway, that is what I believe karma is good for, is that And I probably believe in, and that's too bad, really, if you think about it, because I kind of believe in the negative more than I believe in the positive. Meaning, I kind of believe that what's going to happen is if you do something bad that really affects a lot of people, and you did it maliciously and intentionally, then karma is going to get you, right? Like the song says, and you're going to experience bad things. And it's interesting. Maybe I'll change my tune after we have this discussion. Thank you, guys. Is that I believe that more than I believe the whole, well, if I give merit or if I provide food or money or I do this behavior, then I'm going to get, if I give merit, then I'm going to get something back. And so it's too bad. Maybe I should believe that more. That's more of a positive outlook. And, admittedly, I like to think that I'm more of a positive outlook guy, but maybe I'm just full of it, right? Just be kind. Yeah, absolutely. I can make that my goal. No problem. All day long, that guy. All day long. Better than a giant house. Yep. For sure. The best things in life are not things, and they are not houses, in my opinion. When I bought my house, I was very excited. I was proud of myself. I was a new homeowner, and I was like, okay, this is pretty good. I did this before I'm 30. And I, did it with a little bit of help from my parents, but I paid them back quite shortly thereafter. And, I've done this. I've actually gotten a degree, and I have enough money in savings, which is not a lot. But I've got enough to be able to get this loan, to get this house. And, it's like, okay, this is like one more step of adulthood. And I was proud of myself. It was cool. My mom would always tell me, she says, now, Michael, houses are very patient. And what she meant by that is you own a house and you got to do everything that goes wrong. You got to do all the repairs. The roof leaks. You got to repair the roof. You don't call 1-800-landlord and say, hey, my roof's leaking. Can you guys fix it? Now, to be fair, in the United States, yeah, you get the whole 1-year warranty, right? House warranty, usually when you buy a place. So if your water heater goes in, and someone else will pay for it, but you gotta do it all. You gotta do everything. It's like owning your own business. I always say you gotta take out the trash. You gotta collect the checks, and you gotta get the praise, and you gotta get the customers, and you gotta have the success. But you gotta take out the trash. If it's your business, you gotta do everything. So, you see, she wants to do that when he's over 90. Yeah, absolutely going to do Buddha, right? So you shave your head and you wear an orange thing and you walk around and you talk to nobody and you say nothing for hours on end. Half a year, maybe a year. I don't know, dude. Right now it'd be pretty easy, right? Oh, cool. I can shave my head. But I don't know if I'd do it. I mean, it's a lot of quiet time. And as you guys may have noticed, I'm mildly extroverted and a talker. So yeah, it does. It sucked, Matthew. It absolutely was a drag. I can tell you right now, it was not one of the highlights of my financial career, nor my business acumen showing. It was a bummer. But any of these guys in this chat, if you haven't been listening for the whole story, I got out of it with my life. So as far as I'm concerned, that's better ROI than I get in a lot of other areas. That guy says Madoff did get his kids and wife ruined, his kids hanging themselves. Dude, I did not know that. Ouch. No, trust me, that's not something that I wished. That wasn't the check boxes. But one could argue that, well, yeah, that's the karma. Like when you do really bad stuff to the universe is like, dude, this is going to hurt you more than if I kill you. I'm going to, whatever. I'm not going to get into that. That's really too bad. I would not wish that on anybody. I think that's an excessive payment. As far as, the best way to do it would be like, look, dude, if you were this bright and you got all this people, your punishment while you're in jail or whatever, and your family got ruined too, is to put your brain to work, and basically 90 cents of every dollar you make for the rest of your life, you're giving to this fund that we are going to invest because we're smart investors that have integrity. And the proceeds of this are going to go to all the people that you screwed over. And one could argue that between the time that he got caught and basically January of this year, when the market was absolutely at its peak so far, that money, who knows? Maybe it could have been paid back by now. I don't know. But I have a feeling that the punishment for it wasn't that. So that's too bad. And anyway, I don't know. It's I think karma's a good thing. And haircut. Yeah. Caesar says money does not buy happiness. It can attract much problem, or it can be a blessing. Absolutely. I believe that there is also a minimum amount that you need to survive. I wouldn't be real happy if all I could afford in Bangkok right now, especially as the heat is increasing this time of year, if all I could afford was a condo that had no air conditioning. So I'm a lot more comfortable in a condo that has air conditioning, that I can afford electricity. So there's a little bit of minimum, and no, the amount, it can't buy happiness. Okay. It can buy some joy, or maybe it can buy happiness, but it can't buy joy. It can't buy true deep down pleasure that you basically get from something that you didn't pay for. Right. Like when you're a little kid and your dad like really is proud of you. Like you really did something good. And he's like, wow, good job, son, or whatever, or daughter. Or when you've been killing yourself studying for a calculus exam. I'll give you an example. And you're doing it 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 and you're just burned out, and you go in and you do your best and you get your paper back and it says A on it. And you're like, oh, I could take on the world, dude. And if I had paid somebody to go take that exam and get an A on it, no way I would feel that happy. So I get it. Not buying happiness or joy. And it's not buying joy for sure. Tons of money won't solve your problems, but lack of it can potentially cause some. I will say that. I learned that phrase from a guy from San Diego, one of those guys that was in The Secret. Have you ever seen that? James Earl Ray made that statement. Lack of money can definitely cause problems. Yeah, sure. If you overextend yourself, for sure. That guy says, I bought a house in Boulder because I thought it'd make me feel like a grown-up. But all I did was watch Weather Channel obsessively, terrified of a freeze that could cause my pipes to break. And they did. Yeah, I get it, man. That's definitely too bad. When I had my house all the way down in Mexico, it was absolutely awesome, and I loved being there. But even before it got broken into, and then, of course, once your house gets broken into once, the next time you think to yourself, okay, clearly when I'm not here at some point, I really hope this doesn't get broken into. And then it gets broken into a second time. And then from that point forward, you're just like, all right, I'm just going to leave the door wide open because I'm sick and tired of you guys breaking the hinges or doing whatever you get in here. Just walk in, take whatever you want. Anything I leave down here, it basically has no value to me. And it's the equivalent of me throwing it away or donating it, So, and that stunk because I wasn't down there, right? But I had this asset that was basically in the middle of nowhere, and I either had a choice. I could pay, thousands, high hundreds to pay someone to, more than one person. I'd have to pay like 3 people to watch my house 24/7, as they say, and then actually defend it if people with, more energy or more weapons or whatever came to take advantage of it. So I could either do that. I could either basically pay U.S. monthly rent for security of my house down in Mexico that only cost me, a couple dollars a day, so that I could feel better, so that I could, rest at night, or I could just not have one of those things. And I prefer the latter. I'm totally there with you. So Caesar says no aircon means live in the shower or in front of a fan or outside and sweaty. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, especially this time of year. I mean, I love hot. I love humid. But if you guys don't know, one of the things I do pretty regularly is I'll have the air conditioning on in the house, and I'll have a fan going potentially too. I really love ceiling fans, but I'll also have the window wide open because I do like heat, and I love the smell of the outdoor hot air, and I love fresh air. And, I mean, if you're inside a sealed box and the only thing that's recirculating air is basically an indoor unit, and yeah, I keep the filters clean. I cleaned them the other day and disinfected them and all that. So there's no chance of mold or anything like that. But yeah, if anyone ever asks you, have you ever met anyone so silly that they actually have the air conditioning on with the windows open? Guilty. I drive my car that way, by the way, too. I get in my car, and what I would usually do is the first ceremony is I open up the sunroof, and then I open the windows, and then I turn the air conditioning on full blast if I'm hot. If I'm cold, and again, I lived in climates where you could actually do this when it was cold out, i.e. San Diego. If it was cold outside, well, then I did all of that, but then I turned the heat on full blast because I like the outdoor air. So, and I actually like the sun, too. I like I'm a very photon driven. I'm a huge fan of the photon, so I was trying to get that, but Paul T says money buys happiness up to a point compared to total poverty, and then you max out. Absolutely. I would agree with that as well. I think we're all sort of on the same page, right? I mean, it's like, now I will tell you that the time in my life when I was the most miserable was when I made, I didn't necessarily make money the most important thing. But I definitely made the generation of money the most important thing, meaning that like I was obsessed with my job. I was my job. I was one of those guys that when I first met you at a party kind of thing, like not literally, but like when I would first sort of interface with somebody, one of the very first questions that I would ask, and I don't do this anymore on purpose, is, so what do you do? What is your job? And I bet, I don't know this for a fact because it's like 2020 hindsight, but I bet one of the reasons I did that is so that you could tell me, and then you would ask me, oh, so what do you do? And then I could tell you all of the stuff that I do brilliantly. And again, the time in my life when I disliked myself the most was probably the time in my life where I behaved with the most arrogance. Crazy, right? Definitely not wearing an orange robe, being bald back then. So, yeah, I like my life a whole lot better today. Matt says, money helps iron out the rough spots. Absolutely. And I literally couldn't have ironed my shirt this morning if I couldn't have afforded that iron. So, anyway. Well, you know what, guys? I'm actually considering using the restroom today. How many of you have done that since we began? I haven't been drinking all that much. In fact, I should probably be drinking some more water. But anyway, so we're at our, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1. We're at about 5. We're 10 minutes shy of 5 hours. So I'm actually going to call it a day today. I'm going to call it a day now. Now, what I am going to do, because I showed you guys and I showed you that it worked, and I'm hoping that it actually does work. And what I would really want to do is I definitely want to honor anyone who is a new sub. And I'm hoping that this little gadget that I have that was provided to me by Streamlabs will allow me to highlight the new subs. But as you saw before, the only thing that was displaying correctly was that one new subscriber. Not that that's not awesome. Trust me, I really appreciate that. But let me go over here. What I have to do is I have to go over to the website thingy, and then I have to click on Roll Credits Live, and then it goes. But for the most part, we're going to see our new sub come up, hopefully. And so that's like really, really cool. So I'll show you guys right now. One of the things that that YouTube hid was a comment by this last person. I think it just showed up for the Gram 94. Follow at 4gram, and that's fine. I don't care if you're promoting yourself. If someone goes there and you're lame, then no one will come back. So whatever. But also being bald is cringe. Just kidding. Please don't, please don't hit me. Please, no, I won't hit you. How's that? Glad you came. That guy, I'm honored, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks to the new sub that we got, Mr. Brain Tennis. I want to make sure I thank Paul, Matt, Caesar, that guy for sure. You know what's weird? So that guy, I just scrolled up. One of the comments that I gotta turn on. This is ridiculous. It's way too tight. One of the comments that YouTube was holding was your comment, man, what a horrible life, related to Madoff. I mean, come on, man. That's not. Anyway, I want to make sure I definitely thank everybody here. Paul, thank you so much for coming by and commenting. Rike, always an honor, buddy. Thank you so much. The reason that I have, some recent subs too is because of Rike. So that's really awesome. Teresa, love you, sweetie. You're great. Brian, you're awesome, man. Thank you for coming by as well. Gail Baker, new Gail. I'm not quite sure if you subbed or not, but you're a new person to me that showed up. So thank you very much. I appreciate you allocating whatever amount of attention you did to come on over. And also Matthew, thank you so much for watching on Facebook. I just remembered that because I'm not scrolling. I can't really scroll back through Facebook very elegantly. P Mags 1331. Thank you for coming on over because I know you were over at Philippines on Demand, and I really appreciate that. Again, I want to make sure I get everybody, and I'm going to try and figure out a solution to that, guys. Philip Dowsat is the new one. Elusive Turtle, thank you. That was actually a very, very great question that Elusive Turtle asked. I really appreciate that. So thank you for and everyone else too. But thank you for being new. You're new to me at least. Lemigra, thank you. You're a long termer. That's really, I appreciate that. Philippines on Demand. Oh man, it was so cool to do the live stream with you yesterday. I'm going to try and figure out how I can do this here. At the end of the day, it may be me. Like I said, being an adult and actually buying a real computer. But thanks a lot, Bill. I really appreciate it. Telecom Dog, you're a new sub to me, I think. Thank you. And thanks for coming on by. I also met you yesterday. And so Randy Weiss, yes, at the beginning. Thank you so much, my friend. Asia Unscripted early on. Thank you very much for coming by. You got a lot of people following you. So that's really neat that you come over here. Sager, thank you very, very much. Always good. I love seeing the iTruck One. iTruck One did chime in early, but unfortunately, are you guys ready for this? YouTube thought they hid this, and they said, that's why the women there want light-skinned, blue-eyed babies. I mean, when we were having the discussion about white skin versus dark skin, how is that inappropriate? iTruck One, I totally apologize. The aggregator that I get for getting all of the comments in there hides these things, and when they're hidden, unfortunately, I don't see them in the scroll, so I missed that one. So I apologize. It's a fine question, and I was going to say thank you, iTruck One, because I did not thank you last time. I missed that, and I apologize. Jorgen, Father Wolf's stepping out. Juan, always great to have you coming by. Father Wolf's was the first one in the chat, and so therefore the last one I will thank, and hopefully I got everybody. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it. And at the end of the day, it's Mike's from livemyassoff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you're not living the dream, you're doing it wrong. And trust me, it's a lot easier to try and live the dream